This one is kind of a seminal work when it comes to red pill, and a lot of people argue whether Robert Glover's work or Rollo Tomasi's work tends to be the foundational red pill thing. You'll understand why in a second. Now, if you haven't read it yet, I strongly suggest you get the book. It's available at Amazon. You can't miss the damn thing. It's just a work of art, and I will suggest that for most guys in relationships or guys trying to get into relationships, no matter what quality, how long, whatever, you're going to find a lot of value in this one. Especially guys from either broken homes or with weaker father figures. It's just good all the way around. Anyways, let's get started here. Not going to be able to get past much more in chapter 1 on this one. We're going to keep going as things go, and you're just going to love it. So it starts off with what's called nice guy syndrome. Now, a lot of guys kind of have an idea what a nice guy is. They also use the word simp interchangeably, so I'll just start there. Quote from the guy in the book: "Hi, I'm a nice guy. I'm one of the nicest guys you're going to meet." Jason, a chiropractor in his mid-30s, began his first session of individual therapy with his introduction. Jason described his life as perfect, except for one major problem: his sex life. Pause there, because this is something that's super important. You would not believe the amount of first-time field reports you get from guys where they say, I've got a great wife, my life is good, everything is perfect, except for this one little thing. And then they bring up sex life, and you find out that, yeah, everything is perfect except for the only thing that really matters. So it's an interesting side note to note that when it comes to what guys deem as very important in their life, and like it or not, having a sex life is important to a guy. It's built into our DNA, just like eating and sleeping and, watching Netflix, whatever. But it's the kind of thing that is super important if you're not getting it. If you are getting it, it's no longer important. But the important part here is that guys don't even understand that they're allowed to articulate their desires in order of whatever importance they deem, important. There we go. Jason spoke openly about his marriage, his family, and his sexuality. An affable man, he seemed to welcome the opportunity to talk about himself and his life, which is completely normal, by the way, because most guys never get heard, and that's kind of the one thing about therapy and cam girls that tend to work well, is that they actually listen. More than anything, Jason wanted to be liked. He saw himself as a very generous, giving person. He prided himself on having ups and downs and never losing his temper. He revealed that he liked to make people happy and hated conflict, to avoid rocking the boat. And he goes more, Glover goes more in how he takes a piece of paper out of his pocket, tries to unfold it. Now, there's going to be a bunch of examples in here. I'm going to skip past this part because he does a great section afterwards where he talks about different archetypes of nice guys and the nice guy behaviors that they inherit. Some of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. So men like Jason walk into my office on a surprisingly regular basis. These guys come in all shapes and sizes, yet they all have the same basic worldview. Let me introduce you to a few of them. First one here is Omar. Omar's number one life goal is to please his girlfriend. Nevertheless, she complains that he is never emotionally available for her. In fact, every one of his previous girlfriends has had the same complaint. Since Omar sees himself as a giver, he can't understand the accusations. He states that his greatest joy in life is making other people happy. He even carries a pager so his friends can get in touch with him if they need anything. Obviously, Omar's from like the early 90s, so... But, I mean, that's the point. The 90s are 30 some years ago, so people still have these same behaviors. They're not something new. They're not because of smartphones. It's just kind of there. As a side note here, I'm going to reference another book, Practical Female Psychology for the Practical Man. That's by Joseph South and David Franco. What you're seeing here is something where they refer to as the beta process of relationships. I know a lot of guys say, she's not the girl I married. What's the saying go like here? A man marries a girl hoping that she'll never change. She marries him hoping that he will. And then, but the change isn't just random. It follows a process. And his 5 stages are testing, communication, putting to work, evolutionary selfishness, and self-determination. In this case, Omar is getting stuck in the communication phase. So a brief rundown of these ones. The testing phase is what you would think of in red pill parlance as a fitness test or a shit test. That's a girl making sure you're actually giving her those tingles that she thinks she's had. It goes into other concepts like the innate skepticism bias, but we're going to put a pin in that for now. Don't want to get too off topic. Second phase is once she's got that man that she's truly attracted to, he's passed all those tests in her mind, she thinks it's the real deal, it's authentic as she would put it, comes the communication phase. And this is where she gets him to open up. If you notice, a lot of girls ask for guys to be more communicative, have more vulnerability, that kind of thing. That comes here. And this is basically a hook. Like if you can get a top tier man to validate himself to you via communication, then you know you've got him. Now, Omar's situation here is he keeps going through that phase and staying in that phase. The problem comes with the next one, which is putting to work. And that's what you would think of traditionally as chore play. You know, oh, if you'd only just did more dishes, then maybe I'd be more in the mood. It's essentially like, okay, I've got this top tier man. I've got him to commit to me fully. Now I'm going to get my money's worth out of it. Now, I know I'm describing it kind of transactionally here, but this is all a very subconscious process. It's very subtle. And for the most part, it's easy to go along to get along. Omar's relationships tend to end on the evolutionary selfishness side, which is why he's noticing, as he said in his report here, accusations that he's never emotionally available. Back to communication. It's when he realizes that no matter how much open and communicative he is there, he keeps getting put to work and reaffirmed that he's got that commitment by saying he's not doing enough. And the only reason why is because he indulges it. If you say, you're not opening enough to me, and he does exactly what you want right there, of course you're going to keep going up to that food pellet. So, Todd's the next one. Todd prides himself on treating women with honesty and respect. He believes these traits set him apart from other men and should attract women to him. Although he has many female friends, he rarely dates. The women he knows tell him what a great listener he is and often tell him to share their problems. He likes feeling needed. These female friends constantly tell him what a great catch he will be for some lucky woman. In spite of the way he treats women, he can't stand around while they all seem to be attracted to jerks rather than nice guys like him. I'm not going to go into this too much because we already covered it. So if you haven't, after this video, go back and you want to check out my video on Michael's story, because this is essentially Michael. The only difference is he hasn't hit that anger phase yet, or Glover just hasn't written about it yet. Could be either one. Bill. Bill is the person to whom everybody turns when they need something. The word no just isn't in his vocabulary. He fixes cars for women at his church. He coaches his Little League son's baseball team. Buddies call on him when they need help moving. He looks after his widowed mother every evening after work, even though it makes him feel good to give to others. Even though it makes him feel good, he never seems to get as much as he gives. This one is what we call lighting yourself on fire to keep others warm. He has no intrinsic self-worth. He doesn't have that confidence to know that he is a gift. He's not realizing that his presence is a gift to other people, and if he isn't actually that good, he's not making steps to rectify that. Instead, he's hiding that by doing more. And this is going to be something that comes up in later chapters called a covert contract, where if he does all these good things for them, they'll do good things for him. And this, funnily enough, is the manipulative part of being a nice guy. He's not being nice because he's nice. He's being nice because he wants reciprocity. He's using the golden rule. Treat others how you wish they would treat you, but they're under no obligation to do that. And I guarantee you he builds up cycles of resentment when this happens, and he doesn't get what he's deserved. Gary. So Gary's wife has frequent rage attacks in which she verbally shames and demeans him. Because he's afraid of conflict and doesn't want to rock the boat, he avoids bringing up subjects that he knows might make his wife angry. After a fight, he's always the first one to apologize. He can never recall his wife ever saying sorry for anything. In spite of that constant conflict, Gary says he loves his wife and do anything to please her. Again, another good example of that. This is a situation called learned helplessness. Now, if you guys don't know, I talk about it a lot. I believe it's B.F. Skinner. It's a behaviorist experiment where they put dogs into cages and they electrocute the cages. The dog just ran out of the cage because, I don't want to be shocked. So they did on a subset of dogs, they locked the cage so the dog couldn't get out. And the dog would fight and rattle against the cage for a while and eventually just kind of sat there realizing it couldn't escape. And every time it got zapped, it would give a whimper, but it wouldn't get out. Horrible thing. But here's the part that they found that's interesting here. After this, they opened up the cages, zapped the dogs again. The dogs didn't run out of the cage. They stayed there. They were essentially conditioned for helplessness. And for a lot of risk-averse guys, this is usually what happens. I mean, it comes from a multiple of sources. Sometimes it's he really needs the validation of his mom, and his mom constantly does this conflict stuff with him, and so he acquiesces. Maybe he got beat down very early on for any sort of aggression or conflict. Maybe he didn't have a father around to show him healthy ways to deal with conflict. Regardless, this is the kind of stuff that's been a mental model in his life for a long period of time, and it doesn't just go away because somebody calls you a simp. Next one is Rick. So Rick's a gay man in his early 40s in a committed relationship with an alcoholic. Rick came to counseling to help his partner Jay with his drinking problem. Rick complains that it always feels like if it's up to him to hold everything together. His hope is that if he can help Jay get sober, he'll finally have the kind of relationship he's always wanted. Again, later topic, but covert contract 100%. Another thing I want to point out here, it's actually surprisingly not red-pilled, but it's a really good resource for people who have this idea. If his boyfriend there really was remorseful for the alcohol problem and really wanted to fix it, there's a couple things you want to look for, and that's where this article comes in. It's also very good when it comes to like cheating wives. They say they're sorry. Well, are they sorry, or are they sorry that they got caught? And a couple things you want to check for. First is humility. In this case, cheating's about entitlement. So if they don't come at you hat in hand, realizing they screwed up, giving you the time and the space you need, letting you do it on your terms, then you can tell it's disingenuous. Remember, it's a deep awareness that infidelity broke a sacred trust and you're not owed a reconciliation. In this case, he's not owed a relationship. If this alcohol is a problem, he has to understand that. The part that matters here is initiative. If you're having to book all these AA meetings, if you're having to do all the legwork and the other person's dragging their feet, are they really remorseful? Do they really want to change? And the answer is no. I mean, honesty, I don't know if it applies here. Is he hiding booze around the house? But that's an easy tell. If they're not being honest or they trickle truth, you can tell there's no actual remorse. And then patience, ownership, recompense. It's a good thing. Give it a read when you get a chance here. We're going to get back to the topic at hand, though. So Lyle, he's a devout Christian. He tries to do everything right. Teaches Sunday school, elder in the church. He's struggled since adolescence with an addiction to porn. He masturbates compulsively 3 or 4 times a day. Actually, that's a lot. Jeez, I always thought that porn addiction was like a lie, but I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't do anything 4 times a day. I only eat 3 meals. Crying out loud. Anyways, he spends hours a day looking at websites on the internet. He's terrified that if anybody ever finds out the truth about his compulsions, his life will be destroyed. He tries to control his problem with prayer and Bible study, although none of these approaches have done much good. Why am I not surprised? I'd expand on this, but that's for Conk and the religious guys to talk about those in 4 times a day jerk sessions. Whatever. And then Jose, a business consultant, late 30s, spent the last 5 years in a relationship with a woman he considers needy and dependent. Jose began thinking about breaking up the first day she moved in. He's afraid that she won't be able to make it on her own if he left her, and although he's made several aborted attempts to break up, his girlfriend always becomes such an emotional basket case that he gets back together with her and spends just about every waking moment trying to figure out how to get out of the relationship without hurting her or looking like a jerk. There's 2 things on this. First is the 5 types of manipulation. This is actually from my work, where I talk about the 5 general tools women have to manipulate men. In this case, we've got anger, ego, wounding, shame, and frame shifting. Anger is for guys that are conflict averse. If you get angry at them, they back down, they do what you want. Very simple, very straightforward. Think of Karen, how she nags. Think of Franco's betaization of men that I talked about before. This is the evolutionary selfishness phase. This is literally nagging and getting angry to get what you want. And that's because nothing will ever be good enough, which is an incentive to make him try harder to please you, which only works if you're the judge. And part of being a red-pilled man is not letting the women in your life be your judge. Next one is ego. And this one's deceptive because a lot of guys don't know that they're being manipulated here. If you've ever had a girl say, "You're such a big, strong man, I need you to do this," and then you do it because you're proud of yourself for being a big, strong man, or she kind of touches you seductively around the belt buckle, well, this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. They act nice to get what they want. Third one, where'd I leave off? Wounding. And this is the one that he's dealing with. It turns out that guys have a natural limbic response to certain sounds. A girl screaming, baby crying, a dog yelping. These are the kind of things that naturally build up an anxiety inside of men, and so we try our best to remove it. And it makes sense. Caveman times, if a cave tiger is attacking your cave woman, she starts screaming, and you're like, meh, she'll handle it. You end up not having cave children. So the kind of guy who automatically gets like a fight or flight response and goes and deals with that probably lived to have more cave babies, and here we are today to the point where a chick will, and tons of examples online where you see TikToks of girls doing something completely wrong, and then they start screaming as soon as any consequences come to it, and white knights come to her rescue. It's the same manifestation here. Shame. I mean, shame's pretty straightforward. It's not so much in here, but it's good to know to round it out. Shame in this case is just, you're not a real man if you don't do this. You're such a beta male. Pretty much anything you see online where people are making fun of you for behavior attempts to use shame, and it only works without a strong sense of self, which unfortunately is a lot of reasons why younger men tend to be most susceptible to this, because they're not at the stage in their life where they're self-actualized, they have a strong identity, and all it takes is one guru to come around and tell you to read Evola, and you end up with a demagogue surrounded by sycophants. The last one's frame shifting. This is just where girls make appeals to sense of fair play, sense of honor, all the equality stuff that's only equal when it's you, when it's her, it doesn't count. That's frame shifting, and that usually works when guys like to have a logical, consistent worldview. It's very easy to manipulate. It's essentially talking you into a corner. It only works if you let it. Back to Jose. So yeah, that's his situation here, is that every time he tries to assert himself, this girl plays wounded, he feels bad, he goes and he works on it. It's just the way it is. Not a helpful thing anyway. So these men all share a unique common life script. They believe that they are good and do everything right, good and right in quotations, by the way. They will be loved, get their needs met, and have a problem-free life. At this point, if you've made it this far into my YouTube channel and you think that's at all a reasonable assumption, then I don't know what to tell you. Going off on this one here. So it's good that you understand the different types of nice guys, and if you'll notice, there's a very common thread amongst all of them. Like I just said, if I do the right things, I say the right things, people will do what I want them to do. This is why it's very disingenuous when you see people arguing, off on a tangent here, but like pickup or red pill, it's very manipulative. It's horrible. It's treating women bad. When in reality, this is one of those projection equals perception kind of situations, because the kind of person who is manipulative and is living with these covert contracts are the exact kind of person who will see red pill stuff like a Rollo Tomassi article or a Robert Glover, and they will think that it's literally what they're trying to do, and it looks bad, but they can't see it in themselves. They can only see it in everything else, but that's a completely wrong way of framing it. At this point, honesty is probably your best approach, but honesty isn't just about blurting your feelings out like a 2-year-old. You got to have some nuance and some established strategy to it. Hence, red pill. So there's characteristics of nice guy. Every nice guy is unique, but all have a cluster of similar characteristics. These traits are the result of a script, often formed in childhood, that guide their lives. Now, Robert calls these scripts. I take the language from Venkatesh Rao and a lot of guys from the evolutionary psychology crowd, where they call them mental models. But it's essentially the same thing. A narrative structure you have in your head that allows you to anchor your decisions. In this case, the nice guy one is to do nice things, get reciprocity. It's the golden rule for human interactions, and it sounds good because it's made of gold, but in reality, yeah, it's more like 2008 housing crisis. So while other men may have one or two of these traits, nice guys seem to possess a lot more. Nice guys are givers. They frequently state what makes them feel good and gives to others. These men believe their generosity is a sign of how good they are, and it will make other people love and appreciate them. Now, this is kind of more of a bastardization of something that we've already internally know ourselves, and that's the act of generosity as a social signal. Obviously, if you're the guy who's walking around in the club, throwing stacks around like everything, it shows you're a wealthy man. It shows that you're high status. It's just one of those signals you can do. Same as like heavy tipping, buying luxury goods. That's why a Rolex or something like that, or an Omega Seamaster, makes you look pretty cool. Unless, of course, you have people that actually like $20,000 watches, in which case they think you're kind of a pleb. Whatever. So once you take this standard ability to socially signal things and you amp it up to 12 and you make it a life script, that's where you end up with that problem. Same time, nice guys are givers. They frequently state that it makes... Oh, I already said that one. So nice guys fix and caretake. If a person has a problem, has a need, is angry, depressed, or sad, nice guys will frequently attempt to solve or fix the situation, usually without being asked. If this sounds a lot like Captain Save-A-Ho, then yes, you're right. Guys love being useful. It's part of what makes us what we are. Women have intrinsic value. They have baby makers. They have boobs and they smell like lavender. So they don't really need to build external traits that make them attractive. They're just attractive by default. And the trick for them is holding on to it for as long as possible. Guys don't have that. Now, in times of scarcity, being able to fix and caretake is seen as a good thing. If you're a girl and your life is falling apart and tigers are at the door, if a man's able to solve all these problems for you, that anxiety leaves and is actually a good thing. You get to survive without getting eaten by cave tigers. But in a world of abundance, kind of like the one we have now, it really just shows you as a simp. Lack of a better word there. You're just there to be taken advantage of. And right now, men are better off as luxury goods than commodities. What do I mean by that? Won't go into it too deep, but women can earn just as much as men. They can do everything a man can do, mostly because of technological advancements, which is fine. So what else is there if there's not your arm and your strong back? And in this case, it's just status. It's actually a lot easier. It's way better than working in a coal mine your whole life, right? So nice guys seek approval from others. Universal trait of nice guy syndrome is the seeking of validation from others. Everything a nice guy does or says is at some level calculated to gain somebody's approval or avoid disapproval. This is especially true in their relationships with women. Again, you are your own judge. This is just, there's not many hard and fast rules, but this has to be one. If you're a red-pilled man, you have to live without susceptibility to shame or bullying in this sense. You have to be willing to stand by your own actions, your own decisions, no matter how difficult they may be, because they're the ones that are right for you. And other people are going to get mad about that. You're going to be the asshole in somebody's life. Might as well get used to it. And this one here, another important one, nice guys avoid conflict. Nice guys seek to keep their world smooth. To do this, they avoid doing things that might rock the boat or upset anyone. Conflict is a part of the human condition. As a guy, dealing with conflict tends to be your MO. Now, obviously, anger has a place in that. I've got a video coming out actually about that. I think it's out Friday, maybe Thursday. We'll see. Anyways, anger is a social emotion. It's a way that you signal to those around you that something is not on and they need to change their behavior or you're going to get violent. That's the caveman DNA interpretation of it. Anyways, by avoiding conflict, you kind of avoid what it is that makes you different. Men and women are not the same. Women handle conflict differently, guys handle it their way. Now, the thing is, where I talked about that connection between anger, social grievance, and violence, this is a 10 out of 10 situation. If somebody's attacking you, you hit back. Self-defense, everybody understands that. But because you have a healthy respect for boundaries in that sense, you're also able to deal with, 5 out of 10 situations, 4 out of 10, 3 out of 10. And a lot of times, just like an errant eyebrow or, a ruffled voice, a slight raise of your voice, little things like this make you much easier dealing with conflict, which in some sense of the word kind of makes you more of, I hate saying this because it sounds so ridiculous, but it kind of makes you more of a man. Only because these are traits that are masculine traits. And so by having them and having control over them, it helps you navigate the world. So, nice guys believe they must hide their perceived flaws and mistakes. These men are afraid that others will get mad at them, shame them, or leave them if some mistake or shortcoming is exposed. This insecurity is huge. There's a reason why just about every online personality you see has some variation of alpha, wolves, pinnacle, masculine, man, axes, stoic. What are some other ones? Basically, we call it Miller Lite masculinity, the symbols that make the man. And they do this as a way to hide from their insecurities. Well, I can't be insecure. I'm a real man. I got a Viking helmet. I bathe in a cold shower. Again, all these things are about hiding the badness, hiding perceived flaws. Now, there's something to be said about working on your flaws, and that's where self-improvement comes in. The other part of this is that owning your mistakes, because without that self-awareness, you're not even able to address them, let alone fix them. Next up is nice guys seek the right way to do things. They believe there's a key to having a happy, problem-free life. They are convinced that if they can only figure out the right way to do everything, nothing should ever go wrong. And this is where you end up with analysis paralysis. Excuse me. Guys always looking for a right thing. They're always looking, and this is where you hear everybody talk about these platitudes. Looking for the cheat codes, looking for tips and tricks, just a secret. Chakras, crystals, lizard people. There's always some kind of external secret that as soon as you figure it out, everything clicks into place. I don't really have a way to describe this other than complete delusion. Guys just hope. And I guess it's the same as when you're a kid and like, oh, that's all right, dad'll fix this. He can fix everything. Nice guys repress their feelings. Now I'm going to put a caveat on this one. It says nice guys tend to analyze rather than feel. They may see feelings as a waste of time and energy. They frequently try to keep their feelings on an even keel. It's true and it's false. It's true in that you're not. A lot of guys repress their feelings, but the kind of people that repress their feelings are the ones that tend to have too many feelings. So if you don't know, it turns out that the androgen, the male sex hormone, testosterone, actually have a muting effect where they mute your ability to empathize. And so it actually takes your feelings down a notch. So it's not that guys don't feel as much as women do or they repress. They literally don't have that same threshold of feeling. So part of this is if you don't have a proper workout regimen, you don't have enough muscle mass to produce enough testosterone, if you have eating too much soy and your estrogen's through the roof, or you're morbidly obese and your estrogen is like going crazy there, yeah, you end up having to repress your feelings, again, to counteract this need to cry all the time or to talk to mommy or whatever it is, whatever emotions you think of here. The other part of that is anger. A lot of guys are terrified because they have been conditioned their entire life not to be angry, to sit there quietly, men raised as broken women, essentially. So these repressions come in, and it's no different than you would see like Catholic repression. Back in the 80s, used to be the coolest thing to talk about. Oh, they're repressing their people. Sexually repressed everybody. It's the same thing with anger. Again, single mom's big for this one. Divorced mom's big for this one. Too many sisters in your life. All these things kind of factor into it. But there's good ways. There's structured ways to express your feelings when you have them. And then there's just the 2-year-old temper tantrum crying out to the world. There's nuance in here. Don't have time to get into it because we're talking about nice guys, not your feelings. Nice guys often try to be different from their fathers. Many nice guys report having unavailable, absent, passive, angry, philandering, or alcoholic fathers. It's not unusual for these men to make a decision at some point in their lives to try not to be 180 degrees from dad. Now, if that sounds a lot like Rollo's article Promise Keepers, you'd be right. It is. I had it to some extent myself. My stepdad did not like the man at all, and I kind of subconsciously promised myself that I was never going to be like him when I grew up. The problem is, he was really good at getting women. And so, while he had a lot of negative traits that I didn't like, emotional outbursts, physically violent, all that stuff, I threw out the baby with the bathwater. And part of being a nice guy is accepting that even if your dad, stepfather, or some guy in your life really bugged you to the point where you don't want to emulate them, realize that there's nothing irredeemable about anybody, and you shouldn't be giving up traits that are good just because you don't like the person who has them. Next one is nice guys are often more comfortable relating to women than to men. Due to their childhood conditioning, nice guys have few male friends. They frequently seek the approval of women and convince themselves they are different from other men. They like to believe that they are not selfish, angry, or abusive, traits they link to other men. It's essentially like gender traitor. I don't know. It's the weirdest thing. You're going to see a lot of like MGTOW guys talk about this where they go, you're just putting pussy on a pedestal, bro, or women are the center of your life and stuff. They often accuse pickup guys or red-pilled guys, basically anybody who's not black-pilled this. But they're getting it wrong. Like when they're talking about this approval seeking of females, attention and that, this is friend-zoned guys. This is guys who want them as like a mommy figure. This is that kind of validation. If you're just talking about, sexual gratification, dating, checking for relationships and that, that's just the game. And you have a burden of performance to play. Girls don't initiate. Girls aren't sexually aggressive. So if you're not, nobody is. Totally different though. That's not a pedestalization thing. Sometimes it's good to point that out because guys seem to equate the two wrong. And I do find it funny because when you watch a lot of MGTOW guys, hey, well, I don't chase women like that. I don't put pussy on a pedestal. These are traits they link to other men and they consider them bad. It's kind of reminiscent of Nietzsche's slave and master morality. In this case, the master is the one who, if something is good for him, it's good. It's morally good, it's ethically good. If something is bad for him, he considers it ethically and morally wrong. The slave does the exact opposite because he can't go after things that are in his best interest. He considers those things bad. And suffering, stoicism, essentially a lot of like a early Christian morality is based on slave morality. Well, what do you do if you're not allowed to pick your options and life has to happen to you? Well, you create a virtue out of the things that you're forced to endure. Nice guys have difficulty making their needs a priority. These men often feel that it's selfish to put their needs first. They believe it's a virtue to put other needs ahead of their own. There's a place for altruism, and the entirety of your life is not it. If you'll notice, there's like a pejorative attached to the word selfishness here. You're selfish. That's like calling a guy an asshole. Yeah, maybe. But here's the thing. Just because you're an asshole doesn't mean other people won't enjoy being around you. In the same way as just because you're selfish doesn't mean and this is a binary way of thinking about it, just because you're selfish doesn't mean that other people's needs get stomped on. There's a big gap between selfishness and psychopathy. And people seem to think it's either one or the other, which is ridiculous because this is no different than the guys saying they don't lift weights because they don't want to look big. Or the guys that say, oh, I don't want to go to college because I might accidentally get a PhD. Like it's dismissing of the amazingly large amount of work that comes in between that first step and the part where you think you've gone too far. But we all have our coping strategies and that's theirs. And this one here, it's kind of important from a red-pilled perspective. Nice guys often make their partner their emotional center. They're only happy if their partner's happy. They will often focus tremendous energy on their intimate relationships. And this is where frame comes into play. There's going to be a lot on frame. It's a huge, expansive topic, and you're going to hear 20 different definitions from 10 different guys if you ask about it. But one aspect of frame here is that your happiness can't be contingent on somebody else's happiness. It just doesn't work because you're giving them all the control over your life. And there's something to be said about making life happen versus letting life happen to you. As a man, you really don't have the luxury. As a girl, more so, because, like I said, women have intrinsic worth. People will simp for Karen all day. Everybody's always got her back. They always treat her well. We're hardwired to that. So you can, to a certain extent, have life happen to you because other people will hold your self-interests. As a guy, you don't get that luxury, so you just can't. He talks later on with what's wrong with being a nice guy. At the point where you're here, I don't think I should have to go through this stuff here. But I do like his little checklist of the term nice guy kind of being a bit of a misnomer. Because nice guys are anything but nice. So here's the not so nice traits of nice guys. Nice guys are dishonest. They hide their mistakes. They avoid conflict. They say what other people want to hear and repress their feelings. These traits make nice guys fundamentally dishonest. I have a chapter in my book where I talk about thirst being the worst. You can't trust a thirsty guy in business. You can't trust a thirsty guy to wing for you. You can't trust a thirsty guy as a friend, and you just can't. And this is why, because thirsty guys or nice guys, they're just dishonest. Everything is about seeking approval, and then they'll go and get theirs on the side. Nice guys are secretive because they're so driven for approval, they'll hide anything that they believe might upset everyone. If at first you don't succeed, hide the evidence. What more can I say to that? Nice guys are compartmentalized. They have contradictory pieces of information about themselves separated. If you've ever seen, and this is a great example, I'm not talking about politics, but if you watch a lot of what's happening in American politics right now, you see a ton of this. 4chan had an op a little while back where it said Islam is right about women. I don't know if you guys remember this one. It's essentially a sign just said Islam is right about women. And then everybody was angry because like they couldn't understand, is that anti-Islam or is that anti-woman? And they just got angry. Well, that's this compartmentalization from nice guys that you're seeing manifest. On one side, you want to be seen as inclusive to all different races and religions. So everything that religion does is good, regardless of what your personal moral compass could be. At the same time, then you have to say, okay, well, they're right about women. But everybody kind of knows Islam's take on women does not jive with what you would consider a Western feminist. But at the same time, those guys will tell feminists that, women are right and women are great, that sort of thing. It's all very compartmentalized, and it's kind of like a nice little joke where guys can see the contradictions and they play them out and watch the cognitive dissonance play out. But in reality, nobody believes any of it. These compartmentalizations are just social signals to get validation from people around them. And once you see it for what it is, you understand now. It's like they're not lying. They just don't care other than to get you your validation or the person's validation that they deem important. And this leads to the next point, that nice guys are manipulative. They have a hard time making their needs a priority and have difficult asking for what they want in clear and direct language. This creates powerlessness. Therefore, they frequently resort to manipulation when trying to get their needs met. I've already talked about it before, but like I said, Rollo said women are raising men to be effective women. And this here, the fact that they're trying to use these same female tools, shows you a good example as to why. Guys throw shame out like it's nobody's business. Guys try ego. Oh, you're such an alpha. That's awesome. Come on over to the war room. We'll talk about your masculinity and, fluff each other off. It comes across as disingenuous for the most part because it is. Imagine just a guy being able to tell you something, but he refuses to do that because it might upset you. So he instead tries to manipulate you into doing it. Nobody needs to put up with that. It's on its face. A guy should know it's kind of ridiculous. Nice guys are controlling. And this is why I love this, because every girl who's had a bad dating experience goes online and talks about how men are trash. And then underneath, 20 simps will say, well, I'm not like that, so all men are trash. They're both talking past each other. The girl wasn't even dating these super nice guys that are super manipulative and that. She's dating a jerk, that top 20% type jerk, who didn't fall for that communication phase from PFP I talked about. In this case, those simps are coming back with a very manipulative and controlling attitude. It's like, no, we're not like that. With the covert contract that she'll recognize as greatness and then start dating him. The problem is it's so ham-fisted that every girl sees right through it. I mean, they've all been hit on guys since they were, let's be generous and say 14. From 14 on. So by the time she's 21, she's had 7 years experience in this stuff. Like, she's major league. Meanwhile, you just put down the Xbox and started dating. Nice guys give to give. Though nice guys tend to be generous givers, they often have unconscious and unspoken strings attached. They want to be appreciated. They want some kind of reciprocation. They want people to stop being angry. If you've ever seen a guy have a girl yell at him and then he buys her flowers, you're looking at a nice guy. Nice guys are passive aggressive. They express their frustration and resentment in indirect, roundabout, and not so nice ways. He uses some examples here, but like being late, forgetting things, not following through. I would say the easiest way is if somebody starts a sentence with wow. You pretty much have it right there. Nice guys are full of rage. They frequently deny ever getting angry. A lifetime of frustration and resentment creates a pressure cooker of repressed rage. Now, it's clever that he used the word rage here and not anger. Because anger, like I said, it's a social emotion. It's because of a grievance and because of a purposefulness to it. In this case, rage is more limbic. That's just... closest way I can describe it is think of a 2-year-old having a temper tantrum. Completely straight repression of ego coming out. Nice guys are addictive. Serves the purpose of relieving stress, altering moods, or medicating pain. They keep so much bottle inside it has to come out somewhere, and they tend to use addiction. Xbox and weed as an addiction, most likely a nice guy behavior, because it's compensating for something else that's missing in their lives, which could be, in this case, friends with benefits, general human interaction, whatever. They have difficulty setting boundaries, which we've already kind of addressed that. They're frequently isolated. And yeah, because that desire to be needed and loved is very ham-fisted, very disingenuous, and people get a bad vibe from it. So it generally tends not to work, and they're double down on this failed strategy that causes them more isolation in life. They're often attracted to people and situations that need fixing. He has a little paragraph here, but it's Captain Save-A-Ho. The idea of, if I fix this broken woman, she will love me forever. Or a pastor marrying an ex-porn star. It's exactly what you're looking at right there. And it's great because it not only taps into female manipulative techniques like being wounded and ego, it taps into that guy's need to be validated and liked. And that's why these are such effective manipulation techniques. It's because a guy will opt in to his own manipulation. And that's something to be very aware of. Nice guys have problems in intimate relationships. Terrible listeners because they're too busy trying to figure out how to defend themselves or fix the other person's problem because of their fear of conflict. They're dishonest and rarely available. It's not unusual for guys to form relationships with partners who they deem to be projects or diamonds in the rough. Again, Captain Save-A-Ho comes out. They have sexuality issues. They're all dissatisfied with their sex life. Now, there's a whole topic on this one, but I kind of quote Gavin McInnes on this one. He says it's impossible for a girl to be bad in bed. It's pretty much true. If a girl's bad in bed, it's because the guy's not taking charge. It's a topic into itself, though. We're going to keep this one YouTube friendly and skip by that, though. And they're only relatively successful. This is the part you're going to see rich entrepreneurs in cars talk about a lot, where he says guys aren't playing to win, they're playing not to lose. Well, if you're in a validation-seeking mindset, you can't win without somebody else, ruffling some feathers along the way. Either you expose somebody's ego when they were not trying to win, and by you winning, it reflects poorly on them, and so they lash out at you, or you're in a zero-sum game, and because you're winning, somebody has to lose. Either way, because you're such a validation-seeking nice guy, you actually prevent yourself from winning just to keep things on an even keel. And I don't have a proof on this one yet, but I have a very strong theory. This is why women are so successful in an office environment nowadays. Because conflict averse, camaraderie, not trying to succeed but trying not to lose works very well in that environment, where a more competitive one does not. Now he goes on later on about, the disingenuous of it, and then he talks about what we would say being red pill, but Glover talks about it being the integrated male, because he actually has no idea what the hell red pill is. When I met him in 2018, guys were telling him about all this stuff, and he was being introduced to how important he was to a lot of red-pilled guys. So it was kind of an interesting thing to see. But it was funny because he's like, yeah, I've been talking about this stuff for 20 years. It's just nice you guys threw some different words around it. So integrated male has certain qualities. Now, we can talk about these as alpha or beta, and in reality, they're kind of a combination. I'll leave that up to you. Leave it in the comments what you think, which ones are alpha traits and which ones are beta traits. So a strong sense of self. He likes himself just as he is. Now, if he doesn't like himself just as he is, that comes to the next one. He takes responsibility for getting his own needs met. Well, if I'm sufficient here, I gotta fix it. He's comfortable with his masculinity and his sexuality. Again, that's a lack of insecurity. He has integrity. He does what is right, not what is expedient. I'm going to preface this, though. A lot of guys have very, very weird ideas about what is right and what integrity means. Again, I'm going to quote back to master and slave morality. Obviously, adhering to the law when the consequences of it aren't good, that's an easy moral stance to take. But what about something where it's a law in place, but it's not enforced at all? But it causes great benefit to you and has minimal downside. Is that ethical? Is that moral? I would argue it is from the master standpoint, because it makes my life better and the consequences aren't not worth it. So when you're talking about what is right, not what is expedient, there's a whole video on that, but we'll do that one later. He's a leader. He's willing to provide and protect for those he cares about. Again, this one is one where I've disagreed with Glover, and most people have. There is no authority in relationships, not for the man anymore. And so being a leader, it's not a hard power anymore. It's more of a soft power. I would argue being persuasive, or being the one that other people would aspire to please. Like, have other people become nice guys to you and you become the benevolent dictator. That's a much more healthy roadmap for it. Anyways, he's clear, direct, and expressive of his feelings. Again, within reason. Girls don't want to see you cry, so save that for your buddies. You gotta put these things in their proper context. He can be nurturing and giving without caretaking or problem solving. Yeah, he can be, but I guarantee you he has to get those tingles first, because until you pass, like I said, back to the Franco roadmap there. Until you pass the testing phase and you get past the communication phase and you're in like that put to work phase, well, then there's really no point you being that nurturing and giving person, because you just haven't established that you're the hypergamous best option in any girl's life, and you're just wasting your gifts. And that's another thing about the self-worth earlier on. If you don't value yourself, you give your stuff away way too cheaply. And he knows how to set boundaries and is not afraid to work through conflict. Yeah, conflict, tons of things there we could talk about, but we're going to put the pin in that for the next video because we're running short on time. Anyways, so the last part that he refers to in chapter 1 is the ineffective nice guy paradigm. And this is nice guys distilled to their essence. Deconstruction. If I can hide my flaws and become what I think others want me to be, then I will be loved, get my needs met, and have a problem-free life. This hides so many underlying mental models here that are really not good. That's one, assuming that you can hide your flaws, which you can't. Not long-term anyway. I'll use Twitter for an example. Everybody goes on there, talks about how they're an alpha male, but within 12 months, you're always going to find some situation where he's done something that's completely against that identity he built for himself. Now, if you can see that based on tweets from somebody, stuff that they choose to put out, imagine when you're face-to-face with somebody, you see their body language and you see their life on a more intimate level. These nice guy behaviors never hide their flaws. They're glaringly obvious. And become what I think others want me to be. That's another part. That assumes you know what others want you to be, which you don't. People, now I don't want to say we're irreducibly complex, but it's too hard from our biases to understand other people's motivations, at least in this sense. You can trust people's actions. You can kind of spitball it. Am I being treated like her best option? Is she putting enthusiasm in? Like I said before about remorse. Are they booking their own Alcoholics Anonymous meetings? All these things let you know, okay, are they acting in a way that encourages me to give them my best qualities? And if the answer is no, then you already have your answer. Not, I think girls want this. I think guys want that. I think she wants this. I think girls are Machiavellian masterminds who are also giant children. You're like, none of it makes sense. And then I will be loved and get my needs met. Again, the only one's going to love you the way these guys kind of assume it is going to be your mom. And even then, it's no guarantee. Getting my needs met, again, it's a covert contract. Nobody agreed to these terms, and if nobody abides by them, there's nothing you can do about it. So it creates a cycle of resentment and a problem-free life. I don't know who thinks having a problem-free life is a good thing or even a possible thing. Everything I've seen, once a guy solves all the problems in his life, he manufactures new ones. And if he manufactures those and they aren't good enough, some guys will go so far as to sabotage their life just to create more problems, because everybody likes having that fire under their ass to get things going. They love being able to say, well, I have these problems and I have that problems. Anyways, he talks later on, notoriously slow learners, quick forgetters when their paradigms are challenged. This is another reason why you can't red pill your friends. Slow learners, quick forgetters, and they tend to lash out at you for pointing out their flaws and weaknesses. Like I said before, if I hide my flaws, and when you point out you're bad with women, you're simping, you have a lot of these blue-pilled qualities, you're showing a guy his flaws. And the worst thing you can do to a nice guy is to do that, because he will lash out in his passive-aggressive ways. This is why you're never going to get into a fist fight for trying to red pill your friends. You're just going to have them talk smack about you behind your back. You're going to have them try to get you fired from work. Talk to a lot of red-pilled guys. I hope there's some in the comments. Throw your comments in there about the kind of backhanded stuff that people have done when you've tried to red pill them, and it'll show you right there. If you truly are red-pilled and not a nice guy, you're putting your needs first. And in this case, I need you to get off my ass and stop telling my boss I'm a Nazi or something stupid like that. You know what I mean? He goes into a lot of it. I really do suggest you guys give this a read on your own, though. It's kind of like, until you've read this in Rational Male, you can't call yourself red-pilled at all. He makes a joke about the Seinfeld episode where George does absolutely everything in the opposite and it works well. And then he has what he calls breaking free exercises. In this case, it's to help guys look for people that they can do these things with in their life. Who's somebody you can be honest with and get honest feedback. Find somebody who's not a nice guy in your life. If you can't find somebody, it turns out one of our old married red pill moderators, Yui McGill, runs a NMMNG, No More Mr. Nice Guy subreddit on Reddit where they can use it in a simulated environment. So it's pretty cool. Anyway, so that's the first chapter of No More Mr. Nice Guy. And this is the first step to a guy who's on his map. Right now we have a system of dread where it's 12 steps, kind of like an AA program, but it kind of gets hand wavy after step 5. So I've been recently looking into and articulating the Jack 10 of Hearts model, which is the 3-step model. Get out of somebody else's frame, build yourself a frame, get them into your frame. In this case, this is getting out of other people's frames. Stop being a people pleaser, stop hiding the badness, all this sort of stuff. So hopefully that gives you a nice starting point here. For anybody in the chat who may be red pill aware, the first thing you need to learn right now is that red pill aware doesn't mean jack shit. And stuff like this is how you get started. All right. Close that one up. So on that note, that's for the most part of it. We're going to get into more chapters. I'm going to start doing some more of these. Again, this is episode 3 of, I call it the Sidebar series. We've already talked about the single side with Michael's story and Confessions of a Reformed Incel. This one's chapter 1, No More Mr. Nice Guy, what makes a nice guy and how to use it to help yourself in relationships. I see a bunch of you guys in chat. Apologies, I haven't had a chance to look through it and get through you guys here. I had a lot of material to go over, but it's good to see you guys all engaging. Again, hit that like button. I'll keep these ones coming here. It lets me know that you guys appreciate what's going on. I'm going to do a quick shout out here to Vincent McLeod. Thank you for the £5 super chat. I've just finished the book, Ryan. You did a bang up job, my friend. Well, yeah, I hope so. I mean, I'm literate. All right. On that note, I'm going to leave it there, so I'll catch you guys on the next one. Cheers. Excellent. Gonna go with the obligatory smash the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. All that good stuff. Oops. There we go. That should be better. And last episode we were talking about No More Mr. Nice Guy. Hey everybody. First episode, and I'd suggest you go back, check it out. We talked about the different archetypes of nice guys and a lot of the mental models that go into it. So today it's going to be on the makings of a nice guy. Again, this all comes from Dr. Glover's No More Mr. Nice Guy, which I would argue is the predominantly most important red-pilled material out there, which is kind of funny because he didn't know it was at first, but you're going to start to notice a lot of things here that reflect a lot of the memes you see in the space of the sphere, I guess, for lack of a better word. That's your MGTOW guys, your black-pilled guys. And after you've kind of seen some of the mental models I talk about here, you're gonna not unsee it. Especially when it comes to some of the talking points. You hear a lot of these gurus and brands talking about. So He concluded the previous chapter with the question, why would it seem rational for a person to try and eliminate or hide certain things about himself and try to become something different unless there was a significant, compelling reason for him to do so? Why do people try to change who they really are? Now, after spending years examining the nice guy syndrome from every possible angle, there's only one answer to the question that makes sense. Because it does not feel safe or acceptable for a boy or man to just be who he is. Now, I'm going to preface this too, when they say just be who he is, it doesn't mean like whoever you are is good. It's not like the health of any size, not that kind of thing. When he's talking about being who you are, he's referring to congruence or acting honestly. That means putting your needs and wants first. That means being honest, if not direct with your interactions, sometimes both, sometimes neither. But the point is, it's always deliberate. And it's more attuned to our natural genetic way of dealing with things as opposed to the social method of dealing with things, which is raising men as defective women. Spilled a little bit of the G Fuel. Oh well. So how did nice guys receive these messages, and why do they respond to them in a way they did? The following is a short course on how families and society turn perfect little boys into men they believe they have something, they have to be good in order to be loved. The first part is abandonment. And here, coping with abandonment, the most impressionable time in an individual's life from birth is about 5 years. It's kind of interesting too. So there's no direct connection that I can make. There's no evidence based on it, but I did put out a bunch of tweets a while back talking about how most parents, when they get divorced, and by divorced I mean, the wife leaves, it tends to be after the kids turn 5, which is also the time that the kids start going to school, and a father's presence in the home is not quite mandatory, but it's more good to have because you don't need 24/7 childcare at that point. So it's kind of interesting. Anyways, there's 2 important facts you got to understand about kids. First, when they come into the world, they're totally helpless. That should go without saying. Second, children are ego-centered. So when we talk about frame and having frame, the best example for that is a 2-year-old. Like literally nothing outside of their own ego exists in their mind. Now, obviously that's not an ideal situation. You don't want a bunch of grown-ups acting like 2-year-olds for obvious reasons that are in the news right now. But keeping a little bit of that with some moderation, like nothing too much, is a really good thing to do, and most guys would do much better if they started adopting it. Anyways, this means that children are inherently believed to be the center of the universe and everything revolves around them. Therefore, they believe they are the cause of everything that happens around them. Now, this is the part where I talk about being deliberate with your ego, or most people would just say shedding your ego, but there's times when you actually want to have an ego. So whenever a child experiences any kind of abandonment, he will always believe he is the cause of what happened to him. He's hungry and nobody feeds him is a good example. He cries and nobody holds him. He's lonely and nobody pays attention to him. A parent gets angry. A parent neglects. A parent puts unrealistic expectations on him. Uses the child to gratify their own needs. If you think of helicopter parents, that's the perfect example. Shaming him, parental abuse, abandonment, like literally adoption, or parents that leave and don't come back in a timely manner. So children are born in an imperfect world, and part of the development phase is learning to, I say cope, but I'm sure there's a more accurate word for that, to cope with like various cases of abandonment here and eventually realize it's not about you. Problem is, a lot of children being raised now are giving too many of these things all at once. And so it's causing some issues later on because they just don't have the capability to deal with a 10 out of 10 abandonment scenario. Now, part of this, you would make the argument, I guess, in like the 70s, the 60s, 50s, back in the good old days, that it was the constant meme was the dad who went out for smokes and never came back. I'm sure that happened to a small percentage of men, but it turns out now it's being estranged from the family through like female will, court systems, no-fault divorce, that kind of stuff. So that's just one of those things, a policy change that's caused an actual developmental change, and I would argue anything past the boomer era. And then he's going to go into it a couple times here about some abandonment issues. So the first one's toxic shame. This is going to sound very familiar, by the way. So this creates a belief in some young children that it is not acceptable for them to be as they are. They conclude that there must be something wrong with them, which causes the important people in their lives to abandon them. They have no way of comprehending that the abandonment experiences are not caused by something about them, but by the people who are supposed to recognize and meet their needs. This naive, ego-centered interpretation of abandonment experiences and creates a psychological state called toxic shame. Toxic shame is the belief that one is inherently bad, defective, different, or unlovable. Toxic shame is not just the belief that one does bad things, it's a deeply held core belief that one is bad. I'm going to come up with a couple quick examples of this, and I have a feeling you might know where I'm going from this. So I know, judging by YouTube statistics, a majority of you guys in America, like 60%. And I'm sure you guys have all seen that situation that's happening down there right now with like race riots. I guess you could call it race riots. And there's this weird undercurrent of like white guilt, where it's like inherently making somebody bad because of skin color. So that's one element to toxic shame, which has been built up by this. Now, I'm not going to get into the reasons for that. We're just using that as an example. I'm not going to get all politics on you guys, don't worry. Another example is the male feminist, where he considers, the women are wonderful effect, men are horrible, patriarchy, all that stuff. Another aspect of it. Now, a third one about toxic shame is part of that TradCon LARPing scenario you guys think of, which most guys wouldn't think of it. It sounds inherently noble, right? In reality, it's that guys think modern man is defective. And the problem with it is modernity, and we got to go back. So it's literally asking for something that can never happen. And it's the same kind of toxic shame. It's just this time it's wrapped up with truck nuts and Miller Lite. So the reason that guys try to hide their badness is, again, a fear of abandonment is a part of it. He talks here about survival mechanisms. So trying to cope with the emotional and physical distress of being abandoned, trying to prevent similar events from happening again, and trying to hide internalized toxic shame or perceived badness from themselves and others. So a lot of this incongruent behavior that guys have, for the most part, is trying to hide this idea of shame, which is deeply rooted as a fear of abandonment. Now, children find creative ways to accomplish the goals. Their insight, experience, and resources are limited, so the survival mechanisms are often ineffective and sometimes illogical. I'm going to skip the rest of his stuff here, because he just basically describes like trying to be good, trying to be a people pleaser as a way of hiding your badness in front of a veneer of goodness. But I would argue, and I've seen a lot of field reports that kind of go by this, delayed adolescence, or the fact that you no longer can be 15 years old and work in an agrarian society. You have to work no longer in a factory with a high school education, but like a college degree, university degree, and in an office place, has stunted development, especially male development, for a good 6 to 7 years. And what used to be ham-fisted children's techniques about hiding their toxic shame is manifesting in full-grown adults. And that's why a lot of what you see now, stuff that's very obviously childlike, is happening amongst, grown people. Safe spaces among 30-year-olds, perfect example of that. Again, these things all kind of tie together because the human experience is the human experience. And it's funny when you think about it, because I joked before how this is like the greatest bait and switch for men. Like, you come in learning how to get tail and how to have more sex, and then you leave with self-actualization. Well, this is a big part of the rules of attraction. Be attractive, don't be unattractive. This is opening up a lot of the don't be unattractive. And this has been generation wide, from the boomers to the Gen X to the millennials, and the Zoomers to a certain extent too seem to have it. So the origin of the nice guy paradigm. When he began exploring his nice guy attitudes and behaviors, he had no idea how the pieces all fit together. He thought he came from a good family, had a pretty good life, and then he began observing other men with traits similar to his own. He encountered the same general lack of insight into the origins of their own toxic shame, emotional and behavioral patterns. So when questions about their childhood, nice guys frequently say they grew up in a perfect, great, all-American family. Now, if that sounds really familiar to you, it should. That's exactly what you hear when I have the perfect marriage. My wife is great. She's a good mother. The only problem I have is the most important thing to me right now, which is sex. So it's weird. And one of those tells is when when they don't have flaws, at least not, frontward facing flaws, literally hiding the badness. And he's bringing up the examples of the people we had talked about in the first. When you're done with this one, feel free to watch the first example. He talks about, Alan, Jason, Jose, and he brings up a couple of how those archetypes have advanced into this second example. So, Alan, the oldest of 3 children in a single parent family, single mom. Alan prided himself on never having caused his mother a moment's pain. As a child, he did well in sports and school. He believed that things that set him apart from his siblings and made his mother proud. He was the first person to get a college degree, another factor that he believed made him special. You notice that? A lot of that attitude where guys think they're the first guy who ever went to college? That's exactly what's happening there. So Alan's father is an abusive alcoholic, abandoned his family when he was 7. At an early age, he made a decision to be 180 degrees different from his father. As a result, he prided himself on being patient, giving, and even-keeled. Never to be angry, never to be demeaning. He was an active leader in his youth group at church, never drank alcohol, never did drugs. Do you see that though? Like all of these coping mechanisms kind of build up because he's put in a position to worship his mother, to do everything he can to please her, to hide his badness from her and treat all of his vices like virtues. All of it kind of stems from this guy hurt the woman that I love the most and I vow to never do anything like him. Meanwhile, he forgets. Now, Alan, in this case, believed his mother is a saint. She could do anything for her children. She would listen and wasn't critical. He would often sit there while she bitches about all the bad things his dad did. And on more than one occasion, his mother told him that she was trying to raise her sons to be different from their father. She wanted them to grow up to be giving, peaceful, and respectful. Even the moms are kind of complicit in this because they're not trying to raise their boys to be good men. They're trying to raise them to not be that asshole ex-husband of hers. Problem with that, and on its face, the problem with that is, well, that guy managed to get with her, get true desire from her, and eventually, have a kid with her. Now, whether he left or she left, put that aside, the ethics of that for now. He had a certain skill set to get the kind of girl that this new boy is now worshiping. And he's being told to do the exact opposite of that. Like, is it any wonder that you're going to find a grown man who has no idea to attract the kind of women he wants? Like, he's been giving nothing but the exact opposite and most harmful advice you could possibly give a guy. Is it any wonder? Yeah, it's just one of those things I kind of noticed. Who's talking about my skin right now? Oh, that's just lighting, dude. Yeah, the lights are coming from below in my little Cro-Magnon head here. Anyways, thank you for commenting on my pores, though. It's very nice of you. Oops. For a second there, the camera was set to 40-year-old soccer mom on Tinder. Next one is Jason. So he was one of the guys from Chapter 1. He thought he grew up in a Leave It to Beaver family. In reality, both of his parents were helicopter parents. He saw his childhood as ideal, and in actuality, his parents used him and his siblings to meet their own needs. I'm sure you've heard the living vicariously through their children meme. Well, he's the one that personified it. All right, let's get back. Yeah, personified it. They used him to fulfill their ego's desires, their failures in life, and basically get revenge on a childhood they didn't like. He thought his parents were strict, overprotective, and perfect. He acknowledged that he was sheltered, sexually naive, and may have been smothered. A lot of this stuff, here's the thing, he completely worships his parents. Her parents were great, but the parents completely coddled him. So as an adult, Jason tried to live up to the image of perfection portrayed by his parents. Everything he did was calculated to look good. He looked like a good husband, a good father, a good Christian, and a good professional. In spite of all of his efforts, he always felt inadequate and defective compared to his parents. This, I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent here, but this is why I absolutely hated that Jordan Peterson dating advice. He's very good at clinical psychology, but the dating stuff, not so much. Oh, here. Background music's drowning me out of touch. Let's drop it just a touch there. It's completely ridiculous because there's a lot of guys in this space. I've consulted a few of them. Plenty of them give field reports where they talk about how their parents were high school sweethearts. They had the perfect relationship and the kid tried to emulate that. Now, I can't say it for everybody, but I do notice for a large portion of them, they notice it's this exact same scenario for them. They basically put their parents on a pedestal and they ignored all the faults in their relationship and instead treated it as the model. Again, we can get into the reasons here. I'll put a pin in that for now, but it's creating a very unrealistic sense of, or I guess an unrealistic worldview, which means anything that doesn't mean up to that is bad. And because the kid who is now an adult doesn't want to have the shame of being bad, wink, wink, he'll hide anything that doesn't look like this. Fun fact too, if you go back to another book I talk about in here, Practical Female Psychology, he talks about female archetypes, and you're going to notice one of them is the good girl. If you have the book, I'd suggest you go back and read it, because when you look at the good girl, it's exactly the same as this. Exactly. Now tell me the meme about men being raised as defective women isn't true. Because the kind of good girl who treats looking good as opposed to actually being good, or being the one that's good in a relationship, isn't exactly like this defective man here. You won't, essentially. And then Jose, he was the third example there. He was the one that kind of hit home for a lot of people. But in this case, successful business consultant. He was afraid of intimate relationships, highly educated, high earner, good job, physically active, and his recreation was taking a 100-mile bike ride or climbing a mountain. Truck nut masculinity, man. He saw himself as controlling and acknowledged that his drug of choice was recognition. He was attracted to a dependent. He was Captain Save-A-Ho. He found it interesting, and he seemed to attract incest survivors, which is a very specific type of broken woman, but that's the one he got, so whatever. He openly acknowledged he came from a dysfunctional family, second to 7 kids, lower class. At age of 14, he ended up taking the role of parenting his younger siblings. Single parent homes will often have like a Captain Save-A-Ho, oldest son kind of thing. Saw his father as angry, controlling, abusive, explosive, and demeaning. Mother was manic depressive. She had mood swings. He worked hard all of his life to be different from his family. I do suggest, if you guys haven't, by the way, when you're watching these things, like, get this book. Give it a read. I have seen more examples of Jose than I've seen of just about any other examples here. I did a video, I think it's a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, about a kid who's with a completely chaotic household full of chicks, and he basically can't handle it. And I put that one out there with some, recommendations and advice and strategies on what he can do. And it was amazing how the comments all reflected. So there's like a giant wealth of guys who are basically set up for failure by people who just should not have been parents. Anyways, Jose considered his natural intelligence, his work ethic, and his ability to solve problems his saving grace. If that sounds like the high IQ crowd, yes it is. All these factors he believed that let him escape to his family dysfunction and make something of himself. Without them, he was convinced he would have ended up just like his parents and the rest of his siblings. And this is why perfectionism isn't a good thing. So right now he's attached his identity to being the smart guy. I'm high IQ, I solve problems, I get things done, I'm a good worker, I have a good job. You see all of those things manifest. Now here's the problem. Sometimes you can do all the right things and you still lose. For some people it's just, okay, can't win them all, dust yourself off, try again. But in this case, what you're going to get is a guy whose identity comes crumbling down. And these are the guys who end up hitting a trauma and end up finding their way to the red pill. It's kind of interesting when you think about it, but treating your IQ as as a quality you need to be proud of, while it's a good thing, I mean, higher IQ is always better than lower, tons of stats to prove it, but treating it as your identity is not a healthy thing to do, especially in an imperfect world. So he does some review of child development stuff and abandonment. From perfect little boys to nice guys is the general roadmap they follow. Because guys left to their own natural devices will generally turn from children to well-adjusted enough men. It's pretty standard. We've been doing it for a couple 100,000 years now, and for the most part, guys will be raised a very similar way. So these issues end up causing abandonment issues. I'm going to skip past the shame part and the survival mechanisms, other than to quote it here. So this is what's meant by a nice guy. You take this combinations of fear of abandonment, usually built from, errors in childhood development on the early stages. Sometimes it can be overprotective, perfect parents. Sometimes it can be completely manic, ridiculous parents. Sometimes it's just a single parent with a grudge against an ex-husband. But either way, you end up with these survival mechanisms where for nice guys, they took the form of the following paradigm or mental model. It's if I hide my flaws to become what I think others want me to be, then I will be loved, get my needs met, and have a problem-free life. Break that down for you. There's a lot to unpack. First off is the if. If I can hide my flaws. This assumes that you could hide it. Now, if any of you guys have been on Twitter for any length of time, I'm sure you've seen these guys full of bravado. You can see the insecurity wafting off of them. And this is just off a few pieces of text on a screen. Imagine in person when you're seeing them with their actual body language. Like this. And to get back to sexual strategy here, girls have been hit on and part of the sexual marketplace since they were teenagers, early teenagers, while you were still playing Nintendo in your home or playing Wii, whatever you're playing, Xbox, who cares? They have like a 7-year head start on the sexual marketplace. So they've seen just about every BS line and attitude that a guy can have. So when you start coming up thinking that you're going to hide your badness, this is like trying to say, I just did my first crime and I'm going to talk to this professional 20-year police investigation and be able to hoodwink him with all my clever words. Like, it doesn't work. Experience will always beat intelligence, hands down. So you can't really hide them. And then to become what I think others want me to be. This assumes you can read other people's minds. And this is so common on the sphere. So many guys think they know what women want. So many guys think they know why women did something. And they always seem to know that it's always centered from themselves, which is like a very bad. I know it's weird because guys, like, we lose the ego we had as children, but for some reason we only seem to keep the part that sucks, that abandonment issue side of things. But so what you think others want you to be, right there's a flawed premise. You don't know what others want you to be. They're usually too busy thinking about themselves anyway. So what this does is it ends up just projecting your ego onto other people. And this is why nice guys act with covert contracts, act with reciprocity. I do nice things for you, you do nice things for me, because you assume they want to think just like you think. And that's why you cannot know what others want from you or want you to be. You shouldn't even try. Second answer to is then I'll be loved, get my needs met, and have a problem-free life. First off, that's not how love works. You can't give to get. Attraction is binary. You either have it or you don't. And you'll find it before you even say anything. Just by walking up, just by looking at somebody, just by sharing a word. So getting loved is not something you can control or manipulate like this. It's just not. Getting your needs met, in this case, you're really asking a lot of somebody. Like, there's an insane amount of neediness in here. You're basically asking somebody to help you relive your childhood with a better parent figure. And you're going to ask some 23-year-old girl to do that? She's going to tell you to piss off. She just will. And then the problem-free life, I mean, that's just ridiculous on its face. So stepping on here to the next topic, it's about you're going to end up with two types of nice guys. But before I do, we'll do some quick chatting here. I just noticed the super chats. Let's get caught up. All right, blah, blah, blah. My skin, blah, 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 blah. Thank you, Nicholas Dredd, for the $7.99 Australian super chat. I'm really enjoying your breakdowns, man. Thanks for the content. Dude, no problem. Like I said, you keep watching and I'll keep doing these things. Oh, there we go. The emotional hose. Don't understand what was Glover used to talk about it. Smash the like button. You know what? What the hey? We got 40 people smashing like and 86 viewers. Half of you guys either don't like this very much or just on a platform you can hit the like button. So everybody else will hit it for you. F's in the chat. Our CEO, he has a nice little comment too. The more I worked on myself, the more I realized how many women were actually more messed up than I was, which, yeah, everybody's kind of messed up. And that's the funny thing. And I don't want to give the cliched we're all in this together, but it just shows the stark difference about how somebody who has inherent worth versus somebody who doesn't is treated when they're both equally messed up. So women have a nice head start in that sense. So you kind of need to not be a nice guy, essentially. Anyways, back to it. So the two types of nice guys. The first one exaggerates his belief about him being bad. And it makes him the worst kind of person. He's the I'm so bad nice guy. The I'm so bad nice guy convinced everybody on how bad he is. He can give concrete examples of bad behavior in childhood, adolescence, adulthood. They support his core beliefs about himself. Now, when you think of core beliefs, I talk about a deep narrative or a collection of mental models. So if you've ever had a problem understanding what that was meant, that's what it means. He always talks about how bad he was to be. It's always that rag to riches tale about how, I've always been a bad kid, bad this, bad that. And his only hope for any kind of happiness lies in trying his best to make his inherent badness or to mask it. He never really believes anybody will like him for who he is because he doesn't think he has any other choice but to hide it, because they won't. The second kind is the I am so good nice guy. So he handles this toxic shame by repressing his core belief about his worthlessness. So what does that mean? Well, that means he has that same internal deep narrative about being inherently bad or inherently dysfunctional that the I'm so bad nice guy has, but he just pretends it's not there. He represses it all. He is one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He never gets angry. If he's conscious of any perceived flaws, he sees them as minor and easily correctable. He was never a moment's problem. As a teen, he did everything right. As an adult, he follows all the rules to a T. He's basically become so passive and conflict averse that there is nothing bad about him. But there's also nothing good about him. He's essentially just milquetoast. And this is where you get those guys that get mad because, I have a nice job. Why doesn't she love me? And this is basically why. Like, what is there to love? You're not doing anything but trying to please her. You're becoming a mirror. Girls only like mirrors if you can apply makeup in front of them. So that's kind of a funny thing to note on that. Quick chat here. So Sage, you're asking below, what is a true alpha? There's no such thing as a true alpha. Alpha is not a demographic. And as much as you guys have probably followed a lot of red-pilled or MGTOW or black-pilled or just manosphere content creators, and they keep talking about how to be more alpha and how to do alpha, there's no effing thing. It doesn't exist. Alpha, simply put, are just behaviors and qualities that build attraction. I always joke, if it's alpha, it makes a girl wet. If it's beta, it makes a girl comfortable. Neither one is inherently good or bad. But if you only predominantly do one, like if your goal is to get married and have kids and you have 100% alpha, first off, you're probably a drug dealer or a pimp. Secondly, you're going to create so much anxiety that the girl just won't stick with you. If you're single, you obviously want more alpha qualities than beta qualities. So you have to add some if you want to become, a family man or in a relationship or anything past a first night lay. And this is why it's usually seen as bad, because you need much fewer beta qualities than you do alpha qualities. So that's a good thing here. It's good that we're kind of correcting the record on this. I don't know why people still refuse to see it that way, and they prefer to call it alpha behaviors. If I had to take a guess, though, it's that I'm so good nice guy paradigm, where guys make this package. They write alpha male in the front of a box. They fill it up with everything they're already doing, and they dump it at your feet saying, I'm a good person. See, it says so right on the box. The funny thing, too, is that, so the next part, he talks again some more breaking free exercises, and then the baby boomer generation insensitive guy. I've always glossed this over. I'm like, I don't really care what happened in the 60s. It doesn't really help us. But the key points to take away from it are boys separated from their fathers and other significant male role models. Divorce has essentially killed the family unit this way. Boys were left to be raised by women, and let's face it, right now, until you're the age of 18, you're going to see very few men in your life who are in a position of authority. Teachers, parents, friends, relatives. And third, he puts radical feminism implied that men were bad or unnecessary. Now, I usually prescribe the idea that feminism is riding the coattails of all these things and not driving the boat themselves. Glover disagrees here, but that's fine. Just know that there's a constant messaging out there that being man is inherently bad, reinforcing that I'm very bad paradigm we had talked about before. Next is a little bit of a history lesson. Now, I've talked about this a bunch. I've referenced Whisper's post on technological advancements and how it's created the sexual marketplace we have now. Glover actually talked about it here a couple decades before we did, which is interesting. And he mentions the shift from an agrarian society to a manufacturing society to an information society. He didn't bring up the exact same points that we had before, where it just separates the distance between sexual maturity and economic independence. The points he takes from it, so in general, nice guys he's worked with do not have a close bonded relationship with their fathers in childhood. Part of that is because dads always had to go out and work. When you're working on the farm, dad was always there. So if anything, and it's funny too, because you see a lot of the trad Connie LARPer types talking about how you need to have a stay-at-home mom while dad goes out and works. Well, it's really no different than what we have now. If you really wanted to be trad, you would say dad works at home and, is there with the kids as a male influence, I guess. The original brand influencer. But anyways, not here to rag on the trads. We're here to fix guys and get their sex lives going. And then, it is not unusual at some point in childhood for nice guys to have made a conscious decision to be different than their fathers. If you want more on this, Rollo Tomasi has a great article on this, The Promise Keepers. And it goes through this with an amazing level of detail that Glover just doesn't in the book. But that's fine. So I believe that a significant number of nice guys produced in the 40s, 50s, and 60s is the direct result of mothers, not fathers, teaching their sons how to be male. Consequently, many nice guys have adopted a female perspective of masculinity and are comfortable having their manhood defined by women. That's kind of an interesting key point too. And if you'll notice, this is where that meme about expressing your feelings comes in. And I wish I could remember who did this, but they had made a mention of it. And it had to do with the African-American community in the States, how the decimation of the family unit, and say what you will about Middle America or the West, that specific demographic is like 10 years ahead as far as these demographic trends are going. So the thing that they noticed is men tended to have one of two types of masculine archetypes, like thug or simp, essentially. So either you end up with a hyper masculine type guy, and this is why I really dislike that alpha male as a demographic stereotype. You'll see guys talk about being alpha male this, alpha males do that. They talk about dark triad, but they almost talk about it like it's an identity, like I want to be a psychopath. So that's taking the idea of alpha as like sexual strategy, or the idea that alpha qualities make a girl wet for you, and just amping that up to 10. Well, if she likes a guy who's a little bit rough and tumble and aloof, well, I'm just going to be the most of that possible. And then the other one is the simp, literally the guy who's like, I will never be like that guy that attracted my mom because I love her and I want to find a girl just like her. It's damned weird. And it's, again, America is very, I think Carl talked about this one of our Red Mornings, where Americans can never like do nuance. It's always extreme one or extreme the other. And this is a great example of that. Then he brings up the dominated education systems. I mean, these are all talking points that MGTOW's been talking about. I'm not going to waste your time here because a lot of this stuff doesn't affect us. The Vietnam War, women's liberation, soft males and boy men. There's all kinds of things in here, and probably an older crowd would like this, but the part I wanted to focus on is the habits of highly ineffective men. So something else that has to do with growing up without inherent value, which is the male condition, or the male paradigm, is that until you're effective, you're not worthwhile. People like men from what they can get from them. If you think that's incorrect, notice the primary cause of divorce tends to be the loss of jobs from the father. And that's just the way it is. So taking that as a given, so he frequently tells nice guys, if you keep doing what you've always done, you're going to keep getting what you always had. And he brings up a list here. So seeking the approval of others, trying to hide your perceived flaws and mistakes. Notice that they don't actually have to be flaws, but perceived flaws. And this is where a lot of guys tend to like hide parts about themselves that are actually attractive. That's tall guys who tend to hunch and crouch too much because they're worried about looking too tall. These are gym cells, those guys that work out, have amazing bodies, but are very insecure about it. These are people who have really good jobs, but they're terrified of losing it at any point. I think Bruno, I actually had a video where Bruno was talking about, be careful, boys, if you lose your job, she's going to trade you up, so you got to hide money. And I was like, what the? If that's not hiding the badness, I don't know what is. So sacrificing personal power and playing the role of victim. If you guys don't know what that is right now, I don't know what to tell you. You haven't been paying attention the last 2 years. So disassociating themselves from other men and their own masculine energy. The masculine energy thing, I don't really get that. That's kind of like an energy, whatever. Chakras, vibes. I'm not into that stuff, but basically disassociating from men things. And these are the kind of guys who will acknowledge that a girl who has no guy friends is probably not good to date, but then will have all female friends. And they're wondering why he's not very approachable as a person either. So creating situations and when they do not have very much good sex. Now this one, wanted to spend a little bit of time on this one here, and then we'll end it off. There is so many errant mental models in the sphere about this. So picture the first one. A guy, that weird virgin worship. Everybody's like, oh, I need a girl that's 18, never had another guy ever. That's the only girl that's going to be loyal and pair bond with me. And in this day and age, the only time you're going to find a girl of legal age that hasn't ever had sex is usually going to be through some sort of repression, either faith or abuse or something. So you get these kind of girls and you call them your unicorn, and then you end up 5 years down the line wondering why you have complete sexual hangups within a relationship or marriage. It's like you self-selected for it, and then you have to be surprised when all of a sudden this girl that had never seen another guy before has really weird views about sex. That's not to say you need to find yourself a tattooed up hooker, but it does let you know when you're searching. Everybody talks about this ideal, they're not thinking it through. They're literally creating their own prison, or as Rich calls it, overcomplicating their lives. Another one is, and this one's common. Guys are having field reports about trying to get back their marriage, and they're going through this stuff, and they talk about how they've been needs more hair. Talking about how they're working on their maps, they're first red pilled, and then there was a recommendation. I can't remember if it was this book or Sex God Method. They call it a sexual hiatus. Don't really agree with the principle of that, but here's the thing. So a guy stops initiating with his wife. He's just tired of getting shot down every time he does it. So he's like, whatever, I'm going to go work on some stuff, get my own thing. Put aside whether that's good or bad strategy. What'll happen at some point is the girl will start initiating, but the guy is so resentful about all the times he got shot down that he takes a certain joy in shooting her down. And then, as we know, girls take rejection far worse than guys, and this creates a huge self-sabotaging situation. Sometimes you just have to take your ego out of the equation. So if you're a guy and you're in a dead bedroom in a relationship and your girl starts initiating, the last thing you want to do is discourage that behavior. Especially not because you want to soothe your ego because she shot you down 3 times in a week, something like that. Sometimes you just have to understand that the ideal outcome is more important than your wounded ego. And that's something to think about. So on that note, I'm going to leave it there. We're going to take a second here to go through the chat, make sure I didn't miss anything from you guys. All right, True Alpha. And it looks like we're good. Yeah, go with a warrior and a garden archetypes here. And Sage, I know you're goofing around, but yeah, like if you take nothing else from this, just realize, map this stuff to your own personal experience, because more than any other book and more than any other red-pilled set of models, I found this one resonates the most with guys. They will always find some aspect of the nice guy model that fits their life and has been detrimental. And they sometimes don't even notice it until it's spelled out in these levels. So once you can do that, that's the first step to removing your don't be unattractive. And at that point, you're much easier time being attractive. That's the self-improvement, guys. That's work out, lose weight, be hot, dress nice, get a Hawaiian shirt, cut your hair, trim off that stupid mustache. You know what I mean? So take all that for what it is. This is part 2. No more Mr. Nice Guy. A proven plan for getting what you want in love, sex, and life. Robert Glover, again, huge Omega Seamaster fan. I'm going to catch you guys on the next one here. It'll probably be next week or Sunday. Thinking I'm going to go back to the single side of things, and then we'll jump back to this afterwards. Anyways, thank you very much for listening. Don't forget to hit that like button. If you like what you see, hit subscribe, share it on the various platforms, because a lot of guys who kind of need this stuff are too proud to search for it. Just don't do it to your boss, because he'll probably lash out at you. Anyways, I'll catch you guys on the next one. I always get a kick out of doing these things. All right. There we go. Welcome, everybody. What are we on now? Episode 3, No More Mr. Nice Guy, going through the sidebar. Thanks, everybody, for showing up. Thank you. I already see as many likes as concurrent watchers, so that's awesome. I'm really glad you guys are enjoying the series. And if you just got here from the Married Red Pill or No More Mr. Nice Guy subreddits, welcome. I guess let's get started. So we've already talked before about what makes a nice guy, how to define a nice guy. The next part here is, as Dr. Glover puts it, learning to please the only person who really matters. So let's get that one up. Let's get started. It's an interesting thing he starts off the chapter with. So as Glover puts it, from the perspective of this guy, Todd, which, you know, you've heard a bunch of the archetypes from before. I'm a chameleon, revealed Todd, a 30-year-old single nice guy. I will become whatever I believe a person wants me to be in order to be liked. If you remember before, that's from the previous mental guy paradigm, where if you act the way everybody wants you to act, they'll give you the love you desire and your life will go simple and easy. We all know it doesn't work that way. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. I'll continue. With my smart friends, I act intelligent and use a big vocabulary. Around my mother, I look like the perfect living son. With my dad, I talk sports. With the guys at work, I cuss and swear. Whatever it takes to look cool. Underneath it all, though, I'm not sure who I really am, or if they just like me or if they would just like me for who I am. I can't figure out what people want me to be. I'm afraid I will be all alone. The funny thing is, I feel alone most of the time anyways. So just about everything a nice guy does is consciously or unconsciously calculated to gain approval or avoid disapproval. Nice guys seek this external validation in just about every relationship or social situation, even from strangers they don't particularly like. Todd is an example of a man who, because of intellectualized toxic shame, believes he has to become what he thinks other people want him to be. Nice guys believe this chameleon-like metamorphism is essential if they hope to be loved, get their needs met, and have a problem-free life. So the problem with this comes in that trying to please anybody or everybody, you don't actually please anybody. And most importantly, that includes yourself. I'm going to bounce back and forth between a couple interesting topics here, but Glover uses a word to describe the value-seeking arrangements. He uses attachments. Now, you're going to notice a lot of this stuff kind of sounds a lot like, if anybody's ever done pickup, what they talk about is props. In a pickup stand, but a pickup perspective, that makes sense. The props kind of do what they do. The problem is, as Carl from Black Label Logic put it, buying into your own mark, like believing you're actually Hulk Hogan and you're not actually just, Terry. You can't really buy into your mark, because that's where these problems kind of stem from here. So there has to be a certain level of detachment from the things that you like in your life. Like, what's that line from Fight Club? The things you own end up owning you. And that's kind of where it fits into here. So as he describes it, nice guys attach their identity and worth to these things and use them to convince themselves and others that are valuable. Without these attachments, nice guys don't know what else about themselves would make anyone like or love them. Being a nice guy is the ultimate attachment. They believe their commitment to being good and doing it right, good and right are in quotations, was what makes them valuable and compensates for their internalized belief that they are bad. If you don't remember from chapter 2, we talked about that in the previous episode, where there's 2 different mental models that nice guy have. There's the one that I'm inherently a bad person and I'm inherently a good person. The inherently bad one is that crippling insecurity they have to hide constantly by being what they think the other person wants them to be. Usually from their perspective that they think they know what other people want them to be, which always ends up being wrong. It's just a projection of their own bias. And because of all this, it makes it impossible for them to understand why somebody would like them. I'm going to use an example from, actually, this is a great pickup example. So you'll see a lot of guys who entered that space, like Mystery, RSD, a lot of those guys, they'll end up learning a system, the system works, and they end up sleeping with women, but they end up not liking the women afterwards, because in their mind, it was still parlor tricks and games. Now, if I could pull a fast one on this girl and she liked me because I did all these goofy tricks, then she's obviously stupid. So why would I like her? And that taps into the whole manipulative part of it. In reality, what you're supposed to do is just adopt the system as like a crutch or training wheels. You learn how to give it some amount of structure, and then you kind of plug your own life into the pieces as they go on, and then you learn that you can just be who you are. I don't want to say be yourself because that's just loaded with so much baggage, but you can kind of approach these things more naturally. But once you start thinking of the training wheels as if they're the bicycle, that's when you run into problems. So it'll be great. They have breaking free exercises in here. I'd suggest you guys give them a shot. In this one here, he asks guys to write down examples of their attachments. And I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent here because this is a wonderful little... oops, where is it? There it is. Great article by The Last Psychiatrist. So this guy, I reference him a lot. Let me just... interact with this one. He's kind of red-pilled before red-pilled was a thing. So like he was big in the early 2000s with his blog. He was a psychiatrist dealing a lot heavily with narcissism. And so when he talks about attachments, here's something else here that you can take that expands on the concepts. It's his article. If this is one of the sexiest things you've ever seen, you may be a narcissist. I'm not going to read the whole thing here, but the part I will is his primer on narcissism, where he talks about, like, when everybody thinks about narcissism, they think about the DSV-5 or the psychological manual for it, which is grandiose sense of self-importance, removing everybody as like human beings. They become set pieces in your life, which is, I mean, it's good, but it's got that problem with all dogs are poodles or all poodles are dogs. I'm sure you've heard the saying before, but it's diagnosing the symptoms. It's not actually dealing with the root cause. And he makes the case that the root cause is not that a narcissist has a grandiose sense of self. It's that a narcissist has an inner monologue that is detached from reality, and he expects everybody else to conform to it. Otherwise, he performs what's called a narcissistic rage if he doesn't get what's called narcissistic fuel. Now, if you're wondering why I'm referring to narcissism so much when we're talking about nice guys, aren't they supposed to be passive and insecure? Well, yeah, but that stems from narcissism. In their mind, and if you remember before from the last chapter, remember what I talked about, there is inherently good and inherently bad paradigms that nice guys follow? Well, those are those narcissistic scripts that they have in their head. And other people accommodating them is the fuel, which is this: if I act the way I think they want me to act, then they'll love me forever and my life will be easy. That's the narcissistic fuel they crave. And when other people don't give it, you end up bidding a cycle of resentment. Now, back to the heels. We talked about attachments. And I'm going to skip the part here. So consider the narcissist who wants his wife to wear only white high-heeled pumps. The narcissist wants this not because he himself likes white high-heeled pumps, which he might, but because the type of person he thinks he is would be with the type of woman who wears high-heeled pumps. Again, it's all about the signaling. Okay. Close that. I don't need to interact anymore. We're going to go back to No More Mr. Nice Guy. It's all about the signaling. And that's a very important thing, because if you'll notice, it's just prevalent on social media right now. How, what's the recent thing here? I guess Black Lives Matter, Antifa, the Seattle and the cop thing, all that. You're going to see the actual event and the actual grievance, which is a fairly valid grievance. Nobody wants people who have the legal use of force to be oppressive. That goes without saying. But that's been completely warped in this day and age to the point where everybody's focused on the symbols. Everybody's focused on what their group identity means. And if you don't think that the BLM hashtag is an attachment like these, then haven't been paying attention. So it's kind of neat because once you understand what Glover's talking about in here, you're able to see it in society writ large. And it's just everywhere. Part he goes on next here, which is, I really want to expand on this one here because I love this section. This is where you can tell if somebody is actually, like, for example, red-pilled himself, has become self-actualized, or he's just kind of LARPing or going through the stages. When he talks about nice guy attachments here, there's a section about seeking the approval of women. So nice guys seek approval and validation in just about every social situation, but their quest for approval is most pronounced in their relationships with women. Nice guys interpret women's approval as the ultimate validation of their worth. Signs of women's approval can take the form of her desire to have sex, flirtatious behavior, a touch, a smile, or attentiveness. On the other end, if a woman is... Let me get my G Fuel out of the way here. I can't read. Use code PewDiePie for 30% off. At the other end, if she's depressed, in a bad mood, or angry, guys interpret these things to mean she's not accepting or approving of them. So there's a few things to take away from this. The first is on the positive side. And this is where guys get it right, but I don't think they get it right in the way they mean it. When sex isn't everything and not everything is about women and you're putting pussy on a pedestal, I'm sure you guys have all heard those memes, and they're all true to a large extent. But here's the thing. He uses very careful language there, where he says it's the be-all and end-all. Like, what was the specific wording he used here? Let me get that so I don't... The ultimate validation of their worth. Notice that, the very hyperbolic language. And that means not that there isn't value in being able to like get sexual gratification from girls, but just treating it as the ultimate validation. And that's what the problem comes with here. So, I mean, let's face it. There's not very many time-tested and true sources of external validation, like real ones. For guys, it's mostly sex and violence, danger and play. I'm sure you've heard one or two of the others. Being able to beat another man in a competitive thing is arguably the closest we can come to validation on the same level that like hunger does when we finally eat, that euphoria that follows from it. Sleeping with women is another one of those. Now, I'm not saying you need to use, winning the tournament in your mixed martial arts gym versus, sleeping with 3 girls that week. Not a 50-50% thing, but you have to realize those are powerful motivations and they are powerful indicators of success. They just are. But you can't attach an identity to them and you can't make them an attachment. Because once that happens, then you lose what's called outcome independence. And if you don't know, outcome independence is the way, I guess it's a more refined way to describe being aloof to somebody else. So you've done something deliberate in your life, whether it's going to sleep with a woman, whether it's being more attractive for your wife, whether it's, whatever competition you want to put. In this case, we're going to stick to the women one because that's what Glover here's doing. Once you attach that, or once you detach that from your identity, it becomes the thing where, okay, the situation's either going to go this way or it's going to go this way, and I'm fine with either scenario. Let's use sleeping with girls for an example. I actually talked about this in my book, Fuccfiles, on Kobo, Amazon. Check the links in the description, yada, you know the spiel. Being able to sleep with women was fun. I mean, it is obviously fun. It's made to be fun. It's in our genes to think it's fun or we just wouldn't do it. But once I got to the point where the chase was more fun than the catch, or just the process of learning something, like in my case, I treated pickup like it was tradecraft. Oh, I want to get better at approaches. Oh, I want to see if I can approach with this thing that's not supposed to work and make it work for me through body language or force of will or whatever. Whether I actually got a girl or not was irrelevant because it was a very fun and entertaining way to spend your time, and I had very little downtime at the time. I was sailing with the Royal Canadian Navy. That outcome independence was how you prevent yourself from turning into, I don't know, for example, let's say a Roosh, who treated girls as the center of his world, and when they didn't feed into his narcissistic fantasy of, it's very traditional beliefs, I guess. I mean, if you follow him, you can kind of see it, but they didn't follow it. Now all women are trash, and watching Cardi B is the next step to, homosexual sex and all that kind of stuff he rants about. You got to put things in their proper place. And on the flip side of the coin, when we're talking about the negatives, that resent building thing here, and this is where seeking women's approval requires nice guys to constantly monitor the possibility of a woman's availability. And it's the possibility of availability here, which is what we're describing. If it sounds familiar, if it sounds like simps, it's simps. Gauging the possibility of a girl's availability. And this is where it's constant neediness, it's constant validation seeking. On a very limited level, it's going to be a guy who likes every girl's post on Instagram or always sends haze to her DMs as soon as she tweets out something that shows a little bit of leg. all the way up to like a more relationship focused one where, if a guy does more chores, then a girl's comfortable and maybe she would have sex more. And actually, I think that's the example he uses here. So since nice guys see sex as the ultimate form of acceptance and they must believe that a woman is in good mood before she will have sex, these men are constantly diligent not to do anything that might upset a woman who they desire. In addition, if the woman they desire is angry, depressed, in a bad mood, they believe they must do something quickly, lie, offer solutions, sacrifice, manipulate to fix it. Couple things to break off in this too, which is awesome. I love how he's put it this way. Do you remember earlier when we said that I do what I think the other person would want in order to get their love? Well, this is a case of guys pretending they can read minds. Anybody who slept with a girl for any length of time will know her being in a good mood is not contingent onto your sexual frequency. In fact, makeup sex is probably something that every guy in a relationship knows. You have a giant fight and afterwards, very hot, very passionate, cool. So obviously she doesn't have to be in a good mood. At the same time, a lot of guys have had that Sunday morning romp where everybody's really tired or kind of hungover and just kind of going through the motions. It still feels good. It's still fun. It's not something that's dependent on comfort. But if it's a nice guy personality or a nice guy mental model, which in this case equates to a nice guy's narcissistic script, he assumes all those things because he wants to be comfortable, because he wants to be happy all the time. If you remember before, the last part, like I said, I keep going back to it, the nice guy paradigm. If I do what I think she wants me to do, then she will love me and my life will be problem free. That comfort is something a guy is searching for there as a nice guy, and he's projecting it onto other people, which is why all these validation seeking things reek of creepiness. When you taking a step back, it's like, have you ever been in an argument with somebody and they throw an accusation at you that makes no sense? The one thing I can tell you is that the other person is literally thinking that or is guilty of it and they're projecting it onto you. Or again, back to the book. One of the nicest lines you're going to hear when you're on a date with a girl is have her look over, turn to you and say, we're not going to have sex tonight, right? Because in your mind, you never brought it up. You never were you're obviously thinking about it, but you never brought it up. You never hinted at it. She just came out of the blue with it. So what you can take from that is that that was something she was thinking about and an argument she was having inside her head, and she projects it onto you. Same thing here. So these are the things the guys want, and he projects it onto the person, assuming he can read their mind. Kind of like a version of the golden rule. Do unto others as you have them do unto you. But it's not a healthy way of doing it. And here's the problem then, So he's not getting his narcissistic fuel for this narcissistic script. So what is he doing? Offering solutions, sacrificing himself, manipulating. All this stuff is very unattractive. And that's the 2 rules of attraction. Be attractive, don't be unattractive. Be attractive is easy. You're going to see a ton of guys talking about hit the gym, hit the weights, lose weight. And I've said the same myself. But they completely ignore the second side of the thing, which is summed up as calling it simping. Fair enough. But the possibility of availability extends beyond just sex. Since nice guys have been conditioned by their families and society to never do anything to upset a woman, they are hyper-vigilant in responding to the moods and desires of women they don't even plan on having sex with. And that's the rub. White knighting, the guy actually doesn't think he's trying to sleep with the girl. He's just running off of instinct. Defend the woman is a typical nice guy behavior built on a crippling insecurity. And that's why every time you hear some guy white knighting for a girl, like online or in your social circle, that standard response that always shuts it down is like, I hope she sees this, bro. And that's why that's such a powerful, powerful statement. Because you're acknowledging there right away, you're doing this for her validation. I hope she sees this, and I hope you get what you're looking for from this. And right there, the nice guy hates to have all this stuff exposed. He's actually very secretive, very manipulative. He doesn't like it to be an overt thing. He likes it to be a covert contract. So when you expose it as overt like that, it tends to be embarrassing and he has to walk it back. So it's a very, very uncomfortable place for a guy to be. Now, from a practical standpoint, in the next section here, seeking women's approval tends to give women the power to set the tone of the relationship. This is chore play 101. Every time a guy's been in a marriage where he's been slipping, loses frame, acquiesces to a girl too much, tries to make her comfortable, does all of these nice guy behaviors, he will end up hearing something to the effect of at some point, well, maybe if you did more chores around this house, I'd be comfortable and we would sleep and I'd be more inclined to sleep with you. Any guy who's worth anything, who's been in any relationship, will tell you that this trap, all it does is get you doing more dishes and gets you away from her. I think I did a video on chore play. What I want to say was a salsa and chore. It was one of my cooking videos anyway. Yeah, I'd have to go back and look. It's one of the early ones. Anyway, I'm sure if you search chore play on my YouTube channel, you'll find it there. So seeking women's approval creates rage towards women. I call this the Roosh. I know I keep dunking on him this time, but whatever, he had it coming. So most nice guys claim to love women, but the truth is, most of the men have tremendous rage towards women. This is because we tend to eventually despise whatever we make into our god. If you'll notice, you ever wondered why I was always posting those women of Willendorf photos on social media? Well, this is why. Once you prioritize women to the point where it's almost like a deity, then yeah, you're going to get resentful when your god doesn't rain manna from the heaven. I hope she sees this, same thing. Putting women on a pedestal in an attempt to win their approval, sooner or later, that adoration will turn to rage when she doesn't reciprocate as you wanted. I think, is that what he basically says? It when she fails to live up to nice guy expectations. I like his next sentence, though. This is why it's not unusual to hear a nice guy proclaim his undying love to a woman in one breath and then ragefully call her an F and C only moments later. It's totally true. So the thing to note from this is if you're this guy in this situation, you got to be able to understand... Oh, there's my mouse. You got to understand why you're doing this. Most guys, you're going to see why you're doing... Like, you can see it very easily in other people, but when it's you, it's very difficult. And that's because you're not ego invested when it's somebody else. Ooh, a little busy in the chat here. I'll deal with you guys. We'll come to that at the end here. His breaking free exercise number 5, which I would say is the most important one out of all of them, is if you didn't care what people thought of you, how would you live your life differently? If you were not concerned with getting the approval of women, how would your relationships with the opposite sex be different? And of all the lessons through my community or the Married Red Pill or even the Red Pill community has tried to impart, this is the strongest one. What would you, like, how did I phrase it? Guy complaining about his wife. She doesn't do this. She doesn't do that. She's very lazy. I've been working out now for 3 weeks and she hasn't even gotten off the sofa. Like, all right, let's say your wife died tomorrow. How would you live? Just do that. And I find it's like a very easy model to live by. Because then a guy's like, she's not even a factor. And any chance you have of validation seeking or pedestalizing or deering, any of that stuff is gone. You just treat her like she's dead. The relationship, we broke up and she's just living in the house waiting to get a thing out. Usually guys give a little bit of pushback, but you'd be surprised. It's not very much when you go, oh, that means I have to make the kids lunches. And that means I have to do all the laundry. And that means I got to fold the sheets. And that means I got to earn money. And that means I got to and then they talk about all these things they have to do, but then they do them. It's a great post by Archwinger in this, by the way. I wish I could pull it up, but I didn't prepare for it because it just kind of came to me here, where he talks about how he had done a stay-at-home mom job. It took him 4 hours and he's like, this is great. I would do this every day. A lot of guys realize once they handle their life as if they don't need the approval of others, their life is much easier. Like Rich says himself, guys have a notorious need to complicate their lives. And then once you start 100% doing everything in your own life, you realize how easy it is to maintain a life you like. And this flips the script to validation to the point where it's not that you're trying to please the girl. It's that you're looking at her, Frumpopotamus sitting on the couch eating bonbons, complaining about this, that, or the other thing, going, my life's basically on lock and it wasn't too hard. So what does she offer? And for a lot of guys, it's that realization when they get I like to call it the wife goggles slapped off their face. So if you guys don't know what this concept is, wife goggles is a descriptor for male's aspirational model of love. When we get in a relationship with a girl, when we first hook up with her as like that hot 19-year-old, that's the image that's locked in their head. For the rest of our life, every time we look at our girl, all of her wrinkles get smoothed off, her behavior gets smoothed off, and we still see that same hot 19-year-old girl. Call those wife goggles. once you get to a point where she acts sufficiently bitchy, whether it's because of your nice guy behaviors or maybe she just is, regardless of the way it happened, but eventually what happens through some kind of trauma or prolonged experience, you're either going to have learned helplessness to the point where you can't remove them and it's kind of like a psychological problem at that point, or many guys just get it slapped off their face, and then she goes from that hot 19-year-old you've remembered for 20 years to now she's the 45-year-old one that's been nagging you for 3 years, and you just see her and you never see her the same again. It's really tragic that girls can ruin relationships like that, because it's very hard to do that. But once it's done, it's amazing how easy it is to guy to start acting in his own self-interests, which ends up making him more attractive in general, not just to a wife or a girlfriend, but to everybody. And most likely, he will notice he will have more fulfillment in his own life. And that's kind of the key. I wish there was an easy way to do it, but unfortunately it's like, yeah, hating her just a little bit seems to be the way that's worked the best over the most period of time. His next section is about cover-up artists. Now this is, I would argue, one of the most important parts of this chapter, if not the whole book. And he brings up a story. When my son Steve was 9, he accidentally poked some holes in our kitchen table with a ballpoint pen. When he realized what he had done, he immediately showed his mom the damage. Steve had appropriate, healthy shame about his mistake. He knew that his actions had caused damage to the table. He also knew he had to take responsibility. Most importantly, he knew he wasn't bad. If I had done the same thing as a child or even as an adult, I would have had an attack of toxic shame and tried my best to hide or deny what I had done. I would have been convinced that someone was going to be angry at me and stop loving me. I would have lived with the secret as well as a constant fear of being found out. So numerous nice guys have commented that they couldn't relate to my son's situation. Without exception, everyone admitted they would have done the opposite of what he did, tried to cover it up, and that's hiding the badness. Nice guys believe they have to hide or distract attention from perceived shortcomings. If they forgot something, if they're late, if they broke something, anything that's considered a wrong, they have to hide it. And this usually comes from two ways. One is attacking the other person. This is the whole, well, if I'm a bad person and you're a bad person, then nobody's a bad person. That's always the cutting people down to make yourself feel better approach. And the other one is just hiding it, lying about it, manipulating it. No, I wasn't late. No, I didn't do that. No, I definitely didn't sleep with them. We were just friends. Like, do you see the the gimmicks there? So it's kind of neat. Well, I guess he calls it hiding the evidence, but one of the things he uses here, which is kind of important on its own, is the way guys will hide the evidence. And one here, it's a very flawed mental model when it comes to relationships. He calls it drawing from the account, which I'm sure you guys have heard Rollo say this a lot, where it's guys treat relationships as if it's like a bank and there's relationship equity. Girls don't think that way. Girls have like a +1, -1 view of relationship equity. Well, you did something nice. Well, you know, I stroked your ear last night, so we're 1 and 1. So we're even. It's all washed out. You bought me a house. That's great. I kissed you on the cheek. 1 and 1. We're even. So there is no relationship equity at all. And even if there was, the way people internalize that is so wrong, you're better off just not. So as he puts it, nice guys strive so hard to be good, giving, and caring. They believe these acts build up a credit that wipes clean any wrongdoings they might do. Part of the nice guy's belief is that if he does most things right, no one should notice the few things he does wrong. Doesn't work that way. Everybody knows. Nobody notices how often you've shoveled your driveway, but everybody notices that time you didn't. And that's just how life works. So this is going to constantly create a feedback loop of guys doing bad things and going through the toxic shame, going through the different hiding the evidence things, deflecting, attacking, that rage we had talked about, that misogyny where guys end up getting mad at women and calling them an F and C. This is all kind of built into the same feedback loop, and it's a horrible narrative to have, but so many nice guys have it. Because in their mind, why can't she follow the script that I said? I do the things that I think you want, and you're supposed to give me unconditional love. Well, it just doesn't work that way. Fixing is another one. This one, he says, mature people take responsibility when they make a mistake, apologize, make amends, or repair the damage. Conversely, nice guys try to fix the situation by doing it whatever it takes to get the other person to stop being upset. I bet you anything, all you guys are thinking right now of an example of a relationship or marriage, either yours or somebody else's, where somebody did something wrong and so they bought flowers to make her feel better. And this is exactly what we're talking about. Don't fix things. Now, we talked before about, fixing things if you're truly apologetic and feeling bad, but there's a difference between taking responsibility for your actions and trying to fix actions. The way we found it works best for red pill guys is don't apologize, ever. And a lot of guys take that to mean, what, you never apologize? Like you could do no wrong, you're just king shit? You're like, no. Never apologize. If you did something, you either meant to do it and you're not sorry, or you didn't mean to do it, and that's a my bad, mea culpa. All right, it won't happen the next time. But the thing is, actions are what matter. So by taking responsibility, you just don't do the things that you're not willing to accept. So you don't ever need to have an apology. If you did it, there was a reason. Well, why were you so mean to me? Hey, it's had to happen. I told you, don't yell at me. That's how it works. And again, he has the dear response. So this one, it's one of the acronyms that I would say if you haven't learned it, learn it. You're not red-pilled until you can memorize this easily. The one he uses is DEAR. It's also referred to as JADE, but DEAR is defend, explain, excuse, and rationalize. And they're fear-based responses. So if somebody accuses you of something, if your first thought is to defend yourself, then that's an unattractive behavior. It's a nice guy behavior. And what you're doing is you're using that fear and crippling insecurity to get them to change their mind about you, because you don't want somebody to think badly of you. Same way, think of explanation. So if they only had the information I had, they would understand I'm not a bad person. Excuses are another one. Rationalization, that's probably one of the worst ones, because rationalization is how you get to a dehumanized state. Could expand on that, but I don't want to turn this into a reference about bad people doing bad things. Turning the tables, that would be, here's the funny thing too. So turning the tables is what they would call in pickup terms, pressure flip. Some girl gives you a fitness test, oh, you think you're all that, don't you? And you kind of pressure flip, well, why would you even worry about it? Like, you know what I mean? Which works great in those initial interactions. If somebody's giving you a shit test and you come back with a pressure flip, it puts the onus on them to impress you as a person. But as a long-term strategy, it doesn't work. It's very, very short-windowed, 8-hour pickup interactions. That's another reason why you can't just run games like this your whole life. Eventually, you have to internalize things. And in this case, these are one of those ones that works early on, but you want to shed it pretty quickly. He talks about walls. I mean, everybody should understand what it means by putting a wall up between you and somebody, but Teflon Man's the one thing I wanted to get into. So as much as nice guys try to look good and get people to like them, the above defenses keep people at arm's length. And you guys are going to love where this is going, by the way. Like most nice guy patterns, these unconscious behaviors actually accomplish the exact opposite of what the nice guy really craves. While desiring love and connection, his behaviors serve as an invisible force field that keeps people from being able to get close to him. Nice guys have a difficult time comprehending that in general, people are not drawn to perfection in others. They are drawn to shared interests, shared problems, and an individual's life energy, whatever the hell that means. So I'm going to go back to this one. People are not drawn to perfection in others. Now, I want you to think about that next time you're on Twitter and you see a guy, alpha male 7.0, or I own 5 Lamborghinis and I only do 9s and 10s. Bravado is probably one of the least attractive and strongest insecure nice guy behaviors around. And that's why you have a hard time following Instagram models talking about how great they are, or pickup guys talking about how great they are, or a dude in Central Florida who says he's the greatest man in the manosphere, El Presidente. All those guys, and you've never been able to put your finger on what it is about them that's kind of off-putting. But once you understand it from the paradigm of a nice guy, it makes perfect sense. That perfection is off-putting because you know it's a lie. It may be aspirational. Everybody would love to be perfect. I mean, if you're a nice guy, you would expect to be, because then everybody would love you unconditionally and your life would go without problems. So you think, yeah, that guy's got the Lamborghini. Yeah, that guy's got the 9s and 10s. Yeah, that guy runs all those things that people do that you see online. And it's just, It only works on the type of person that already is that same nice guy. Now, if this is blowing your mind, just wait till it. When we say nice guy, we don't just mean ineffective, weak kind of men, like a beta male is what you would think of. That's not it at all. There's some guys that are extremely tough. You would look at them, think, wow, he's like built like The Rock. He's got a gruff voice like Clint Eastwood. This is a man's man. But he still has these same nice guy behaviors. That's why all he can do is brag about his abs, or brag about how many girls he's had, or brag about this and talk about how great he is that, and his Lamborghini, and his 6-figure income, and his side hustle. All that stuff. All lies. I guarantee you underneath it is a scared little boy who just wants mommy to love him. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they actually are as great as they say. They are perfect. But every time I've seen the claim, give it 6 months and the cracks start to show. So that's Teflon men. And I guess this is kind of, I'm not sure if this is a branding thing or a real life thing. I'm guessing both. You'll notice some guys tend to be self-aware about the Teflon man, but they haven't really gotten past that insecurity. So what they'll do is they'll lead with their flaws. Again, remembering back where we talked about the good guy paradigm and the I'm a bad person paradigm, like nice guys do both. This is the ones that lead with, and I know it's a bit of a joke, but yeah, I've been to prison. I'm a nice guy now, though. They always lead with these things that are negatives, and they use them as if they're positives. I think Rollo refers to this as turning your virtues or your vices into virtues. And it's the exact same Teflon man behavior as I own a Lamborghini or I have 6-figure income, that kind of stuff, which, I mean, it's 6 figures. A lot of people earn it. So I'm not saying everybody with a 6-figure income is a nice guy. I'm just saying the guys that brag about it tend to be. Same as the guys that are like, I've messed up. I used to do crack. I've been to prison, blah, blah, blah. It's the same thing, but different flavor. Well, you can't use this against me. I just said it myself. So we just canceled out my bad guy behavior. Now you have to love me. It's like, no, dude. A normal functioning human being who's healthy with his mental models will realize, like, you don't brag about your badness to hide it either. You just don't brag about it. Like, in a million years, a normal self-actualized man would never think about bragging about going to jail. That would be, of course, that would be shameful. And there's this thing he talks about in here, the difference between guilt and shame. Or I guess he'd be, yeah. But we'll get to that one later here. I don't want to jump the boat on that. And the actionable stuff for you is identifying the approval-seeking behavior helps nice guys to learn to approve of themselves. And he says, as odd as this may sound, and this is odd, nice guys have to practice being themselves. When he says that, it's not in the be yourself way that most girls say that, girls will love you if you just be yourself. He means be yourself as in act as your own mental point of origin. Act without regard to the effect it has on others. I mean, outside of, I know if I punch somebody in the face, it's going to hurt them. Like, I want to say there's a nuance, but you know what? I hate don't eat paint warnings. So if a guy hears this and thinks that he gets to act like a complete dick around everybody to shed his knife guy, then I don't know what to tell him. You need to learn to apply this properly. So yeah, what do I want? What feels right to me? What would make me happy? He has an example here of a guy, Cal. Now, Cal loved his car. He washes his car, waxes his car. He thinks his car is what impressed people and made them like him. So Glover's example there was to have him just not wash his car. Don't vacuum your car for the next month. And then he would eventually drive around. He assumed everybody was looking at his filthy car and thought poorly of him. And he was horrible, anxiety attacks, all that stuff. But by the end of it, he realized nobody treated him any different whether the car was clean or not. Nobody really cared. And then at the end, he just realized, okay, it's a sense of relief. So it's not whether I'm liked or not liked based on my car. I don't need that attachment. So now when he goes to wash his car, he does that because he has a sense of pride in it. It's his nicest favorite car. He likes treating it well, but it doesn't come attached with that external validation required from other people. And again, sometimes the action can be identical in a nice guy and a normal self-actualized man. The difference is the motivations. It's just one of those things. And then he talks about good things. Doing good things to take care of yourself are small steps towards shedding your nice guy behaviors. This is, if you've been even red pill aware. You should know this stuff. So he says here, exercise, work out, go for a walk, eat healthy, get sleep, relax, get a massage, go out with buddies, buy new shoes, get your shoes polished, get dental work done, get a physical, listen to music. If this sounds like the first 3 steps of dread, as the Blue Pill Professor put it, you're right. Build a frame, build your own mental point of origin, build hobbies outside of your relationship with your wife, learn to respect your own boundaries, and your time and attention and commitment doesn't come without a value add from the other person. That's specifically what we're talking about here. I'll end this section on this. So as the recovering nice guy does good things for himself, he'll begin to feel uncomfortable. He may feel frightened, anxious, guilty, or confused. These feelings are the result of what's called cognitive dissonance. I'm sure you guys have heard me at least once or twice say your feelings are dumb or your feelings are bad and you should feel bad for having them. This is exactly what I'm referring to here. If you've been sexually unsuccessful, financially unsuccessful, whatever method of unsuccess that brought you to my doorstep, you're going to be doing something painfully different. We're talking about, be a little bit of an asshole, hate her just a little bit, your own mental point of origin, you do you, rational self-egoism, all this stuff. So you get there and you're getting the guy to do these things on his own. The gym bag routine is one like a little game I show guys to play to practice as an exercise, and they feel bad. They can't really explain why, but they just don't like it. It's awkward, and they start coming up with justifications as to, well, maybe I should just do this. Well, I'll go to the gym when she acts like this, but I'll come back with flowers. And you're like, no. You're supposed to feel bad because this is being attractive and not being unattractive is a new space for you. So if you don't feel any discomfort, if you don't feel awkward, if it doesn't feel wrong, then you're not doing it right. So if anything, you have to feel bad. If you don't feel bad, you're not making any growth. Something for you guys to think about, though, moving forward. Here's the one thing. So it's funny. A lot of us have some issues with No More Mr. Nice Guy. For example, his first section there, he says, bring it up with your wife, talk about it together. Flat out, no. In everybody's experience, does not work. Girl doesn't need the book to become the authority. It's supposed to be you. So if she asks what you're reading, you're just like, I don't know, a book somebody recommended me, and that's all you say on it. He talks about positive affirmations, helping nice guys learn to approve of themselves. Again, it's too much of a feeling thing. Maybe it works. I've never seen it work. It's never worked for me. Nobody's ever reported that telling themselves they're a cool alpha male has done anything but make them a really crappy brand online. So you do you if you want to get to that part. Spending time alone helps nice guys learn to approve of themselves. Again, this one it kind of comes with the territory. We don't specifically talk about go somewhere and be by yourself. It just kind of comes. Like if you need to read No More Mr. Nice Guy and When I Say No I Feel Guilty and Rational Male, and your girl's constantly nagging you and you're in a horrible marriage, then yeah, you're going to want to be alone just because you need a place to focus. Like one of our moderators and guy I've probably started same time as, I think we started the same week. He used to drive out into a Walmart parking lot, read his book by candlelight because he was just needed out of the space. So the alone time kind of naturally comes with shedding unattractive behavior. So I don't feel a need to harp on about it. And the self-help thing, like this whole thing is self-help, so I don't like how he has to have a whole section back onto it again. Just write it down. Honestly, field reports in a locker room is all you really need. And that'll shed through all this stuff. But we'll end on this. So by shedding their chameleon skin and learning to please themselves, recovering nice guys begin to experience the intimacy and connection they've always desired. By learning to approve of themselves, they begin to radiate a life energy and charisma that draws people to them. As nice guys stop seeking approval and stop trying to hide their perceived flaws, they open a door to start getting what they want in love and life. And that's the key to it. If you take nothing else from this part here and you're the young single guy, don't brag about your Lamborghini, don't brag about your 6 figures, don't try to be perfect, because perfection is the best enemy of just normal functioning. Because here's what happens. You're not perfect. And everybody who says they're perfect knows they're not. Anybody who's an alpha male, one thing you can say for sure is that you're definitely not. Once you do that, people don't feed into that. And then when they don't feed into that, it builds a cycle of resentment and anger. And this is what that thing that as a nice guy you need to avoid. But so that's section 3. No more Mr. Nice Guy. I see a bunch of you guys in the chat. We're going to spend a few minutes here and then we're going to call it. Look at you guys, very busy. All right, smash that like button. Feel free to subscribe. I'm doing a bunch more of these. I'm probably going to do section 4 this week, and eventually going to switch back to the red pill sidebar, the single guy stuff. I'll end on Republic of Awesome's comment here. So I was a nice guy for years and didn't know it. I just thought it was being a good guy, doing all the things people I trusted told me I needed to do. AKA, don't be like your dad. Yeah, dude. A lot of this isn't malicious either. That's the thing. Like, this didn't come out of a vacuum. Promise Keepers is one element of it where, you know, you love your mom. She's the first person that imprinted on you when you were a kid because dad left or dad was kicked out of the house. Don't be like your dad is like a common good guy thing that it's not, I will do what I think they want me to do. It's they flat out tell you what they want you to do for that love that they're offering, which is weird because a parent's love is supposedly unconditional. So when they start throwing conditions on that, it's a really subtle way of brainwashing a kid, which my expectation is this is why it's good to have 2 functioning parents, because there's always at least one of them who's crazy, or they're both crazy, but in different sides. So you eventually learn that, okay, this is not congruent at all. And you learn to kind of carve and understand your own mental model. So it's pretty neat to learn. On that note, thank you guys for subscribing to this one. I'll catch you on the next one, and cheers. Oops. Let's go, outro. Thank you, Vincent, by the way, for the £2 super chat. Keep it up, Ryan. Don't worry, man. We got tons of these down the pipe. Let's keep it simple. Hey, guys, a little change of venue here. We're going to go and work in the sunshine in the kitchen here. Next step, no more Mr. Nice Guy. This next part is important. I'm not going to fluff with too much external stuff here. By the way, thank you for showing up. Thanks for the wait. Don't forget to smash like, subscribe. You guys know the spiel. The next part is going to address covert contracts, and that's of all the things that married guys do when they first come and they first get their map and they first start working on the red pilling of themselves, the first thing that they find sabotages them, or covert contracts. Now, some of them are easy. I mean, everybody says the same lip service that, you know, I'm doing this for me. But when you actually map it to people's behaviors, you find it tends to be just loaded with them. And a lot of the time, guys don't even know they're doing them. So I figured we go through this with a little bit of a fine-tooth comb. So making your needs a priority. Glover starts it with, I want you to know I'm really uncomfortable with that thing we talked about last week. Lars, an anxiety-filled executive, began his second session of counseling with this statement. He come to see me on the encouragement of his wife. He reported being generally depressed and unhappy for as long as he could remember. In recent months, he had found it difficult to sleep at night and was experiencing migraine headaches on a regular basis. Even though everything in his life seemed to be fine, good job, nice home, family, he never seemed to be happy. Now, side note on this one, if you'll notice, most of the guys, when they talk about their happiness and everything is good, but, and then explain the things that are important to them, you're going to notice a predominance of beta traits that tend to be on par while the guy's not happy. Not sure why, not sure what it is, but in general, most guys' relationship problems don't stem from a lack of beta behaviors. It's mostly alpha behaviors. So for a lot of guys, a lot of what you have to do is just add your desirability, increasing your sexual market value, or just having more displays of higher value and the things that come with it. That's the working out, that's the being social, that's the being charismatic, even as far as catch and release and beyond. These kind of things tend to help sort them out. Now, I'm not going to sit here and give you some evo psych reason why that's the case. Just know that it's there and know that it's common. And in general, the first steps you can take tend to be increasing the alpha behaviors in your life, which the one thing that you can talk to just about anybody with that will all agree is about working out. So lifting heavy weights and eating good is a no-brainer on this part. So in his first counseling session, Lars revealed that he had constant fantasies of chucking it all away and disappearing to somewhere else in the world. If that makes it sound like those guys that want to be digital nomads, that want to leave the office and become entrepreneurs, well, yeah. This is why a lot of that entrepreneur Twitter is full of platitudes, because people don't really want to be an entrepreneur. They don't want the risks that come with it. They don't want to start their own business. They generally want that feeling of desperation, and they want it kind of validated. And that's where the platitudes come in. You hear these great stories. Yeah, 6 figures after 6 months. You just got to hustle, bro. And everybody gets a good tingly feeling in their body. Then they go back to their horrible, tragic relationships and lives, which are essentially self-inflicted. So, moving on. For the rest of the session, I shared with him the importance of making his needs a priority and taking responsibility for finding ways to meet them. And this is where we move on to the next part, where he talks about low maintenance kind of guys. And Lars is fairly typical when it comes to his needs. He meets everybody else's needs while trying to be low maintenance kind of guy. When I talk to them about making their needs a priority, there was similar response to Lars. So he notices a pattern to it. And in this case, it's trying to appear needless and wantless. If that sounds like stoicism, well, you'd be right. It's kind of 2 types of stoicism. There's the stoicism that you read, which is closer to the serenity player. If you haven't heard of that, it's God, give me the strength to change the things I can and the fortitude to endure the things I can't and the wisdom to know the difference. And that's essentially stoicism in a nutshell. Changing what you can, deliberate action, and not wasting your time on things you can't alter. But in this case, stoicism represents this low maintenance kind of nice guy where they just try to be without want. You're going to see it manifested a lot among married guys when they talk about how their wife chews them out or all kinds of crappy behavior, or girlfriend does this and everybody treats them like trash, and they sat there and they took it. For some reason, guys seem to think being a punching bag is being able to take 9 rounds without flinching, like the Homer Simpson boxing thing. And it's very, very clear when a guy's talking, because on his field reports, he will tell you about how bad it is, how much stuff he's putting up with, and he'll always use words like, and I just responded calmly. They always say they responded calmly or stoically. It's a dead giveaway when somebody uses an adjective like that they're seething inside, but they're trying to pretend to be low maintenance. They also make it difficult for others to give to them, and covert contracts. But we're going to put a pin in that because covert contracts take a majority of this, episode, and we're going to go over them in depth later on in it. The next thing is trying to appear needless and wantless, preventing nice guys from getting their needs met. So for nice guys, trying to become needless and wantless was a primary way of trying to cope with their childhood abandonment experiences. If you don't know what this is talking about, you're catching it a little bit late. Go back to episodes 2 and 3, or mostly episode 2, where they talk about how essentially childhood formative experiences when it comes to abandonment based on ego are what create a lot of these nice guy behaviors. Being how most of us are most likely millennials coming from the greatest divorce generation in history, it makes sense that it would be an uptick in this anyways. So these little helpless boys concluded that if they could eliminate or hide all their needs, then no one would abandon them. It's because, you don't ask, you don't get disappointed. They also convinced themselves that if they didn't have needs, it wouldn't hurt so bad when needs weren't met. Again, it's kind of like a weird inversion of you can't fire me, I quit. It's like, well, I never even showed up to work, so you can't fire me. It's very weird. So this creates an unsolvable bind. These helpless little boys could not repress their needs and stay alive, and they could not meet the needs on their own. Their only logical solution was to try and appear needless and wantless while trying to get needs met in indirect and covert ways. Again, it all leads to covert contracts, or the nice guy paradigm, where if I do what I think she wants me to do, then she will love me in the way that I want and my life will be problem free. If I repeat that a lot, it's because it's probably the most important phrase in this book. If you can truly understand the depth behind it, then you're well on your way to never being in these situations, or if you are in these situations, to get rid of it. Moving on here. So there's a breaking free exercise. I cannot stress how important the breaking free exercises are. Not so much for the sake that he mentions it in here, but a lot of times the guys lack self-reflection. And this is why we ego invest. We shed a lot of the things that we think are unattractive, but really are. But we lie to ourselves. So just the simple act of like writing this down or talking to somebody who's dispassionate towards it can really help you clarify your thoughts. And if the other person is good at what they do, which I would argue male friends, close male friends would be good for this. Marriage counselors, definitely not. Pastors, it doesn't seem that way at all. But, you know, I haven't seen one in 20, 30 years. So you'll have to check with your own parish. But the kind of person who doesn't just try to make you feel better, but calls you out on your BS is very important here. Again, Huey McGill, one of the married red pill guys, has been a moderator for longer than I have. He has a No More Mr. Nice Guy subreddit on Reddit. So if you don't have anybody to do these with, it's really good. Come down there, tell him I sent you, and run through your breaking free stuff. So it's pretty cool. So we're going to go into the next part here in covert contracts. Look at this. Love how busy it is in the chat here. Always happy to see Chesty in here. Using covert contracts prevents nice guys from getting their needs met. So nice guys are faced with a dilemma. How can they keep the fact that they have hidden needs yet still create situations in which they have some hope of getting their needs met? In order to accomplish this impossible goal, they utilize covert contracts. These are unconscious, unspoken agreements, and the primary way that nice guys interact with the world around them. Almost everything a nice guy does is a manifestation of a covert contract. So it's simply this. I will do X for you so that you will do X for me, and we will both act as if we have no awareness of this contract. So I'm going to map this to a couple very easy examples that I'm sure everybody knows. Everybody here, I hope, has at least been on a date. And if you weren't good at a date, what you would do is try to be a girl's friend first. Act very friendly, act non-threatening, act non-sexual with the hopes that, again, I will do this friendship thing for you so that you will provide sexual reward for me, and we will both act if there's no awareness of this contract. You can even see it on Twitter where some guy is white knighting for some chick. And that's why, like I said, the powerful statement behind that is I hope she sees this, bro, because it automatically ruins part 3 that everybody's acting as if they have no awareness of this contract. You're calling out that the guy is perfectly aware of what he's doing. And it doesn't even matter. Sometimes the guy doesn't even want the girl to sleep with him, or it's like online, you'll never meet her, whatever. But you're running off of instinct. So most of the time, guys don't know they do it. It's just their natural method of doing things. It's their mental model. It's limbic brain. They don't even give it a second thought, which is problematic because you're being disingenuous with your needs and desires. I mean, let's face it, if you're on a date with somebody, the first thing you want to do is you want to smash. And if you're not smashing, then why are you there? You've never taken a friend on a date to make, to have a buddy that you go play football with on the weekends. Never. It just doesn't happen. So pretending that it's not the case, or a lot of guys like, well, I'm looking for a wife. It's like, slow down. Right now, you need to find somebody who's equally invested in the relationship as you, as well as checking to make sure that they respect your boundaries or that you even know what your boundaries are. So a little premature for looking for a wife. Glover goes on to say, most of us have had the experience of leaning over and whispering in our lover's ear, I love you. We then wait expectantly for our beloved to respond with, I love you too. This is a perfect example of a covert contract in which a person gives to get. Giving I love yous get I love you twos. And it's returned the basic way nice guys try to go about getting your needs met. And anybody here who's got a girlfriend, had one, wife, whatever, partner, spouse, husband, whatever, I don't judge, will at some point have noticed that their girl kind of throws out a compliment on them with really expectations that we throw one back. It's something that kind of, once you understand it, you can't not see it anymore. It's these covert contracts are essentially men acting like defective women. Women do this covert stuff all the time. They completely talk through subtext and innuendo. So they aren't good at receiving it, but they're great at giving it. Now, the question is, if a girl's doing a covert contract to you, do you respond? Like if she says, I love you with the hopes that you say, I love you back, what do? You drop kick her through the wall? Like, no. Girls are girls. They follow your lead. So don't worry so much about trying to fix a girl and her nice guy behaviors, because girls are nice guys by default. It's kind of what makes them women. And that's kind of what makes guys attractive when they do it. Throwing that out there for you. So caretaking. Caretaking prevents nice guys from getting their needs met. It always consists of two parts. Glover talks about focusing on another person's problems, needs, or feelings in order to feel valuable, get one's own needs met, or to avoid dealing with one's own problem and feelings. So I kind of 50-50 on a lot of the stuff that Jordan Peterson was talking about in his messaging, and I'm sure you guys have all heard it over the past couple years. This is essentially the clean your room. And it's one of the few things that I think Jordan nailed bang on outside of after he kind of left the clinical psychology side of things and started talking about, Jesus and literature and I don't know, whatever else. A lot of people offload their responsibility for the things in their own life that make them unhappy, and they try to fix the world instead. And this is manifested in all kinds of different ways. If you want to look right now in the news, Antifa, Black Lives Matter, fixing the world instead of fixing your problems. Same thing as the married guy who decides to be the best employee ever or run the best business ever instead of fixing his home life or using it to avoid his home life. It's essentially exactly what we talked about in the first episode of this, hiding the evidence or hiding the badness. It's no different than a kid who, accidentally pokes a hole through the dining room table and then puts a flower pot over it so mom doesn't find out. It's that same manifestation. And a lot of times just being ashamed of your own stuff and not taking responsibility for it is what causes these behaviors. And that's why it's very common. If you've watched Hunter Drew, I guess now his name is Zach, but he always talked about owning your shit. And that's kind of something that came from the Married Red Pill. It was a weekly thread, and it's basically the only thread that's worth seeing in there. And I'm trying to replicate it. We're doing a pretty good job right now in our Patreon in the locker room. A guy has to go in there without ego, lay it all on the table, say what he's doing wrong and what he needs to do. One sec, I'm going to turn off that AC. There we go. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Own your shit. So the problem comes in real life. When you're talking with your social circle, when you're talking with your girl, there's always like a subtle power play in effect. Your social circle wants everything even keel. They don't want anybody to act differently. Everything needs to stay the same. Your girl, everything she says and everything she hears is focused through her ego. So it's not a conducive environment for you to drop your ego and have any semblance of vulnerability. This was the purpose of male spaces and camaraderie. Now, I don't mean to make it sound like a testicular cancer meeting from Fight Club if you haven't seen it. That's the part where everybody cries in each other's arms because they all have lost their testicles because of cancer, but they're promising themselves they're real men. That's the perversion of this that way too many people do. I could go right now on to a great example I like for this is a Facebook group called Order of Men. You'll recognize it because it's got like Spartan helmets and axes and leather and cigars and Miller Lite masculinity stuff everywhere. Guys go in there and they complain and they bitch about their wives and they say everything that she's done wrong. They make no effort to see in what ways they've enabled it and what they can do about it. And everybody else is just giving this giant coping strategy. So if you learn nothing else from this, learn that avoiding that is a very good way of being able to make progress and be held accountable. Something to think about there. Truck nuts, exactly, truck nuts. What better symbol of faux masculinity could there be than your Ford F-150, has to be a half ton, with a set of nuts hanging off the back? Or guys that refuse to neuter their dogs when they're living in the city and they let them roam free. So the example he uses here is Reese, a graphic designer in his late 20s, is a good example of the extremes to which nice guys caretake in their intimate relationships. Reese, who's gay, lamented on one of his therapy sessions, "Why can't I find a partner who gives as much back to me as I give to them?" He went on to describe how all of his boyfriends seemed to be takers and he did all the giving. Within a year, he entered into 3 intense relationships. Each began wonderfully and seemed like the partner he'd been looking for. Each failed because of the same scenario. Reese picked men who needed rescuing or fixing. Captain Save-A-Ho to the rescue. It turns out that even if guys swing the other way, it's still the same problems we deal with. So it's good to know it's so universal that your hetero or homosexuality really doesn't matter. The first boyfriend lived in Canada, recently gotten off of drugs. He came to live with Reese, but never applied for a work visa and struggled to stay clean. Reese went out of his way to be supportive and hopes that he would find a better job and stay off of drugs. Finally, Reese sent him home to get his life straightened out. Later, he found out the reason his boyfriend never applied for a work visa is because he was HIV positive. All the stuff he failed to tell Reese. There's a reason that all of us will tell you, like, don't try to save her. She doesn't want to be saved. This guy here, like, it sounds good. Everybody should want to be clean. Everybody should want to be healthy. Everybody should want to live with their boyfriend or wife or girlfriend or what. In this case, his actions spoke way clearer. He didn't want to stay clean. He didn't want to have everybody healthy around him that loved him. He didn't want any of that stuff. And so the problem with being Captain Save-A-Ho or trying to save somebody from themselves or picking a fixer-upper is you're essentially opting in to be an enabler. And in this case, a drug dealing enabler, which, I mean, in his example, you can see the consequences. But for married people, the consequences can be, like I said, STDs, financial ruin, child estrangement. Like, there's no shortage of it. And if you want to find out all the what coulds and what ifs and worst case scenarios, go check out any MGTOW or Red Pill brand channel, and I'm sure they'll talk about it incessantly. Every video, all the videos, all the time. It's nice that they focus on that part of it, but, you know, a little bit's enough. Just know it's bad. He goes into a bunch of his other boyfriends here. So the second one was a different race, and never came to grips with his sexuality. His parents and religion kept him in constant conflict. He was never able to commit. Nevertheless, Reese wanted to be supportive and giving, all with the hopes his boyfriend would eventually see things straightened out and become available. Never happened. Third one was in the military, living on a base, no car. Reese had to take the initiative in getting together and would often shuffle his partner around because Reese made more money. He always paid when they went out. He frequently bought the boyfriend gifts and loaned him money. When the boyfriend got transferred to a different state, Reese quit his job, sold his car, and moved along, only to return in 3 months because his partner stopped or started running around on him. So in this time, he spent so much time in that year caretaking for other people, he never met his own needs, and he essentially got taken advantage of. Taking advantage of or taking for granted is the opposite of, how would I word this? I don't want to say alpha, but yeah, strong boundaries. I guess the opposite of having boundaries is being codependent. This is strictly codependent. Anybody here in the chat, feel free to chime in. If you've ever had like a girlfriend in that who was going to college in a different state or a different province, they were going to take a job somewhere else and you dropped everything to go with them, usually ends up bad. Feel free to chime in the chat. I'd love to hear you guys' experiences too. But in general, every example I've seen where guys move to accommodate the girl they're with, it usually ends up going badly. And the theory about why this is because girls will act in their own best interests. And if her own best interests involve you, they would have probably turned down this chance to move. I'll give you a personal example. There's this posting in Quebec for naval people. It's in a place called Sept-Îles. If you don't know what Sept-Îles is, that's okay. Nobody knows. It's essentially the furthest east you can go on the continental Canadian country. It's as far east as you can be. It's this small town, 11 blocks in nowhere, Quebec. They do nothing. They have a snowmobile and that's it. Like they have to ship in groceries kind of thing. So there's one posting there, and this girl that was in the school with us, there was me, my friend Max, and her. She ended up getting that posting because she was fluent in French. So was my buddy Max. And she started crying. "Oh, I just met a new boyfriend. I want to stay at home. I can't take the posting." She basically tanked her career by going to the Padre and claiming a grievance against the whole thing. So she ended up not getting the posting. So they ended up sending in a last minute notice my buddy Max, who at the time, he and his wife had been together for about a year and they were trying for a baby. He ended up getting sent down there instead. His career went well. His wife ended up moving down there with him, even though it kind of hurt Like she was college educated, she had a career going in something, and she was basically moving to a nowhere town, which would basically put her career on hold. And she ended up doing that. So when you talk about trying to save somebody or you're trying to move to accommodate somebody, usually the girl will do that. And this is why, for the most part, a relationship is a woman's job, because their investment is essentially the relationship's investment. I can't think of a better example than that one there anyways. They're Chesty in the chat, outrage porn. I like it. Next part is the victim triangle. So rather than helping nice guys get their needs met, oh, where's my mouse? There it is. When they do covert contracts and caretaking only be led to frustration and resentment. When this frustration and resentment builds, it often spills out in not some pretty ways. Giving to give or giving to get gets a cycle of craziness called the victim triangle, where the nice guy gives others in hopes of getting something in return. Remember the covert contract before, I do X, in response you'll do Y for me, and then we'll act as if nobody knows what we're doing. And so he gives to others and hoping to get something in return. When it doesn't seem that he's giving as much as he gives or isn't getting what he expected, he feels frustrated and resentful. And then when this frustration and resentment builds up long enough, it spills out in the form of rage attacks, passive-aggressive behavior, pouting, tantrums, withdrawing, shaming, criticizing, blaming, even physical abuse. Once the cycle's been completed, it usually just begins all over again. I talked about it often. The feedback loop of covert contracts is a dangerous thing. You keep asking or you keep giving and hope to get something back. The person doesn't give back, and more often than not, even if they do, it's not to the extent that you would like. And then the guy ends up getting raged out. Weird thing is, he's not so much angry at the other person, he's angry at himself. And he kind of knows this, but ego prevents you from blaming yourself for things. So you always have to project it onto the other person. Great example of this is a married red pill guy running his map. It's a common thing. Chesty will tell you in the chat. There is no shortage of posts where a guy will say, I've been red pilled for 2 years. It's always 2 years. Don't ask me why. I've been red pilled for 2 years. What's a shit test? And you're like, what? And then you find out from the guy, they all do the same thing. They all work out. They all fix their diet. They all start dressing better. They start reading some game books, and they were doing it all for her. If you remember before when I talked about, would you, like a girl wants to get a job in another place, you drop everything and move to be with her, things go sour. And that's because girls don't like the pressure of that responsibility put onto them, because girls fear rejection. And they fear social ostracization or whatever. Having a stumble on that one. So instead of you moving there to be with her, it puts the onus on her. Then this experience has to be good or it's her fault. Girls can't stand anything being their fault. So what they will do is they'll tend to sabotage the thing. And that is one of the reasons why a lot of the times when a guy's move to be with a girl, 6 months later, she's jumping on some strange. Or in this case, a guy's working out, getting fit, becoming a top tier man to impress his woman. He's building a better mousetrap. And then the girl realizes at some point that this is all about her, and she doesn't like that responsibility. And so it turns her off completely. And this is where things tend to backfire. Now, why it always happens at about 24 months or 2 years, I couldn't tell you. But it's been consistent enough to know. If you're LARPing, you're going to find out in 2 years. As for what you can do about it, again, you just have to be aware of the covert contracts and you have to quash them instantly. The only techniques or strategies I've found that work for this is just assume your wife is dead. Assume your wife is dead, assume your relationship is dead, and you're moving on. A branch swing, essentially, with an olive branch. Now, if she doesn't count and she's not a factor in any of your decisions, what would you do anyway? And then you do those things that you would do. You're perfectly willing to move on, you're capable, but at the same time, you have a great sparring partner right now. Because if your game is tight enough to attract a person that's known nothing but your BS, nothing but your weaknesses, nothing but your vulnerabilities, nothing but your unattractive behavior for X amount of years, if you can work and game that one, you can easily game people that don't know anything about you and only see that showing of what you give them. So it's good to have that, and it's the only way I've seen that you really avoid covert contracts. So Glover's wife refers to these episodes as victim pukes. If you notice, we've talked about victim pukes often. And a victim puke is when a guy gives his field report, but it's not actually his story. It's just a list of grievances. And you can usually tell this because of the pronouns the guys use in their field reports. So for a guy who's victim puking, it's always she. You can almost count them. And as soon as it crosses that 30% mark, 30% she's, you can tell he's still knee deep in her frame, built up these covert contracts, and he's basically at level 3 of the victim triangle. So a lot of times, I think Wine More Please even made it a bannable offense after like the first victim puke to mention too many she statements. Ideally, you want to get completely everything within your own frame. I. It's a really good way to recognize frame when you see the guy treating himself as his own point of view in his life story. It's like a narrative thing. If you're making it from your own perspective, if you're describing things from your own perspective, then at least you know the guy is thinking in terms of frame, in terms of himself, and making himself his own mental point of origin. Guaranteed, you go, let's just use Twitter for an example, because everybody here has Twitter. You go to Twitter, and you find everybody talking about how bad the women is, and how horrible they are, without any mention of themselves at all. That's that triangle right there, and they're knee-deep in the anger phase. Oh, that probably killed the volume here. Yeah, so the goal can't be her. And it's not one of those, you got to do it for yourself, bro. It's not that. It's just if you make the goal about her, she's going to sabotage it. So whether or not it's good or it's bad, it just doesn't work. I'm using some examples of other guys, but I gave enough examples. I don't think we need to notice this. So truly becoming selfish. So since nice guys learn to sacrifice themselves in order to survive, recovery must center on learning to put themselves first and making their needs a priority. There's a great post by one of the other moderators. I want to say it was Scorchzang, but I'll have to check. It's called Why You're Lost. Feel free to look it up after this. And for a lot of guys, they don't really know what they're doing. It's a bit of a bait and switch, like we're telling them what to do in hopes that they figure it out as they go. But he kind of spelled it out. And what we're doing here is we're building rational egoism in guys, or what you would call in the Nietzschean sense, the master morality. Things that are good for me are moral, and things that are not good for me are immoral, essentially. And it's desperately needed. Let's face it. I always like making the joke. It's not really feminism's fault. They're just riding the coattails of it. But I always joke that feminism had 3 generations to show modern men how to act in the modern society, and they failed miserably. That first round of divorces raised a bunch of guys that were codependent and needy because the mothers and women in their lives raised them to be horrible people. And all the reasons that we've talked about here. Those generation of men ended up being kind of broken women along with their wives, even if they were together, kind of repeated the cycle. As you notice, it's kind of getting worse and worse and worse each time. And you're essentially... So all those things that Rollo talks about, where it's a war on gender or taking the man out of the scenario, it all kind of stems from this. And it's not because they're waging a war and we're losing. It's because guys are losing the part of themselves that makes them attractive and fully functional social human beings. And the more of it they lose, the more they don't even recognize that they need it. And so the less this stuff seems to matter. And that's why you're just seeing a whole lot of removal of masculinity from society. I mean, we live in a society. Moving on here. So he poses a challenge. In a session of one of my No More Mr. Nice Guy men's groups, I challenged each group to experiment with putting themselves first for at least a week. Through the challenge, it created tremendous anxiety for all the men, and each decided to accept it. The experiences of the 3, Lars, Reese, and Shane, were presented below. So Lars... He went home after the group and told his wife that he was going to make his needs a priority for the following week. Do not do this. Don't tell your wife what you're doing. Don't talk about it. Don't seek validation from her. He's already screwed it up here. She will assume it's fake because it most likely is fake. And from his side, he's given what's called like the New Year resolution thing, where as soon as you talk about this, you get that dopamine rush as if you've already done it, which actually disincentivizes you to actually do it. So keep your mouth shut. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about Fight Club is there for a reason. It's not because it's hidden. It's not because it's embarrassing. It's because you'll screw it up if you open your stupid mouth. So STFU. So Lars decided to keep it simple, His plan for the week involved making time every day to go to the gym and work out. Again, first level of dread. Before the kids were born, he'd been physically active, the demands put an end to all that. He decided to alternate his workouts before and after work. When he shared his plan with his wife, she applied a little guilt. I would say a little as being, what's the opposite of hyperbolic? Definitely downplayed. That's not fair that you get to work out and I don't. He was tempted to back down. He had an impulse to try and find a solution so his wife could work out too. Instead, he reflected her concern and told her he was going to work out anyway. So when he uses the word reflected here, I would assume he's talking about fogging. Now, if you haven't seen this before, we have 3 tools that we talk about for boundary enforcement with some 4th and 5th, but we'll pin those for now. Agree and amplify, amuse mastery, and fogging. In this case, fogging is what they call like a mental jujitsu. So if a girl's expressing her emotions at you, again, everything stems from her ego, you reflect those back. Well, I don't get to go to the gym and you do. I can see how you'd feel that way. It's 2-pronged. First prong is it shows that her feelings are valid, and girls, when they emote, always want some validation for it. But it doesn't acknowledge them as real in your world, but it doesn't like deny them either. Think of it like a keto. You just take their energy, throw it back at them. Yeah, I can see how you would feel that way. It validates their feelings, it calms the situation, and it gets you out of there without having to make concessions. And that's really what he's trying not to do here, because he's trying to be more selfish and take his own needs first. During his first couple trips, he was overwhelmed with guilt and anxiety. Nevertheless, he persevered. On the 3rd day, the wife actually asked how the workout went. Started to become more energized, blah, blah, blah. Basically, things went well. Reese's second one. His habit on the weekends was to go out with his latest boyfriend to the bars on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. By Monday, he was exhausted. He would spend the rest of the week playing catch up. So he decided for one weekend, he would put himself first and do what he wanted to do. Told his boyfriend in advance, decided he'd go out just one night, not drink, and be in by midnight. On Saturday, he went to go see a movie with some friends. Sunday, he stayed home. When Monday came, he felt rested and clear-headed at work. His boyfriend hadn't dropped him, and the rest of the week, productive and enjoyable. The takeaway for this one, and I cannot stress this enough, is guys have no shortage of overestimation of the consequences of them not taking their wife's feelings into account. Everything a guy won't do that is very obvious. His friends will all tell him, dude, don't let her do this, don't do this. He's like, yeah, but I can't do that. And they always get vague when it comes to the consequences. But really the worst consequence is a girl will leave you. Now, if your relationship is so bad off that you going to the gym 3 times a week is enough for a girl to leave you, it's already dead. And all you're doing is you stop lying to yourselves. So test these boundaries. You're going to find very quickly how many things you can do and how selfish you can be in your life without alienating the people around you. Again, if you're one of these nice guy types who's so worried about abandonment and that limbic brain section of you there, once you understand how small and inconsequential things are, it really gives you the freedom to act in your own best interests, which makes you, and here, let's make it altruistic. It puts you in the best position possible to help those around you. It's literally the analogy of putting on your own mask before putting on the people around you. Anyways, last one is Shane. He tried to do things for his girlfriend. He gave her gifts, planned surprises, did whatever he could. His plan would involve paying attention to when she had an impulse to do something for her, and whenever he felt the impulse, he would instead do something for himself. So instead of buying her a purse, he bought himself a purse. Good for him. When he thought about washing her car, he washed his own. When he felt the urge to buy her a gift, he bought himself a gift. When he wanted to call just to see if she was okay, he called somebody else instead, like a friend or whatever. All this created tremendous anxiety for Shane. Anxiety has genetic roots. Anxiety is our fight or flight response. It's kind of muted at this point because, no bears are hunting us down in our condominiums. But the problem with anxiety now is the same reason we have problems with chocolate cake. Our brains are hardwired to search out simple carbs because we need the energy. When we were cavemen, calories were scarce, and any source you could get, you'd take it. So what it used to be, you'd have to chew on a sugarcane root for an hour to get, 100 calories. We've since been able to create chocolate cake from refined sugar. So you can get 1,000 calories in like a minute with no jaw chewing whatsoever. And the problem with that is our instinct of our hardwiring for sugar has created diabetes in modern man. And that's how our instincts can work against us. In this case, this is a form of sexual diabetes. That anxiety you have because you're putting your needs first is fight or flight based on abandonment. And it's just not healthy now. I can't break it down any more than that. And I'll skip the rest because, yeah, it worked out well for him. And that's the point. Sometimes it's just a matter of acclimatizing yourself to these things and practicing them in a deliberate way, even if they're stupid examples. So for guys who are having relationship problems, and let's say you found your covert contracts and you've dealt with them, the next step, rational egoism. What's in it for me? And I like framing it kind of easily. Just anything you do, what's in it for me? Anything somebody wants from you, what's in it for me? If you can't answer that question, then just don't do it and let the consequences fall where they may. If you remember before, I already said to consider your relationship dead. The girl is gone and you're just keeping her there as a sparring partner. So once you understand you're not actually losing anything, you're not getting abandoned, it's already happened, and now you're just dealing with the fallout. It makes you much better equipped to handle these things without screwing yourself over by listening to your own stupid brain and your own stupid thoughts. So anyways, that's it for this one. It's pretty straightforward. We're going to do chapter 5. I'm not sure when. I see a lot of you guys in the chat talking about a lot of stuff. I hope I didn't miss any super chats. No, it looks good. So yeah, I don't know when I'm going to put episode 5 out yet, but it's good. I like seeing in the chat right now. So you guys are all kind of reinforcing it or talking amongst each other, swapping notes. That's red pill stuff in a nutshell. So anyways, I'm very glad you guys have enjoyed it this far. So take care, and I'll catch you on the next one. Where did we leave off from last time? Let's get to it. What's up, guys? Trying something a little bit different today. Well, not that much different anyways, but I'll just get right into it. If you guys haven't followed so far, we've been talking about No More Mr. Nice Guy, going through the sidebars of the red pill and the married red pill. If you don't know, too many guys are calling themselves red pill these days and talking about all kinds of weird nonsense that they invented in their head as some kind of weird grift to make their brand more important than everybody else. It's look at me, it's Instagram ass models, and I'm having none of it. So as a public service announcement, I'm going to literally go through the same material that most guys who actually are red pill do, and go through a lot of the, I guess, field reports, for lack of a better word. Anyways, it's going to be awesome. You're going to love it. And we are at the section of Reclaiming Your Personal Power in Robert Glover's No More Mr. Nice Guy. I think we're good to go here. Yep. So to start off, we're going to define what he means by personal power, because there's a lot of stuff in here that has the same vibe as that Anthony Robbins personal power. The secret is the message. Trust your vibes and feelings and all that other nonsense. So these things are somewhat specifically defined. He starts off with a story. One Sunday morning, a few years back, my wife Elizabeth and I engaged in a heated discussion over something I had done. Like many of our arguments, Elizabeth felt helpless to get me to see my denial. At the same time, I felt unjustly persecuted. Finally, when the argument reached an emotional crescendo, Elizabeth shouted in frustration, "You're nothing but a wimp." Or if you're on Twitter, you would say, "You're nothing but a cuck," or a beta male, or what do they call them now? Simps. Elizabeth left the room and I retreated to the bathroom to dry my eyes. I really hope this guy wasn't crying, but you know what? Whatever. So after a few minutes of reflection, she knocked on the door. I assumed she was coming back to take another stab at me. Instead, she apologized. That wasn't fair. And actually, he responded, "It was the most accurate thing you've said all morning." So nice guys are wimps. And he kind of goes into it here. We've talked before how abandonment issues that come from errant parenting techniques, which makes total sense right now because the millennium generation was raised by boomers, which have had a higher divorce rate and less satisfied relationships than just about any generation before or afterwards. And unfortunately, like the rest of the world, having to pick up after the boomers is kind of what we're all left here doing. And so you go through the abandonment issues, which is more limbic brained. It's about your ego when you were young, not being able to understand that things outside of your experience existed. It's the idea that that 2-year-old you is a narcissist, which all of us are. Nothing exists outside of our own heads. But during those formative years, without a second parent, non-narcissist doing the teaching and that, we kind of don't develop out of that stage. And that's why we're getting this weird case of delayed adolescence, which has put us all one fit behind. He goes on for a paradigm of powerlessness. So in order to cope with childhood abandonment experiences, all nice guys develop the same paradigm. And I've said it every episode, and I'm going to keep saying it. If I am good, then I will be loved, get my needs met, and have a problem-free life. This is nice guys to a T. We're going to break down a bit more of this one this episode. So unfortunately, it not only produces the opposite of what's desired, but it guarantees nothing but feelings of perpetual powerlessness. If you'll notice, a lot of the online space, and I don't know how much of it's equivalent in the real life space, but from what I've seen, dial the autism down from 12 to like 8, and you kind of get an accurate picture. But a lot of the, I call them second wave MGTOWs, they kind of go into it thinking, just going to get divorce rape. Why even bother trying? It's that kind of same powerlessness. And it's going to really blow your mind when you see anybody who unironically calls themselves black-pilled or MGTOW, I call it the second wave. You can kind of tell the difference between the Terrence Popp and Aaron Clarey's and then the rest of them. But where it's all expletives of powerlessness manifesting in, what you would consider to be misogyny, but it's just really, it's a screaming of powerlessness. Or in some cases you get that we gotta fight feminism, kind of making them the enemy, because then that hides your badness and your ability not to deal with it. If we're going to go back into other things, there's the archwingers, women act as shitty as you let them. If you look back at that, it's kind of letting you understand how things like the Karen phenomenon, if you don't notice, Karen is like a middle-aged woman with the bob haircut, super entitled, always asking to speak to the manager. If you haven't seen examples of it, I don't know what to tell you. But these all stem from guys that roll over and act conflict averse. And girls, their natural proclivity is to test a man. If you remember last episode, we talked about practical female psychology's roadmap of the betaization of modern man. That first phase is testing. I want to see if this guy can put up with a little bit of bullshit. Because if he's not strong enough to handle me, how's he going to handle those bears? And in our limbic cave brain ways, we think we got to defend ourselves against bears and tigers. And as much as we can say that was 20,000 years in the past, it still sticks with us. It's in our DNA. So just aware it exists. Anyways, we're enough rambling. In spite of the fact that we live in a chaotic, unpredictable world, nice guys are not only convinced that life can be smooth, but believe that it should be. This belief is the direct result of childhood abandonment experiences. The unpredictability of not having their needs met in a timely, judicious fashion was not only frightening, it was potentially life-threatening. So in order to cope with the uncertainty of a chaotic childhood, nice guys developed a belief system that if they could just do everything right, then everything would go right in their lives. And this segues into Promise Keepers, as Rollo Tomassi puts it. If you guys haven't seen Promise Keepers, I would strongly suggest you go check it out. I could pull it up, but I got a different article I want to show you guys first. Usually what happens, so we talked about those childhood abandonment issues from earlier that most guys will have. It usually involves parents getting divorced, parents getting separated, or just a father having that quiet life of desperation who's sticking it out for the kids even though he's absolutely miserable and he's put himself into a horrible place. So these guys will tend to look at the father and the mother's just complaining about him. She doesn't like him this, she doesn't like him that. Now, with hindsight, we know it's just girls like to complain. It kind of gives them energy. It's their yellow sun of Krypton. But as a small kid with an ego attached to that, an ego attached to you, you don't understand that. So all you think of is like, this stuff is all his fault or it's all my fault that's causing it. And so guys will oftentimes subconsciously or consciously make the decision to never be the man that's angering their mom so much. And that's the promise keeper. I promise. But then the problem is, if you only understand that surface level, subtletistic version of how women work, you're going to be raised lacking any of the positive qualities that attracted your mom to your dad in the first place. First-hand example of that myself. Now, there's oftentimes cases where guys would be what you would consider borderline abusive, emotionally, physically, whatever. Put that aside right now. Obviously, you're not supposed to be abusive. That's fine. And never mind that emotionally abusive is such a fungible, vague amount of territory that there's no way of knowing if somebody is or not. It's totally a subjective thing. Putting all that aside, realize that people don't do what they don't want to do. So if a girl's in that relationship, then that means she wants to be on some level. For some reason, it's getting her needs met. And when guys see this and they put this black and white, positive, negative, good and evil kind of attitude towards it, they miss out on the gray area that is life. And as much as it pains me to say, a lot of people put up with abusive relationships because they want to. Now, we've already talked, I think it was episodes 2 and 3. You'll probably know better than me because you're the ones listening to this, but we were talking about the Captain Save-A-Hose. I think it was Jose in the examples we had before. A lot of these people like fixer-uppers. And it's the same idea with women, that you can tame a savage beast. So it's not that women are any better off. In fact, in most cases, they're worse because they were never really expected to be more. I'm not sure if I'm wording that right, but the problem is then you remove positive male influences from girls' life, then girls end up being left to their own devices, and they kind of build themselves into the worst of what masculinity can offer, in the same way that men are bringing out in themselves the worst that femininity can offer. We're basically swapping things around, but everybody's so bad at it, it just ends up to this kind of dysfunction. Where'd I leave off? So he's talking about, again, men develop belief systems, that their childhood was ideal and problem-free. This goes back to chapters 1 and 2, where we talked about the everything is good and the everything is bad types of nice guys. The everything is good one just forgets everything that's negative and bad and idealizes it. Oh, my parents were high school sweethearts and it was the most beautiful thing in the world, and I want to have a piece of that, so I need to find myself a 18-year-old. And if you want to see how that ends up, I would suggest to go back to the channel, look at the other sidebar series, Michael's story. And that shows exactly what that good type of nice guy becomes. That's the Michael. He goes here, a second part of the nice guys, the reason they don't accomplish their goal is because they're doing the exact opposite of what works. A lot of people talk about authenticity. And authenticity is good, sure, whatever. Actually, I think it's kind of benign. It really depends. If you're authentically a douche, then you're just a douche. It doesn't matter if you're authentic or not. But people talk about that, but what I think is more important is to understand congruence. Your actions, your speech, your goals, and your beliefs need to align in the same direction. For example, let's use a female example because I know it off the top of my head. I joke often about the sun hat goddesses. And that's an example of a girl that's, partied it up all through her 20s. And then at the tail end, if I wasted my 20s, she puts on a sun hat, a summer dress, takes a picture of herself in a cornfield, and all of a sudden she's the trad wet dream. It's absolutely ridiculous. But the point of it is about congruence. Now, if that girl really liked the traditional conservative lifestyle, which it's kind of a fiction anyway, but put that aside for now. If they really wanted that, then they wouldn't have spent their 20s doing this, because the traditional conservative lifestyle was by 17, you better be married, and by 18, you guys go get a house together, start pumping out those kids. So it's very incongruent, and that's a lot of the reasons why men who have their act together see that as inherently unattractive, at least from a long term. Because short term, if she's hot, good enough. And if she's not hot, well, have I been in a dry spell, slump buster? Good enough. But you get the point. So overcoming the wimp factor, reclaiming personal power. And this is important because he defines personal power here as a state of mind in which the person is confident he can handle whatever may come. Actually, I'll tell a story here that kind of emphasizes it. So I went to school for graphic design because nobody really gave me any direction. It was just follow your dreams. And I was a pretty good artist. So I thought, all right, let's do art for a living. It's a ridiculous decision. But so I finished school. I was working. It was like very hard to get into the space. And then when I was in, the contracts were bad. The pay was horrible. It was generally like, yeah, I liked drawing and I liked art and I was good at art, but the quality of life took a giant hit to the point where you couldn't even enjoy it anymore. So I got drunk with a buddy. And then we were talking about how both of our dads used to be in the military, and we're thinking, wouldn't that be cool to join? And we're like, all right, so I drunk, called up the recruiting office, joined up, didn't think anything of it. Next day we woke up, should have known something was wrong because all of a sudden the recruitment paperwork was at our doorstep the next day. I'm like, all right. Point is, I'm like, well, I must have known what I was doing when I did it. And so I signed up and went in there. And that was 12 years before my retirement. And it's that certain amount of irrational confidence, the belief, and I know it sounds stupid, but like the belief in yourself. Not so much belief in yourself, but understanding that you're capable enough to deal with things as they come up. It makes you spontaneous. It's a display of higher value. It's a very attractive masculine quality. I'm sure anybody who's read any PUA stuff or just game material in general will tell you that spontaneity, the unpredictability, those are displays of higher value, and they're generally tied to masculinity, because femininity is more about safety, security, and well, with the exception of materialistas or adventuresses, but that's a practical female psychology thing. That's going to be a different series down the line. So his solutions are surrendering, dwelling in reality, expressing feelings, and facing fears. Now I'm going to put an asterisk beside all 4 of these ones because somebody will screw it up if they just take it as the literal thing there. Also developing integrity and setting boundaries, but all these ones need an asterisk. So surrendering helps nice guys reclaim his personal power. I won't go into it here, but he uses a lot of positive affirmations, but the easiest way to understand it is to use the serenity prayer, or stoicism, however you want to refer to it. Just know there's things that are in your control and there's things that are not in your control. So for the things in your control, take action. For the things that aren't in your control, aloof. Just don't care. 48 Laws of Power has a rule, and I'm trying to remember the law off the top of my head here, but I can't. It's disdain which you cannot have. The idea being, if there's something out of your control, don't covet it. Simply put. For example, divorce. It is not up to you whether your wife divorces you, or if your girlfriend leaves you, or if they cheat on you. Those are things that are outside of your influence, other than, persuasive. If you're a girl's best option, she's less likely to do it. It gives you some amount of control over your reaction to these things and your ability to bounce back, but it doesn't guarantee an outcome you want. And this is that nice guy paradigm. Well, what if I lift and I get a 6-pack set of abs and I do all the chores and I handle everything and I don't even let her drive, that soft Shiara law that you hear a lot of traditionalists do, which is just a control thing. Again, very feminine. Even if you do all those things, there's no guarantees. And that's fine. And that's what's going to lead me to what I wanted to talk about here. It's a great article by Rollo. I don't reference him much. I really should, but he references himself enough. This is a post called The Safety Net. I suggest you guys read it. I know his most popular post is Saving the Best. His second one, I can't remember what the second one was, but that one's good because it shows, a girl getting her comeuppance. Everybody likes it. It's kind of got the revenge fantasy, but I would argue that this post is most likely his most important work on there that's really underappreciated. So he makes a reference to the idea that, there is no solutions. Red pill just increases I won't want to say red pill, but doing the things that you do based on a lot of the guys in the sphere and what they've done and the field reports over time, it increases the likelihood of success, but it's no guarantee. But in the case of failure, it offers a kind of confidence and a safety net. So in this section here, he's like, exactly right, all of it. My second marriage ended about 6 weeks ago. My wife left me and informed me she was filing for divorce. And to be honest, I've sort of surprised myself how emotionally unaffected I've been compared to my first marriage ending, which was before Red Pill, Rollo, Rational Male. I've actually had multiple people comment incredulously at how well I'm doing. I've recommitted to a much more intense and frequent workout regimen. I'm down 20 pounds in those 6 weeks. I credit my Red Pill perspective for enabling me to stay relatively stoic about it all and refocus on something positive. I think it helps to realize that I haven't lost my soulmate, because that's bull to begin with, and that women are fungible, at least partly. 100% accurate, by the way. Don't get me wrong. I feel like I've lost my best friend and have times of sadness. It certainly helps to realize that little Miss Perky Tits, tight ass, tighter, wetter, is out there, and I'll be having sex with her soon enough, which he will. The one thing I've seen from every field report of a divorce is guys always manage to trade up for a younger model. Second thing is actually they end up having more disposable income. A lot of guys complain about how divorce rape's ruining this and divorce that, and you're paying her to leave. What guys have noticed is while they may have to pay more in child support payments or, whatever, or second apartment, that kind of thing, they've noticed their disposable income ends up going up. So that cheaper to keeper thing, it's a fiction. At least from the field experiences I've seen from it. I've only seen a couple dozen, so take it for what it's worth. I'll add that my red pill perspective also clues me into what awaits my soon-to-be ex-wife who is 43 going on 53 in terms of her menopausal stage and her very overweight. She was fitness model at 32. That's the other thing. I guess this is a bit of a tangent, but whatever, it's worth it. A lot of these guys, the only do 9s and 10s crowd. I only do 23-year-olds, 24-year-olds, and that's fine. You're going to go for young girls. You just want to sleep with them. Hotness is the only factor. I posit this. Out of 100 guys that have only been dating hot 23-year-olds, and they settle down with one, ask them what it's like at 33, and I guarantee you 80, 90% of them will probably have themselves a girl that let herself go. And it's the way it is. Actually, Black Dragon, or Caleb Jones, Black Dragon blog, has a great post in this. I can't pull it up right now because I'm on stream, but feel free to look at it at your own time. He actually kept in touch with, I think it was every girl he had ever dated. And then 10 years later, he noticed without exception, like all of them had just gained massive amounts of weight. And he goes, well, what's the point? They're like all girls are just going to gain weight. It's kind of a freeing thing because you realize that there's nothing you can do to stop it. At the same time, it kind of puts a fire under your butt because girls will get away with whatever you let them get away with. So if you're in a relationship and you set strong boundaries, which is something we'll get to a little later in the episode here, setting strong boundaries, setting good examples, keeping yourself in shape, and always having that tinge of dread, the idea that she's easily replaceable, or as he puts it, fungible. These are all things that work in your favor, but by no means a guarantee. So when he talks about surrender in here, nice guys reclaiming their power through surrender is just accepting the things that you cannot change and making it so you're outcome independent, whichever way the winds blow. And that's it. He calls it surrender. I don't like the language. It's not too masculine. I mean, we got to talk about Miller Lite and truck nuts or nobody's going to listen. We're at where we're at. I'm going to skip past all of his affirmations because he's got like 4 pages about feeling good. And whatever, your feelings are bad. Dwelling in reality. Again, it should be easy. Anybody who's found their way to this space and has gotten this far into this series already knows all the stats that everybody else knows. They've read Dow Rock, or at very least seen some charts thrown around and some idiot on Twitter. Like, you shouldn't need somebody to tell you the roadmap. Everybody knows it. It's just really how you interpret it and what you do from it. That's what's important. His second part, or his third part here, which I really want to put a caveat on, is expressing feelings help nice guys reclaim their personal power. I read through his and give a couple things that the married red pill guys have found that maybe need some refinement on here. So nice guys are terrified of 2 kinds of feelings, their own and everybody else's. Any kind of intensity causes nice guys to feel out of control. If you notice that control's coming back, it's always the key to insecurity is control. That's something to think about. As children, feeling things, blah, blah, blah. I remember early in our marriage when Elizabeth would express her frustration over my inability to share what I was feeling. Put a pin in that one too. If you have a chance, go back to the last episode where I talked about the betaization of men through the book Practical Female Psychology. Share what I was feeling. That's phase 2. There's the testing phase and then there's the communication phase. So just be aware right there. That is a way of attaching wife goggles to a guy to get him emotionally attached, pair bonded, so that she can get that comfort and control she requires. It's a trap. It's limbic brain. She doesn't know what he's doing. Just be aware of it. Share if you want, but don't put any expectations on it, and don't do it just because you're asked. As the MRP guys say, verbal intercourse is optional. So even as I became aware of my feelings, I kept them to myself. It's almost comical how infrequently it crosses a nice guy's mind to tell his partner what he's feeling. On one occasion, she confronted me with I shared a feeling with her that I had been harboring for some time. Why didn't you just tell me about that when you first felt it, she questions. I'm doing better, I replied in a typical nice guy fashion. It took me 2 weeks to get around to telling you. So he frequently hears about nice guys rationalizing their withholding of their feelings and claiming they don't want to hurt anybody. The goals are to embrace feelings and not make them soft and touchy-feely. So far, he's got it pretty bang on. Men in touch with their feelings are powerful, assertive, and energized. It's all kind of fungible terms anyway. So contrary to what they believe, there is no formula or right way to get reconnected with repressed feelings. He talks about support groups. A couple more examples here. So feelings are kind of a double-edged sword. At one point, when you're feeling something, it's adequate to express it in a proper way. That's under, a controlled environment. At the same time, you don't just want to be a child that whatever you're feeling, you emote it, because this is where guys screw up having feelings. They express them to the other person with the intent of getting validation back. It's the same way girls nitter-nattering at Starbucks. There's always the one with the infinity scarf, holding her coffee with two hands, and the other girl running her mouth about how she did some dude last night and how he ghosted her. I actually wrote my first book, a lot of it in Starbucks when I was there, because it was just a nice escape. Got some sunshine in front of the window, and I had to bring headsets and blast music because they were so annoying. I could not work around it, and there was always at least 7 of them. 7 Karens in training. But, so if you express your feelings with the intent of getting validation, sometimes, and it's not so much I want the other person to tell me it's all going to be better or pat me on the head, but that is a part. A lot of it, what it is I'm angry and I want you to acknowledge that, or this is wrong and this is bad and it's made me feel bad and you will acknowledge that. I'm here to tell you right now, girls won't. Because, like I've been saying before in many different episodes, everything a girl says stems from her ego. So what that means is as soon as you come with one of these accusatory, validation-seeking statements about how you feel, the girl doesn't hear it as in, I did something and that's probably an accident, so I just need to tell him to feel better. She will take it as an accusation that she is a bad person. Because girls are kind of hardwired to seek that comfort from the herd, and rejection and social ostracization is no different than a guy seeing a knife pulled out on him. It taps into that instinct. Creates a feedback loop. She gets fights, and her natural instinct is exactly what nice guys do here. They project her failures onto him. It's all your fault. Well, I wouldn't be like this if you didn't X. And it turns into this weird blame game, and it's a spiral. Nobody wins, but you're going to lose. Girls will fight tooth and nail to not be blamed for anything, even if they're 100% at fault and they know it. It's not their fault, it's just they're wired that way. Same way that if I put a beer in front of you, you're probably going to shotgun it and then crush the can on your head. It's just the way it works. His next part is where he talks about facing fears, helping nice guys reclaim their personal power. So fear is a normal part of the human experience. Everybody experiences it, even those who seem to be fearless. Healthy fear is a warning sign that danger may be approaching. This is different from the fear nice guys experience on a daily basis. For nice guys, fear is recorded at the cellular level. It's a memory of every seemingly life-threatening experience they ever had. It was born of a time of absolute dependency and helplessness. It originated in not having their needs met in a timely, judicious manner. It is fostered by fearful systems that discouraged risk and rewarded conservatism. It was heightened by the reality of life that is messy and chaotic, and any kind of change promises a journey into the unknown. I call this fear memory fear. And because memory fear is created in childhood, nice guys approach the world as if it is dangerous and overpowering. To cope with these realities, they typically hunker down and play it safe. I could come up with so many examples about how you're seeing this in the news right now. Guys so conflict averse that they are willing to sacrifice just about everything rather than admit that something's fearful and either it should be dealt with or they don't need to worry about it. That same serenity prayer thing about understanding what you can change in the world. And this is all an insecurity or a lack of confidence. For most guys, let's say you live in, hypothetically, a 6-block section of Seattle, and then all of a sudden a SoundCloud rapper and a bunch of hippies took over the area and declaimed it a free zone. I could imagine most people are probably panicking right now, and I guess that because I've jokingly showed it on there on Twitter every now and again, and you see a lot of guys panicking as if this is like an insurrection. This is the end of America. And I'm like, dude, what happened to the generation that used to just walk down there swinging? Like, say what you will about the Proud Boys and what you think they believe and if they're a good or bad thing. Guys are perfectly able, if they're not fearful, to handle things as they come up. And I could imagine just one apartment block of there full of guys who aren't nice guys would probably be able to sort that out pretty quickly. But everybody's fearful, so they're ordering pizzas brought to them, which is funny. As long as they're vegan pizzas, I think they're safe. Whatever. But yeah, no matter what happens, you can handle it. That's the gist of it. And so here's the... Actually, I'm going to expand on this a little bit. Here's the thing about fear, though. Fear is also a very good shaming tactic. Call a guy afraid. And the conversations surrounding marriage tend to reflect that. So a lot of guys say they don't want to get married, and I don't blame them. There's no... Put aside everybody else's justifications, I'll just say this. What is it you get in a marriage that you aren't already getting in just a long-term relationship? There's only one answer I've ever been given by One More Please, actually, where he said, you know, if you're an expat, you're traveling to different countries, for some of them, you guys are really missing out on certain legal rights and responsibilities if you don't have a marriage certificate sanctioned by a government authority. So if you're a diplomat or an ambassador or an expat living in like a traditional Muslim country, or, you know, tons of examples there, I won't go too specific, that makes sense. But outside of that, there's really nothing different. All you're doing is giving up that little bit of dread and adding a ton of security with quite a bit of risk for you. Now, obviously, if it happens, you can handle it, but why would you? But once you start having these conversations, they quickly turn emotional. Well, you're just scared of getting married. Oh, just be more alpha, bro. And this is where those trad cons kind of slip into that alpha male bravado territory. Oh, dude, you just got to be the best alpha man that ever truck-nutted masculinity and take your cold showers and raise the kids, be the best father ever, and don't let your women drive because real men don't let their women drive. It's like real men don't let women show their hair. Real men make sure their women wear burqas. It's kind of like this weird Sharia law thing, but they want the girl to opt in on it as opposed to like you will do it from like a position of power. The whole thing's just messed up. The whole mental model's ruined. And fear has a propensity to shame men, especially ones who are insecure. So dealing with your fears is the best way not to be manipulated by other people using fear against you. So it's kind of got, you know, double value to it, but kind of went on a bit of a tangent. Let's get back to it. The next part is developing integrity helps nice guys reclaim their personal power. Now, this one's important. Nice guys pride themselves on being honest and trustworthy. In reality, nice guys are fundamentally dishonest. They tell a lie or withhold the truth and still be the illusion that they are basically honest people. Since dishonesty is a fear-based behavior, telling lies and withholding the truth robs nice guys of their personal power. I define lying as telling anything less than the truth. Now, this is the part where Glover's book and our experiences and field reports in the Married Red Pill differ. Truth is a weird thing. I'm going to juxtapose it with a post we have, Verbal Intercourse is Optional. This was one by one of our moderators, and if you haven't heard it, it's the idea of guys who always feel like just because your girl demands something or talks to you that you're obliged to respond. And so he made it a metaphor. Like, picture you trying to smash, and the girl's like, "No, I don't want to." And so you chase her around the house completely naked, rock hard, come on, and constantly nagging her and hounding her. You would basically call that sexual assault, and you wouldn't be wrong. But you don't want to talk. You don't want to talk about things. You don't want to answer this question. You don't think it's a question that she deserves an answer to. She hasn't earned the right to earn that part of you that you're keeping to yourself. So when you're hounded and begged and pleaded and followed around the house, why don't you just talk to me? Why don't you just talk to me? It's the same thing as you running around the house, chasing her around with an erection. Now, once guys make that connection, they understand what the equivalents are. They realize communication is the female version of a rock hard one. Makes them grow a big rubbery one. You know what I mean? And so I don't like his definition of lying as saying anything less than the truth. I do agree in the sense that it's not about hiding evidence. If you remember back in episodes 1 and 2, we talked about hiding the evidence or hiding the badness. Here's the difference. Simple example, you go out for a minute to do whatever. Maybe you're running a chore, maybe you have a side piece, I don't care. Anywhere during that spectrum. Or just you wanted to go out, have some fresh air for 5 minutes. You come back, your girl asks where you been. And she hasn't been on her best behavior lately, hypothetically speaking. So you're like, yeah, I'm going to go out and I'm not going to tell you where I went because that's none of your business. Or maybe it's just, she's been on great behavior, but it's still none of her business, whatever. It's just like, that's not lying if you don't say it's none of your business, or you don't say anything, or you just say out and you cut the conversation off, you fog it, you broken record, amuse mastery, whatever you want to do. The question you ask yourself, and like I said before, back to episode 4, selfishness is good. What is in it for me? Now, I said to apply it to everything, but you got to map it to something like this. What's in it for me to tell you? I look back in chat and all I see is I thought you were smart from Chesty. But yeah, shut up. STFU. It's got multiple reasons why that's important. I mean, there was one where you don't want to overshare. A lot of guys express their feelings by instinct. A lot of this stuff is instinct. They don't know they're doing it. White knighting girls, guys do it not because they think they're going to sleep with her, because they just don't know any way to interact. In this case, talking about your feelings, largely unattractive, mostly validation seeking, so shutting up is the easiest way to practice that. Now, you may not solve problems, you may not become more attractive by being quiet, but you're definitely not going to come out unattractive. What's that quote from Abraham Lincoln? It's better to keep your mouth shut and be thought a fool than to open it and remove all doubt. I had a post on my old blog about this because a lot of guys, they were fearful of being open or not about being quiet because they want to be open and honest because, well, what do I say if I want to go to the gym and she's hounding me on it and she wants to know where I'm going and hear the stuff and I'm like, just shut up. Just shut up. Shut your stupid mouth for once. Oh, well, isn't she going to think I'm butthurt or I'm butt mad or isn't she going to think I'm angry? It's like, yeah, she's going to think you're an idiot. You have been unattractive for a long period of time. The girl's seen nothing but your nonsense, your unattractiveness. I don't care whose fault it is. Just be aware. Perception in this case is she perceives you as unattractive. So yeah, she's already going to think you're an idiot. So you might as well own it. Just shut up. You're going to be an idiot either way, but this way, at least you're not digging yourself a deeper hole. Eventually you get to a point where you have the confidence in yourself to know when to express your feelings and when not to. Anger is a perfect example of that. Anger is a social emotion. It has two parts. It has pain and it has grievance. Stub your toe, you're hurt, but you're not angry. If somebody hits your toe with a hammer, you're angry. That's because he did that on purpose. He did that against me, and anger is your way of expressing that that's not on. You better cut it out because otherwise you escalate to violence. That's the caveman DNA of how women understand it and of how guys express it. Animals have it too. Touch an animal on the head that doesn't like you and you'll see. So where am I getting to this? Oh yeah, so just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. It's all you got to do. Honesty, again. So you're at this point where you're confident. You know when you have feelings. And then you know when you express them, it's what's in this for me. If a girl did something that hurt your feelings and she didn't know, well then yeah, hey, just so you know, when you told everybody that I was a trash husband, that hurt my feelings. And naturally girls will test that one. Oh, poor baby. And at that point, you kind of have your answer that she's crossed a boundary. And you start to realize, well, if I talk about it, nothing changes. She just tries to shame me. Conversation goes nowhere. And I'm going to put a pin in this one for now because later on in the episode, we're going to talk about boundary enforcement. What you find in is your actions of defining and enforcing your boundaries become the way you express your feelings because talk is cheap. Girls talk way more. They talk amongst their ego. They won't agree with you. They won't validate what you're thinking. The only thing that people understand is strength. And strength comes from power, and power comes from being attractive because you can't hold your paycheck in front of her anymore because she's already got a job at HR and she doesn't need no man. Yeah, personal power. Ha! And he brings up a couple things. So I'm going to read this next part here because it's kind of neat. It's a little off topic. I mean, it's on topic for here, but it's off topic of where we're going with this. So bookmark it. So sometimes after telling the truth, nice guys will report that it was a mistake because somebody reacted with anger. Telling the truth is not a magic formula for having a smooth life. Notice the subtle difference here, by the way. It was a mistake to talk because she got angry, as opposed to it was a mistake to talk because it didn't solve anything and it just made me look like an idiot or made me unattractive or I got butthurt. Getting butthurt is essentially like a fear response. There's the difference. And this is why you can't just read how to be alpha in a book. You kind of have to experience it because there's an action that's completely identical in both scenarios. One in which case is very masculine, very good for men, very, very strong for our psychological health. The other one is perfectly damaging, but on a surface spotism level of analysis, it looks like the same thing. And that's a big reason why you get a lot of people goofing around, a lot of brands who tell you the right things, but they completely screw up the message. And it really behooves you to become switched on, to go through a lot of this material so you can tell the difference, because otherwise you just got the blind leading the blind, the unattractive leading the unattractive, and sexless virgins leading everybody else. And you don't want that. And he talks about integrity here. So my definition of integrity is deciding what feels right and doing it. The alternative is using the committee approach, and that's communication, and that's compromise, and that's all those good fancy words that you've been told to like all these times. This method of decision making and action is based on trying to guess what everybody else would think is right. So let's skip the rest of this and we'll get on to the next section. But first, defining what's right. That's a very subjective thing. So I try to make it, and most of the red pill guys try to make it objective as possible. If you don't know what right is what offers the most utility for yourself. If you remember, Nietzsche talks about slave and master morality. In this case, and I think it was based on the ancient Greeks. If you remember, it's called the Millennian Dialogues, where Athens was going to war with Sparta, and they went to go invade. I think it was Milan. I'm fudging up the names. But anyways, that's not the point. So they go in there and they're like, look, we're not going to give you the pretense that you decided to be neutral in this war and we need this, or that we're good people and you're bad. Simply put, letting you go makes us look weak in front of Sparta and we're going to war. So we're going to take you over unless you pledge to us because we're strong and you're weak and you don't have a choice. And Milan started appealing to morality and this and that. And they're like, yeah, I don't care. Do it or else. So the strong do as they can and the weak suffer as they must. I'm not talking physical strength here. I'm talking strength as in freedom. The freedom to be able to enact your will on the world is largely what power is for men, at least nowadays. So what is right? Things that are right are things that benefit you in the ways that you deem essential, and the things that are wrong are the things that don't. That's the rational egoism. That's the way to consider how to be masculine in a modern environment. We can get into the benefits of altruism, but altruism works in proportionate amounts and in a society of scarcity. When you're not in a scarce society, it's not as useful because there's no need to be altruistic. Everybody can get their own. There's enough for everybody. So altruism there is just an encouragement to be taken advantage of. Now, I'm not saying there's no purpose to it, but if you look back on it, and there's a good read for this, by the way, is Mark Twain's What is Man? And a collection of essays. Altruism, and he talks about altruism in there. It's like a conversation format, a lot like Plato's Republic, where he says, they were talking about altruism. Well, what about a man? Why doesn't he do things for the good of everybody? And it's like, well, doesn't he feel good when he does these things to help his community, to help his children, to help his wife? Yeah, he feels good. So all altruism is a man trying to soothe his soul. So altruism is still kind of selfish. So if you're going to be selfish either way, you might as well at least be doing it in a calculated fashion to ensure that you're not lighting yourself on fire to keep others warm. So that is a nice, more refined definition of integrity, because it's way too easy for guys to take that idea of integrity and doing what's right and equate that to mean what's right for the women. Take a lot of guys who have been raised by women. You take a lot of guys who have had this feminized society, And what's good for women ends up being what's right. And it's a very clever trick. I don't want to blame feminism for it because they kind of were just riding the coattails of it. I don't really care who is at fault. Just know it's there. And the worshipping of women is kind of hardwired into our DNA because without women, we don't make the babies. You need one guy to make 100 kids, but you need 100 chicks to do it. So that's something to think about. Now, back to the topic. So setting boundaries helps nice guys reclaim their personal power. And out of all the parts in this chapter, this part is most important. I see the super chats. I'll get to those at the end. Boundaries are essential for survival. Learning to set boundaries allows nice guys to stop feeling like helpless victims and reclaim their personal power. I demonstrate the concept by laying a shoestring on the ground. I tell the nice guy that I'm going to cross this boundary and push him backwards. I instruct him to stop me when he begins to feel uncomfortable. It's not unusual for a nice guy to stand well back from the line, allowing me to violate his space several steps before he even begins to respond. Once I start pushing, it's not uncommon for him to let me push him back a couple steps before he does anything to stop me. Sometimes I push him all the way to the wall. So he uses this example as a graphic demonstration of the need for boundaries in all areas of your life. And actually, we'll go back to this sec. So when setting boundaries in a modern era, we only have certain tools. Back in the day, violence is what kept us civilized. Dueling culture was a thing. The rule of thumb was a thing. Violence was essentially what kept everybody right. Armies were there to make sure you never went against the king, yada, yada, yada. Luckily, we're more civilized now, and so violence is never the answer. We're at a point where there is no greater loss of frame and larger consequence than a man has to resort to violence. So what do we have in the meantime? Boundaries. Well, outside of violence, what do we have for boundaries? 50 years ago, it used to be you were the financial contributor to the household. I brought home the bacon. And that's the traditional marriage 2.0 model. Well, I can't leave him. He provides for the kids. He's a good earner, blah, blah, blah. Well, I don't know what to tell you, but women now earn $100 on the dollar for men. Some say it's $1.08, some say it's 70 cents. Either way, it's enough for them to survive and thrive on their own. So economic power is no longer the way that you can establish dominance in a relationship. So what's left? Well, if you remove the beta buck side, and if there's alpha fucks and beta bucks, the things that create desire and the thing that create comfort, if the comfort has already been taken over by our technological society, we have dishwashers, we have washing machines, we have Uber Eats, girls can bring home the bacon. Bacon's $3 at the grocery store. It doesn't even take that much. What's left is the alpha, the tingles, the generating desire, the social status, all that stuff that pickup artists used to talk about back in the day to get them in a girl's bed in 7 to 10 hours is the stuff that matters now. Guys need to consider themselves. If you want to, from a marketing perspective, we're no longer a commodity, we're a luxury good, and we need to market ourselves accordingly. So back to the question is, how do you enforce boundaries without the previous tools we used to have and our grandfathers and fathers would have taught us if Karen didn't kick them out? Is you have your attention, your affection, and your commitment. You no longer have the stick, so you can remove the carrot. Now these tools only have any teeth in them based on your sexual market value or relationship value or your social standing. We'll say sexual market value for short. If you're a fat schlub, she can't stand you, you pull away your attention, you're doing her a favor. If you pull away your affection, she doesn't care, she's hiding from you anyway. If you pull away your commitment, doesn't care. She can earn her own money, she doesn't need yours. But as a girl's hypergamous best option, and being her best option doesn't necessarily mean you're doing this all for her. It just means getting yourself into whatever social circles you're in, into the top 20% of it. A lot of guys think, well, why would you try that? I'm surrounded by Chads. I have no chance. Well, here's the thing. This stuff is not, there's not a single hierarchy. There's multiple ones. It's like a matrix. I use the example of the CEO in a company is like the alpha guy there, you know, the high earners there, very attractive, the top 20%. But the guy in the mailroom, nothing really. There's no benefit to sleeping with him. You can't do a Me Too accusation to the stock boy. But on the weekends, that guy's running a gig at the bar. He's the most important guy in that room. The CEO goes to that, and he's just that nerd in khakis who went to go watch one of his coworkers. Then when the guy's not there working his band, he's just sitting there. He's a normal patron at the bar. The bartender, he ends up being the most important guy. So there's always multiple different avenues to establish a hierarchy and to establish yourself as the top 20%, which makes you a hypergamous best option to whoever's within whatever measure of social circles you have. Now, I know we're kind of rambling here and going off on a tangent, but it's kind of important because I want to get to a lot of guys know of. It's a Vox Day thing. I don't really like it, but it's kind of illustrative for a lot of the things guys get wrong. So you can think of an alpha male, and that's all the desirable traits put into an archetype. You think of a beta male, which is all the comfort, good husband, father traits put into an archetype. You can think of an omega male, which is everything unattractive. If you think incel, that's an omega male. There's this other concept called a sigma, or a renegade alpha, or a contextualized alpha, or all ways of thinking it. A lot of guys think of that. That's what I am. And it's not true. They're not. There's actually something called gamma, but we're already getting nerdy enough here. But here's the point. There's no such thing as a sigma male. It's just an idea that having those alpha characteristics, being the top of whatever hierarchy you're in, can have people from other topping their hierarchies coming into your hierarchy. So it's a very weird dynamic where they don't have any social standing in it, but they've clearly got all the traits of somebody who would. So it's a very confusing thing, and that's what it actually means. So when a lot of these guys talk about, I can't be a girl's hypergamous best option, like you can, you just got to start associating yourself with things that you tend to be more socially adept at, qualified at, competence. Insert whatever Jordan Peterson speech you want there. It's fine. Where did I leave off? Boundaries. Yeah, so your boundaries only matter insofar as you have an ISMB. Now, this is why when you talk about the professor's levels of dread, that's another book we'll get onto the sidebar here. When you talk about dread, step 1 is about building frames, setting boundaries. Step 2 is about building a life outside of your woman. And that's why it's important, because you're learning to build yourself as a top tier man in one of many or multiple different social environments or social matrices. This is the kind of thing that will make you attractive across the board. If you don't believe me, think of that esports. When you think esports, you don't think attractive guys. You think a bunch of nerds playing video games, earning big money, sure. But remember that one Spanish weather girl who was dating the esport guy and she was annoying him, so he dumped her? Like, it's amazing. Topping things will always make you attractive, even if they're unattractive things. And now it's at the point that gamer girls are a thing. So as soon as something's attractive enough, girls will flock to it. They love attention and they love niches. So how does this all tie into boundaries? Well, building up this value is what gives your boundaries any teeth. In Glover's example of pushing a guy until the guy pushes back, the guy has the physical ability to push back Glover and he was given permission. So right there, he's giving them the tools that they need in a controlled environment, so they learn, okay, build value, establish boundaries. Easy enough. Now, it's not unusual for recovering nice guys to go a little overboard when they first learn about boundary setting. 100% the case. I know a lot of guys refer to this as going Rambo. What it's not, but it seems to have been morphed in that. So going Rambo. This is a term that came from a character that was on the Married Red Pill a couple years back. He called himself Alpha as Wolf. And that's why we always joke around when anybody calls themselves a dog of some sorts, because it's like, it just means you're LARPing. So he had a sexist relationship, same story as everybody else. And guys were telling him, okay, there's this stuff, and there's like 100 things you could do. But he didn't analyze which one of them were important to his situation, which ones were applicable to him, which ones weren't. And so he was trying everything. And he came back with, how did the story go? I'm going by memory on this one. He was having sexy times with the wife, and she complained that his hands were cold, and he used amused mastery or agree and amplify. Oh, whatever. Thinking you can just alpha your way through cold hands. And then kept touching her. She got turned off by it. She got mad. He got a little handsy. He came back. She's angry and she's threatening to call the cops. What up? And we basically had to kick him out. It's like, dude, you're going to hurt yourself. Don't do any more of this. You're done. Jack Ten of Hearts, another prolific poster from back then, he made a great analogy. He's like, so this is what you're doing. You're told to go to the store. So you're getting in your garage, you're going into your car, you're flicking the locks up and down, you're moving the light switch, you're hitting pedals, you're pushing buttons, and then you're wondering why you're not at the store buying bread. You're just trying things without any analysis whatsoever. Just whatever we say, you're going to do it, like a lemming jumping off a bridge. And that's not how this works. So that's going ramble. But people have since come to adopt it in a nice guy standpoint, where you're going to establish boundaries. Now, when you're first learning to calibrate what boundaries you can enforce and which ones you can't, because there's some that you're not going to enforce them. So they're just fake boundaries anyway, and you're hoping on the goodwill of the other person. They're kind of a thinly veiled ultimatum. So in setting boundaries that maybe you didn't want to set, maybe they're too much, maybe they're too little, girl gets angry, girl gets this, gets that, and they think it's going ramble, but it's not. It's just guys who either haven't thought through their boundaries well enough to understand which ones they want to enforce and which ones they won't, or which ones they can't. Remember, I got back to controlling the things you can. Some things you just can't make boundaries for. And the only boundary you can have for a lot of things is like to leave the relationship. So that's not going Rambo. That's just guys applying this nice guy paradigm and being dragged away from it tooth and nail. So just realize, we've talked before about how you're your only judge. You can't be seeking validation from other things. Verbal intercourse is optional, and your boundaries are all you have. Pull your attention, pull your affection, pull your commitment, commensurate with the boundary that was crossed, and they only have value if you have a high SMV. Put that all together, you get in a situation here that your boundaries don't have to make sense. They don't have to be reasonable. People don't have to agree to them. You don't need a committee to approve of them. They don't need to be socially acceptable. They just have to be yours, and you have to be willing to enforce them. There's going to be tons of cases where you get your average blue pill Redditor crapping on some red pilled guy. A good example is, I'm sure you guys have seen her, is Kate. She's on Twitter a lot. We've kind of known her from way back. Every time we talk about guys getting their own, she's always coming in being very argumentative, and that does not agree with all these things. And there was this other guy, Ultimate Cad. Talked about a story before. Needless to say, his wife went out to lunch with an ex-boyfriend or ex-husband or something like that. Somebody she used to be slupping. And he found out about it, and he asked about it, and she lied about it. So for him, that was it. Boundaries crossed. Consider her have cheated. He basically fixed himself, and he started doing everybody all the soccer moms in the neighborhood. He was sowing a seed there. So she shit on him constantly over this stuff. That's not right. That's not moral. Either leave her or don't leave her. He's like, I don't want to leave because, you know what? I want to see my kids till they turn 18, and I don't trust her to parent them alone. So he made that decision. Would you agree with it? Say in the chat. I'm going to guess a lot of people don't. A lot of people really hate the idea of infidelity, but he doesn't care. It's his decision. It's not theirs. Now say what you will about the ethics of what he's doing or the morality of what he's doing or the sensibility or the smartness. Like, is it a good plan? Is it going to work out in the long term? Is it not? Put all of that aside. If we can just get guys to have that level of self-interest in their boundary enforcement, I think we'd be far better off, and I wouldn't have a job anymore. So, something to think about there. He's got some examples here of boundaries, but I liked mine better. So, this last part, taking a walk on the wild side. So there's no key to a smooth life. Being good or doing it right, good and right are in quotations, doesn't insulate nice guys from the chaotic, ever-changing realities of life. Again, back to that Rollo article I just showed you about the safety net. It's not about making your life safe. It's about weathering the things that happen and trusting in your ability to weather the storm. And that's all it really is. So as recovering nice guys begin to surrender, dwell in reality, express their feelings, face their fears, develop integrity, and set boundaries, they access a power that gives them the welcome and embrace the challenges and gifts of life. Life isn't a merry-go-round. This is all very well and good. Life won't always be smooth, it won't always be pretty, but it will be an adventure, not one to be missed. So this is another thing that makes it a very attractive thing. Do I have to explain why being attractive is important here? I don't think I should, but just in case. Being attractive is good because attractive gives you power and power gives you options. It's a soft power. Same way I said, being attractive is what gives your boundaries teeth. Being attractive is what gives you outcome independence. Being attractive, and I don't just mean physically, I mean whole package. No unattractive qualities, only attractive qualities. You can call it being a leader, you can call it whatever you want. Just understand that container is a very specific container. Everything that fulfills your master morality, in other words, increases and improves your opportunities and outcomes, consider that attractive. Best way to look at it. So that's it for this one. I noticed a bunch of super chats. So we're going to go back in and go from the top. If anybody did theirs before, Thomas Pa, let me know. Thank you, by the way, Thomas. I see your £5 super chat. Cheers. No comments on it, but Be a Closed Book. Great post on that. Yeah, it's not... I guess I'll specify here. So it's not about being a closed book. It's not about being secretive. It's not about anything, but let's put it in a value proposition. You consider yourself the most valuable person in the world. And if you don't, you should. Same as that 2-year-old. Everything is based on your ego. If that sounds like what I just said girls do, everything comes from their ego, yes, I did. But you're better at it. Better for you. It's not my job to justify it. Just treat it as so. Just treat it as such. Who the hell are you to have this personal part of me in your life? What have you done to earn my honesty, my integrity, my gifts? Think of it that way. Great example was from the old pickup days where Mystery used to say, I think it was Mystery, maybe it was Tyler Durden, I don't remember. Anyways, picture after every opening a girl, every conversation, they automatically get $100. Doesn't matter how the conversation goes, doesn't matter if you're good, you're bad, you're ugly, whatever. Right there, it allows guys to reframe their interactions as, well, why would she want to talk to me? What do I offer? It's like, no, you being there is the value. And that's the mentality you have to go into these things. It's an irrational confidence. That's how it works. Of course, you have to kind of detach it from being delusional because, I mean, that's what Anthony Johnson, president of the Manosphere, thinks of himself too. But everybody kind of knows that insecurity that stems from it. So there has to be a lot of self-awareness behind that. At the same time, if you are self-aware and you're not a well-integrated, attractive, red-pilled man yet, fake it till you make it. But you know you're faking it. You know you're faking it, you know you're trying to make it, and you know you'll eventually be there. That small nuance, that small bit of self-awareness makes all the difference. Yeah, maybe you're a little insecure about something, but that's nobody's business but yours either. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'll fix it. I don't need you to tell me that it's going to be good, or I don't need to. Like, I've already done all the mental math on this. Rumblefish, thank you, $10 super chat. My opinion, this content understanding is 1, applicable now, 2, applicable to any relationship or anything you do, and 3, fixes nearly any misery you have right now in life. Pretty much. It's funny because there's no... I don't know how to word this other than to make it sound really stupid, but I'm just going to do it. There's no consequences in modern life. There was a video I used to show on my old post about irrational confidence, the one that Jack 10 and I got in a fight over, where I showed this guy called himself Captain Amazing. He was one of those backyard wrestlers, set up like a 12-foot ladder by his pool, and he was going to jump off the ladder into the pool. Well, he slipped, banged his back off the fence, and cracked his head off the pavement in the side of it. And the video was like a horrific thing. You watch this and I'm like, oh my God, it was like 10 times as bad as watching a skateboarder get hit in the nards. But then the video goes on, like, because it was an old VHS one from like the 90s. So it doesn't stop as soon as the movement stops. It keeps going and he's just laying there. He's not moving. So at first you're laughing because it looks hilarious. You're laughing. And 30 seconds later, then you're like, oh my God, is he okay? And then for another minute, you're like, oh my God, he's horrible. I hope he survives. And then a minute and a half in, you start laughing again. You realize this is just going on and on. It's like that Family Guy where he's like, So the point of that is that guy didn't die. In fact, he recovers fully. So it's very hard to die. You can take over a 6-block square of Seattle and not die. Basically have your own little small insurrection. You could be so bad at planting crops when you do that you put some dirt on cardboard and lose it to a homeless man and you still won't starve. It is impossible to die unless you really go out of your way. Like right now, the only thing that will kill you is suicide, pretty much. Maybe a cop, but even then the odds are pretty likely not. Unless you're a colored dude in the States going for a jog, in which case I got nothing for you. Just kidding. Next one's Vincent McLeod. Thank you, £10 super chat. So knowing when to STFU is something I learned naturally after TRP, but it took a few years to realize. Interested if anybody in the chat is the same. Keep it up, Ryan. I will keep it up. And here's a funny point. It's aside from No More Mr. Nice Guy, but it's good to know. this isn't just some brand new esoteric knowledge that came out of a vacuum and nobody's ever heard of it before and it's all brand new stuff. Most guys know a lot of it. I always say the average success, like the guy who used to be alpha, now slowly became beta, that meme. Most of those guys kind of knew 80% of this now. They maybe didn't articulate it this way. They maybe didn't understand it. It was kind of instinctive. But then when they look back, they're like, yeah, I actually did do that. I just didn't even think about it. So 80% of this stuff, and even the most unattractive guys, 30, 40, 50% still. It's not that secret. It's just a matter of collecting it, putting it together, and wrapping a good enough description and narrative around it that you can make it a proper mental model that will run it on, I don't want to say autopilot, because it always requires some self-reflection and thought, but it gives you a grounding and a framework that you can build your life around in a way that's beneficial for you. Because right now, people have the Disney fantasy. You have TV telling you this, that, and the other thing. I could tell an example, but I don't want to be the guy ranting about like Star Trek and stuff on here, and I'll save that for the nerds. And I missed one. So Cully G, I see your $2 super chat. Cleaning my room will make me attractive. Correcting that though, cleaning your room will not make you unattractive. And that's a subtle but important difference. Nobody sleeps with a guy because his room's clean. But people will sleep with a guy if he's a slob that can't even bother to be keeping his room clean. And I say that fully aware that, actually, no, never mind. Kitchen's clean. All right. So I think we've hit everybody here. But yeah, so on that note, that's episode, what are we on now? 5? How many more do we got? We have another. So 9. There's going to be 4 more of these coming. I don't know the schedule yet. I'm going to take tomorrow off because tomorrow was Patreon time. If you guys haven't seen, private community on Patreon, check it out. It's Ryan Stone. I'm sure the link's in the description. It should add it by default. Come on in, check it out. Take till the end of the month to have our little private conversations. They're kind of like this, only they're tailored to you. No filter. I don't mind dropping F-bombs. We don't mind talking about stuff that's definitely not female friendly or YouTube community guidelines friendly, but it's honest and it's open and it's discreet. So come on in, check it out. I don't charge till the end of the month. It's only the price of a cup of coffee, well, a fancy cup of coffee. And if you like it, stick around. At that point, we'll open you up to the forums, the locker room. You can go in there and have these conversations on your own. We can go over the material, and I'm working with a bunch of guys, and we're trying to get a library of Alexandretta of all this stuff I'm talking about, because if I'm going to keep doing episodes like this of everything on the Red Pill content, it's going to take me like 7 years to get through it all. So I'd rather just have it all there so you can go through it on your own time as well and just treat this as a supplement. But on that note, it's good to see you guys here. I'm going to catch you on the next one. And let's call this one an episode. Cheers. End of episodes coming now. All right, I think we nailed it. Morning, guys. Welcome. Part 6. Mental models and you. No more Mr. Nice Guy. This is the fun chapter. This is that. I know it sounds cheesy, but it's the reclaiming your masculinity section. So let's just get straight to it. Thanks again. I see a lot of you guys sat around waiting for me to get started. Appreciate you guys waiting to get here right on time. You know the spiel. Smash the like button, subscribe, everything else that everybody tells you to do. You're not stupid. I know you got it figured out. But I'm going to cut straight to it because there's a fair bit in this one. Let me grab my notes. There they are. And so chapter 6 in No More Mr. Nice Guy, it mostly discusses the problems we've had connecting with other guys, a little bit of Oedipus complex, the kind of stuff that we never considered was a problem. And you're going to see how it ties into a ton of behavior you're looking around at. Calls it reclaiming your masculinity. I would say claim, because most of the guys kind of have to learn this stuff for the first time, or didn't even know it was something to learn. So reclaim isn't so much a good word for it. So, as he puts it, contrary to the prevailing sentiments of the last few decades, it's okay to be a guy. Men born after World War II had the misfortune of growing up during the only era of Western history that it was not always a good thing to be a man. Which is kind of messed. And since it's been since the late 40s, let's say 1950 to 2020, that's about 70 years. So that's 3 generations. The problem is that it's so separated that we don't even know what we're missing. For example, like your dad would probably have had the same paradigms we did, but we'll get into that one later. His dad before him was kind of in a transitory period, but most people's grandfathers have passed on by now. And so it's far enough removed, and it's going to be an extreme example, but if anybody knows anything about Canadian history, we have this thing called the residential school system, which was... It's about as close as we get to having our version of slavery. So what happened is they took a bunch of native children from their tribal elders and leaders and parents, and they put them into like a Catholic school system. Horrible things. If you know anything about the Catholic Church and what the kind of trouble it can get into, yeah, that kind of stuff. Anyway, the problem was this entire generation spent its formative years completely removed from any of their culture or fathers and that, and so it's caused all kinds of problems down the line, and we kind of have a version of it here for just normal average guys. So it's kind of where he's going with this one. But as a result of these two dynamics, many boys and men have come to believe that they had to hide or eliminate negative male traits like those of those fathers or other bad men, and become what they believed women wanted them to be. So for many men, this life strategy seemed essential if they wanted to be loved, get their needs met, and have a smooth life. If you don't recognize that, that is the nice guy paradigm. If I do what I think she wants me to do, then she'll love me forever and I'll have a problem-free life. And that's honestly the mental model that almost all unsuccessful guys have when it comes to sexual strategy, is based off of that axiom. And it never works. Due to the continuing social change of the last half of the 20th century, the belief system is no longer limited to just men of the baby boomers. I frequently observe men in their 30s, 20s, teens with strong nice guy traits. It seems that each successive generation are becoming more and more passive. So the social conditioning nice guys have effects in multiple ways. Disconnected from other men, disconnected from their own masculinity, tend to be monogamous to their mothers, and dependent on the approval of women. First thing is about the being disconnected from other men. So he frequently hears nice guys make comments as, I'm not as comfortable with other men, I don't know what to talk about. Most men are jerks, assholes. I used to have male friends, but my wife made it such a hassle to do things with them, I just gave up, and I tend to be a loner. I'm sure you've heard a lot of guys. All these ones, varying degrees, people have it, maybe they don't have it, but everybody has heard this, I work better alone, I don't like being in large groups, that introvert thing. It's kind of a part of that. And you don't, just because you're an introvert doesn't mean you have to be a loner, by the way. Like, I'm an introvert, but I can switch on and be social. My girl actually used to make fun of me because we'd have house parties, like, 12 friends be over having our thing, and then I would sneak off to my bedroom quietly in the dark and just sit there for a minute. She hated it. But anyways, back to this. Another common trait among nice guys is the belief that they're different from other men. This distorted thinking usually began in childhood when they tried to be different from their bad or unavailable father. In adulthood, nice guys often create a similar dynamic with men in general. Nice guys convince themselves they are different than or better than other men because they aren't controlling, they aren't angry, they aren't violent, they are attentive to a woman's needs, they're good lovers, and they're good fathers. I'm going to add a couple of this one. High IQ, the guys who use that term unironically, 100%. 100% the same example. It's always something that makes you special by not being other people. Like, you're not that low IQ pleb. Or if you want to use a political example, and I don't know why you would, the idea that left-leaning people think the right-leaning people are evil, the right-leaning people thinking the left-leaning people are stupid. Well, I'm not stupid like those, coastal liberals, or I'm not evil like those farmers that want to, but you get the point anyways. It's always about, I'm not bad, they're bad. And it's a dehumanization aspect of it too, which kind of plays into this. And you can see it has kind of far ranging effects outside of just the sexual relationships. So as long as nice guys are disconnected from men or believe that they are different than other men, they're cutting themselves off from the positive benefits of male companionship and the power of a masculine community. There's a great post on this one, actually, if you want to go back into it. I just thought of it now, so I don't have it saved on the thing, but it's the redpillroom.blogspot.com. It's from a guy, Ian Ironwood. Marketing genius, works for the prawn industry there. Not, you know what I mean. And he brought up like the male social matrix, the idea that guys have a certain way of connecting to other people. It's initial fitness testing and then wholehearted acceptance, as opposed to the female version, which is initial acceptance and then constant backstabbing and status jockeying. Problem is, when a guy's not very well associated with other men and working with other men, that very natural way they have doing things doesn't quite work out so well, and they tend to default to the female one. I'm going to use an online example here because those are the ones you can actually see. Picture all these groups of guys. You can use like Gamergate or whatever. It's always kind of like very effeminate, very bitchy. As soon as they get any traction, somebody always has to cut down somebody who's doing better. Doxing, swatting, all that stuff. That's all stemming from female modes of communication along like a male mental model, if that makes sense. And so you can see these things are definitely unhealthy. Like swatting, if you guys don't know what that is, that's when guys are live streaming playing games. People will actually call the cops and say, hey, this guy is, horrible criminal, you got to send the SWAT team in, he's gonna do some horrible stuff, and then they basically walk in and swat, and people have died from it. So you can see that there is consequences, rare as they may be. But they throw out the baby with the bathwater. So without this masculine energy, and I hate how he uses the term energy here, because it's not energy, it's just a model, a behavioral model. You can call it energy if you want to, and if I use that, think behavioral model in your head, because I don't want to make it any more mystical than it has to be. So without this energy, we'd have to become extinct eons ago. Masculinity empowers a man to create and produce. It also empowers him to provide and protect for those that are important to him. These aspects of masculinity include strength, discipline, courage, passion, persistence, and integrity. This is where Glover and most of us red pill guys kind of disagree. And I have an article on this. I talk about alpha male and other container words. The problem with these words is there's not a set definition. And so for a lot of them, strength, not so much. I mean, you're talking about strength of character, you're talking about, and there's always a more refined word you can use. But when people talk about integrity or courage or passion, what's courage? Some people say wifing up a single mom is courage. Other people say going into battle is courage. So everybody has this container and they write courage on the outside of it and they fill it up with all kinds of biases and emotional states. And then they throw it at your feet and try to shame you for not believing what's in your box is also what's in their box. It's a very easy way to manipulate people. And that's how shame essentially functions. Well, you didn't put this in your box? Well, that doesn't count. Or they just assume you have it in your box, so when you act as if it's not, then they shame you for it. I would argue, and I think it's a matter of the language that Dr. Glover uses here. So he talks about how masculinity empowers. If you guys don't know, to empower means to give somebody the ability to have power. Nobody really gives it to you. There's no empowerment here. It's just powerment. I don't know if that's a word. But that's the point. Like this stuff, if you want it, you have to get it. You eat what you hunt. Or you eat what you kill. That's the same. And that's the same thing. So it's not that masculinity empowers a man to create and produce. You're empowering yourself to create and produce. Masculinity is just the container word we use to surround those things that are acting in our best interests. Glover doesn't really touch on it, but normally when you read this stuff, you end up coming to that conclusion. Masculinity didn't do anything. I did these things, and all those things you did are essentially a container with masculinity written at the front. You throw it at somebody's feet. I dare you to move the box, essentially. So it's good to know that when you're reading this, like, he doesn't have all the answers. Nobody really does. And I mean, if you're watching this channel, you guys are switched on. Apparently I've ruined so much red pill and manosphere content for guys out there. I kind of feel bad about it, but like, you got to use your noggin. You got to be able to process this stuff from your own point of origin. And then you're going to see a lot of the gaps and things. But I mean, nobody's perfect. And honestly, 90% of this book is switched on. So I wouldn't lambast him because he just, some language choices early on. But skipping on. So as nice guys try to avoid the dark side of their personality, they always repress the multiple aspects of this male energy force. As a result, they often lose their sexual assertiveness, competitiveness, creativity, ego, thirst for experience, boisterousness, exhibitionism, and power. Again, if you'll notice the language here, it's externalizing these things, which are all internal. Like, they don't lose their sexual assertiveness, they stop acting sexually assertive. And as a side note, this is a very big reason why I suggest guys really do field reports all the time. I think Peterson also has his, he calls him, he has a term for it, self-authoring. But it's the same thing. It turns out that writing is thinking. You can think all this stuff up, you can read all this stuff, you can memorize all this stuff, and that's fine. But the process of actually writing it down, putting your thoughts coherently, allow you to see the gaps in your knowledge, the gaps in your thinking, and process things in a way that you otherwise couldn't. So once you start writing stuff down, you're going to notice little things like this, like the fact that he's ascribing what he calls a fully integrated man to an external force, as opposed to you, which is like, yeah, I'm going to start working out, get better levels of testosterone. I'm going to, embrace all the positive aspects of what makes me a man and all that shit. And I'm going to act more sexually assertive. But you see what I mean? That's you doing something to change your lot in life. And that's really the key to all of this. Competitiveness. I'm acting more competitive. I don't have more competition because I'm masculine or whatever. Creativity. Well, I'm here to tell you, creativity isn't a feeling you get. Creativity is when you sit down in front of a laptop and a camera and a screen and make hundreds of videos over the course of a year, or paint a painting. You get what I mean? Ego, thirst for experience, boisterousness, exhibition, power. All these are things you just do, and they're just actions. So when I talk about mental models, and it's good to have mental models to understand a narrative that can drive forward, it's never going to be a replacement for you actually doing things. And that's the key to this. If you're not doing anything, then you're just red pill aware and just LARPing, and it's a waste of time. One of the most visible consequences of the repression of the masculine energy in nice guys is their lack of leadership in their families. Out of fear of upsetting their partner or appearing too much like their controlling, authoritarian, or abusive fathers, nice guys frequently fail to be the leader their family needs. Consequently, the job of leading the family often falls on their wives. Most of the women I talk to don't want this job, but end up taking it by default. That's something else here to consider. So there was a great post by a married red pill guy. He's been around a little longer than me, but he's since gone away. He went by the username Jack Ten of Hearts, and he had a very, very wonderful post called The 3 Drunken Captains of the Married Red Pill. And he described the 3 general archetypes of guys that tend to fall in this trap of playing second fiddle in a relationship. So the first one was a drunken captain, and it follows the captain first officer model. The girl's the trusted advisor, the guy's running the relationship. First one, drunken captain. The XO is kind of forced begrudgingly to take over. And that's most marriages. It's most relationships. That's most one-night stands even. The guy just doesn't lead. So the girl kind of begrudgingly does it. And the beauty of these ones is they're the easiest ones to fix. When we talk about running a guy through his map, a couple levels of dread, it's start going to the gym, building boundaries, build a life outside your wife, lose some weight, dress better, groom yourself properly, get your financial future in focus, and have some career aspirations in one way or the other. You get that stuff sorted out, and then the begrudgingly leading first officer will drop right in line. Oh, thank God. It's what I've always wanted. Awesome. Fixes marriages. Some don't want that, though. Some are the constantly complaining passenger. That's the second type he talks about. And that's where guys may lead, they may not lead, but the girl doesn't really want to lead. She wants to fail and have an excuse for it. It's this. We're talking about mental models here. This is one where somebody wants to be a martyr as a way of ceding any failure to outside external forces. So in this case, this is the one where you're having to drag a girl kicking and screaming to any sort of happiness. It's a smaller amount. These ones, 50-50 chance of them sticking around or them leaving. The third type he talks about was the ones with the girl who never wanted a leader. She wanted a floor mat. She wanted somebody to step on. And so once these guys start running through these things, doing the same steps I just talked about before, the girl actually gets resentful because, well, if you start standing up, you're going to be like that. And it's always something like the father that didn't buy her the pony when she was 9. Those ones tend to fail, or the guy will regress because he's too worried about losing her. And when we talk about how you shouldn't just like flarp or play act or do this as a covert contract, that's why. Because you end up in that scenario where the girl's like, I didn't want a fully stable man. I wanted a pushover that I could throw around. And if you're doing this for her, you'll automatically stop acting in your own best interest once she expresses that her needs are for you to be a floor mat. And those are the cases you're going to see after like 2 years going, all right, I've been married, red pilled for 2 years. So what's a fitness test? And you're like, oh, yeah, and nice guys tend to be monogamous to their mothers. It's the next section here. So becoming and remaining monogamous to their mothers is a common pattern for nice guys. This unconscious bond is a result of normal childhood developmental phenomenon gone amok. Let me explain. All boys naturally fall in love with their mom and desire to have her all to themselves. Think of that constantly calling out for mom to watch you do the dive in the pool. So it's not a sexual thing, but it has a lot of the same parallels to it, the same behaviors. But that's only because kids don't know how to act; they just run off of instinct. Healthy mothers and fathers help their sons successfully move through this phase. As they do, the young boy individuates from his mother, bonds with men, and becomes available for an intimate relationship with another woman in adulthood. In other words, cutting the umbilical cord. It's the way it should happen. Each parent plays a role. The mother must know how to give enough to meet the child's needs without creating dependency. She must also know how to get her own needs met so she's not tempted to use her son to fill the void. I'm going to go back to this one in a second, so hold your thoughts. Second, the father must be present and have a healthy bond with his son. This connection helps the little boy move from cozy lap of his mother to the challenging world of men. Let me put this scenario out there. This is going to be some red meat. You guys will love that. So yeah, the mom's idea here, as they said, is to take care of his needs when he's defenseless, but not create dependency. Helicopter parents do the exact opposite of that, and most guys now are raised by one. Most, I would say, argue. At the same time, to not have that kid fit her needs. Now, girls tend to be selfish this way. Every single mom is guilty of this. In fact, I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Is it this one or is it the next one? Yeah, it's this one. So when you look at this was, Father's Day came out and a lot of the Sphere guys were like, look at how stupid women are. They don't even like men. What's up with them? Damn women. But this is exactly what we're talking about. This right here. This looks very sweet. A mom loves her kid. Here's a photo of her loving the kid, but that's not what you're seeing. What you're seeing is a girl using her son to replace her father. I bet you anything. In this example, she's called that kid the man of the house. And that's a horrible piece of abuse to put on a guy. Imagine that at like 2 years old, being told that you are the man of the house and you have to act all grown up, maybe take care of your brothers, essentially doing the role a full-grown adult would do. Now, there was one beforehand who either she didn't want to do it anymore or he didn't want to do it in the first place. So now you get to the place where you're filling the need that your father was supposed to do. You want to talk about an Oedipus complex? This is how you create one. This kind of gaslighting stuff. And I know it's very easy to say this should be considered child abuse, but nobody will, because abuse needs to have marks, and there's no bruises with this kind of stuff, and that's the problem. This kid is going to be growing up to be a misogynist. There's a great post, I think Archwinger did this one, where he says misogynists aren't born, they're made. And this is what happens. He's going to be raised by this woman. She's going to use her as her emotional tampon. All of his needs. Oh, I need him to be the little man, all the cuddling, all the beta buck behavior stuff. He's going to do all that stuff. What's going to happen is he's going to grow up, and she's probably not going to speak well of his father, or at least, because we had talked earlier about how kids are driven by ego. And for the most part, if a father is absent there, they're going to assume it's because of something that the kid had done. So he's going to grow up somewhat resentful of that. Mom's probably going to help it along. And he ends up in a scenario where I'm never going to be like that guy who hurt this woman's feelings because I'm the man of the house. Stunts his growth. And once he gets to the teenage years and starts talking to women, he starts treating them like his mom. And if you don't know how this results, I'll tell you right now, girls don't like that at all. They find it disgusting and they kind of creepy. And the guy's covert contract, if I act the way I think she wants me to act, in other words, if I treat her like my mom, then she'll love me forever and I'll have a consequence-free life. Now, when that doesn't happen, that narcissistic fuel isn't given to the guy or his narcissistic script, that's when you get narcissistic rage. And that's what is meant by misogyny. It's really just a covert contract that's been instilled into a guy's head since childhood that has horrible consequences. If you don't believe me, again, another essay on my blog, you should read it. I call it about Thoughtrazone, Is It Right For You? Where I talk about how thought apocalypse, or how this scenario has basically created this feedback loop of men continually being broken. It's going to have a side effect where a certain percentage of those men are going to have just the right amount of crazy and tism to do something stupid like go rent a van or one of the horrible stories you see on the news. And so when I see stuff like this, I'm not seeing a mom holding her son's hand. I'm seeing basically like a drug addiction and wondering if this is going to be the one case of guy who completely goes off the edge and has those horrible consequences attached to it. It's something to think about. It's something to see. And I don't think it's going to go away because for other women, they may not like this either. They may believe exactly what we believe. A single mother is probably not the best idea, but women also fear conflict and they like keeping consensus across the board. So what's going to happen is girls like this will throw this crap up on Facebook. The girl will complain to her boyfriend and husband about how much of a trollop she is, but they're going to feed it online. So publicly, it's great. She's so wonderful. She's so good. Advertisers are going to see this. Well, that's good. Let's get her to buy some more, get her to buy a Lexus. Let's put some Lexus commercials up there. And so it creates this false positive feedback loop that encourages it. Now, the results of that, I don't know. I just know it's not going in the better direction. So it's something to be aware of. But we're not talking about society. We're talking about you. So if you're caught somewhere in this loop, and this is mostly going to be for the younger guys, but the older guys too. If you're going to be caught in this scenario somewhere, well, then you have to understand how it's happened and what you need to do to get free of it. All right, so again, he expands on it here, brings up a story, Anita, woman in her late 50s, and he brings up a lot of examples of women who are in failing marriages, unsuccessful marriages, and talking about their complaints. And they're basically expressing these kind of Oedipus complex that a lot of these guys have. It's something neat as far as strategy goes. What a lot of guys have suggested, and it always comes up like, do I GPS track my girl's car? Do I sneak on her phone calls? Do I grab her phone when she's not looking? And you can do that, but it tends to get into this downward spiral of paranoia. So usually what we suggest is if you're going to snoop, you do it once and you know what you're looking for before you go in there. UEM McGill, again, another guy who's been around for a long time, he's since gone, and it was pretty clever. He was suggesting that it's not that you're looking for cases of infidelity. That's whatever. The important thing is to see how your girl talks about you when you're not there. And for a lot of guys, that tends to be their moment of illumination, more so than seeing if she's schlepping Ted from accounting. A lot of these guys don't even know the situation they're in because, again, people don't tell. People aren't honest with each other. But we can come back to that. We could spend a ton of time on that one. What did I put for this website? Oh, yeah. We'll do one more of the red meat rage bait. Now, we could be arguing, yeah, but this doesn't happen everywhere. And this is mostly the argument you're going to get from people who want to prove it wrong anyway and are just looking for justification. Well, that's just low-quality women. And you're like, all right, well, that's just low-class women. A lot of soccer moms, like class-conscious soccer moms, love to do this one. They say it's poor women. And they sometimes code it for poor ethnic women. I'll put it this way. Babylon Bee, if you guys don't know, this is like The Onion. Father's Day updated to Toxic Masculinity Awareness Day. Now, you can't tell me something's not common if they're able to write satire on it. You just can't. It's a pretty funny thing, an article, by the way. I guess we'll take a second here as we're going through this. It is kind of relevant to the book, so. In a special session, they overhaul it to Toxic Masculinity Day. Americans across the country expected to celebrate the holiday designed to shame fathers for all things masculine as the weekend approached. It was just fine. The rewritten holiday guidelines suggest canceling gift orders for cigars or plans to take dad out for steak and instead sitting him on the floor and repeatedly shaming him for being part of the problem. Saying things like, take that money you were going to spend on a beard trimmer and instead donate it to women's rights. I'm not going to get into the rest of it, but I mean, you kind of get the joke on it. But that's the point. The reason it's funny is because there's an element of truth to it. So it's something to be aware of. We can hand wave it away as being somebody else's problem, but at some point it enters into your world. Whether it's the guys you hang out with, whether it's your own formative experiences, whether it's a concern that you're going to have for your children down the line, it's something that's there. Nice guys tend to seek the approval of women. Due to their family and social conditioning, nice guys tend to seek the approval of women, even as they are trying to become what they believe women want them to be and doing what they believe women want them to do. Nice guys tend to experience tremendous frustration in gaining the approval they so intensely desire. Again, abundance and aloofness are such powerful tools in a man's guy here when it comes to like pickup, sexual strategy, any part of game, because most guys are acting like this. Most guys are needy, most guys want validation, and girls cannot stand it. It's a very unattractive quality. And the reason that it doesn't work is because everybody's doing it, and so it's sufficiently devalued. Instead, it's good to think of it as like a rich person. No celebrity buys designer clothes. Designer clothes are what like regular people buy to look like high quality people. High status people are just given the clothes to advertise for the people trying to sell them. So when you think of what I had talked about an episode or two ago, where men can no longer be a commodity good, we kind of have to brand ourselves as a luxury item. Think of it along those lines. Luxury items aren't about, I don't need your sales, is what you have to do. You always have to have an exclusivity to it, a fear of missing out. And looking for sources of validation cheapens you as a product. I know it's kind of economic terms, but bear with me. It helps you understand the concept here. So by not seeking this, now it's not saying you don't want validation. Obviously, being validated is a pleasant experience. I mean, sexually, it's very pleasant. But that's the point. You can't seek it, but you have to act in a way that provides more of it in your life. And that's the nuance between esteem and validation seeking. But that's kind of off topic, so we're going to skip that for now. The frustration is due to the reality that in general, women view men who try to please them as weak and hold them in contempt. Just like Rich says, if you treat her like a celebrity, she's going to treat you like a fan. Most women do not want a man who tries to please them. They want a man who knows how to please himself. And they don't mean it in that way, no fabbers. Women constantly share with me that they don't want a passive pleasing wimp. They want a man, someone with his balls still intact. And so he brings up some strategies here on how to get your testicles back, as he puts it, connecting with other men, getting strong, finding healthy male role models. I'm going to disagree on that one too, but we'll get to that in a section. And then re-examining Run's relationship with our father. This one I think is more important. So connecting with men is essential. Building relationships with men requires a conscious effort. This begins with a commitment to develop male friendships. In order to do this, nice guys must be willing to make the time, take risks, and be vulnerable. He doesn't mean vulnerable in the share your feelings way. He means vulnerable in the sense that rejection is a possibility sort of way. It takes time to talk to a neighbor, call a friend, go to a ball game. Nice guys are so enmeshed with their wives, families, or work, it means taking times away for these things. Again, once you stop trying to please the women in your life, you'll notice how much of a time sink it is. It's worse than Netflix and Xbox put together. What you'll find is that time you could have spent pleasing, you end up not pleasing anymore. One sec. And then that time is now spent towards positive male relationships. Again, we can go into the male social matrix. Absolutely wonderful article on it. Give it a read afterwards there. But once you start getting good at initial fitness testing and wholehearted acceptanceness, working with other men, it actually gives payoffs in other areas of your life. You start approaching things as if you were a man talking to a man. You're at a boss. You're not trying to seek approval from your boss the same as you would if it was a woman. Even if it is a woman, it's a boss subordinate situation. Or if you're starting your own business, you again take it as the approach of initial fitness testing, wholehearted acceptance, as opposed to wholehearted acceptance and then constant undermining. People are able to work together better. People are able to accomplish things. I can use a real life example if you prefer. Let's say Rollo Tomasi invites somebody, let's name him Ryan, to a convention. They want to start talking about this stuff more openly, refine the process, kind of bring it out of the sticks and into the open. Very cool stuff. Work with another guy. Let's call him Anthony. Just picking a name hypothetically here. Everybody's working with other men. We're all leading in the same direction. We all have the same goal, which sounds great. Initially, it was, Rollo's looking at the guy. Does he know what he's talking about? Does he have a message? Guys are looking at him the same way. Is he actually preaching what he lives, how he preaches? It's all right. We kind of meet that goal. Then let's say Anthony, wink, wink, starts doing some underhanded stuff, some backstabbing stuff, some character assassination stuff, and the guys just refuse to work with him anymore. And fast forward a year, and that guy's basically living in his sister's basement with Zelda posters on his wall. Hypothetically speaking, completely. That's the consequence of approaching your relationships as if they were feminine-centric relationships, is that you can end up with these kind of self-sabotaging behaviors in business. I actually have a chapter in my book. One of the guys in the chat was talking about how he read it, where I say thirst is the worst. And this is a manifestation of it. So when we talk about making male friends, it's more than just having somebody to play Halo online with or to have a beer with. It actually conditions you to better interact with the world at large. And like I said, consequences are abound. And they're very hard to make that connection with, well, I never had male friends growing up, and I just screwed over my business. But it's there. Anyways, so breaking the monogamous bond to mom is the next part. Developing male relationships, break the bond with the mother. And that's when I talk about the woman of Wollendorf or female worship, that's where I actually reference this. Now, they say in here, in this case, it's a bond to mom, but it's a bond to female attention as if it was like a monolith. And that's where I use the woman of Wollendorf. It's this 20,000 year BC statue of a voluptuous chick. So worshiping the female form never works. And you'll always see it. A lot of guys will actually get very mad at you if you talk like this online. And I do, and you shouldn't, but I do, whatever. And they're like, I can always tell when it's one of those evil misogynist guys because you ask them just to say something like, I love all women. And they'll refuse to. And I always hated that because it's playing into the same thing. They want to treat every woman as if it's a manifestation of their mother or the female goddess form that they have in their head, which is a huge covert contract. Could already get into all the details of that. Here we go. So he talks about an example with his kid here. When my daughter Jamie was 18, she had a boyfriend who had been conditioned to be monogamous to his mother. The boy's father frequently traveled for his job, was emotionally unavailable, rigid, and demanding. The boy's mother smothered him and made her his emotional partner. On several occasions, Jamie felt as if she was competing with her boyfriend's mother for his attention and affection. Unfortunately, since the mother had first dibs, she usually won. It felt strange to Jamie to be jealous of and in competition with the boyfriend's mom. Nevertheless, she passed the situation off of just a case of her boyfriend and mother having a very close relationship. Again, girls don't know what to do with this thing, so expecting them to solve the problem is just ridiculous. One Friday, we went out for dinner. While we ate, she shared her frustration of having to compete, especially now that he had joined the Marines and was away at boot camp. I empathized and shared the facts of life with her. Your boyfriend's a nice guy. He's been conditioned to be monogamous with his mother. Jamie was not thrilled when I told her, but for an 18-year-old, she was pretty intuitive and she knew what I was saying was true. She even shared a few examples of the ways she had already seen this happen. So she asked, is there any hope? Can he ever break free? And I said, yes, there's one hope. He has to learn to connect with men in ways that he couldn't with his father. Now, in the Marines, I'm going to guess he gets that. At least when I joined. So I joined in 2003, and I served till 2015. Yeah, November 11, 2015. Joined October 3rd. You really get like a positive version of Lord of the Flies with that because it's such a structured environment, because you're basically mandated to all be moving in that same direction. It's a very good simulated male social matrix. Sports teams I've heard is another good example if you're on like an all-male sports team, but they're generally man-only places. The military is losing a lot of that because, like I said, we're trying to get more diversity into the workplace, and it's causing some effects. I'm not going to say it's an altogether good or altogether bad thing, but there is cost associated with it, and men using it as a period in which they can learn to bond with other men is one of them. So I don't know what it's like now. You'll have to talk to somebody who just joined now to see that. He does have his next breaking free exercise here. So list 3 men you would like to get to know better. Next to each man's name, list an activity you could do together. Next to this, write down a date, make a commitment to contact him by this day. A lot of guys don't know how to make friends, and it was actually a great system I read about. It was a couple years back. I wish I could remember the source. I can't. But the idea was there's certain levels of social engagement. You have people you're familiar with, you have acquaintances, you have activity partners, you have friends, and then you have close friends, and then you have family. So the idea is just, you get to know somebody, learn to meet as many people as you can. And if you see them in one place, say at the office, that's becomes an acquaintance. You just see them at the bar, they're a bar acquaintance, they're bar friends, they're single serving friends. If you guys remember, there's a line from Fight Club on this one. Where is it? I know I saved it. Yeah, so everywhere I travel, tiny life, single serving sugar, single serving cream, single pat of butter, the microwave cordon bleu hobby kit, shampoo, conditioner combos, sample packed mouthwash, tiny bars of soap. The people I meet on each flight, they're single serving friends. So you get this, and a lot of people mistake friends for acquaintances, or other way around. They mistake acquaintances for friends, and then it's when you start pushing boundaries people aren't comfortable with. So what you want to do is you want to try and get them in at least 3 different acquaintance positions or activity friend positions. You have some buddies from work, you go out for work after for some drinks. That's made 2. So right there you've got a segment. And then close the loop. Maybe you turn out he's a rugby player. He has like a bush league rugby team. Or he plays squash. You join a squash club. So now you have somebody you have drinks with after work. You have somebody you work with. You have somebody you play squash lift with. Now you have the makings of a friendship. And this obviously depends on if you guys get along, if you enjoy each other's company. But a lot of guys don't know how to make those connections. And in the same way, it's very similar to like cold approaching women if you want to be a day gamer. A lot of it is just about putting yourself in a position to meet as many people as possible and then narrow it down based on shared interests, because that's how men bond. They like to do the similar things. If you want to go caveman style, this is like where cavemen hunt and they talk together, they're facing the same direction, they have the same goal, and because they share the same goal, they share a bond from it. Now, he describes this as the way to reclaim your masculinity and shed off the Oedipus complex stuff. So, masculinity denotes strength and power. Because of their conditioning, nice guys tend to fear those traits. As a result, they often become emotionally and physically soft. Some take pride in the softness. I've met nice guys who work out, practice martial arts, or are still afraid of their strength. Embracing one's masculinity means embracing the body, power, and spaciousness. In order to do this, you got to stop putting junk in your bodies and train them for physical demands. So this is just basically, do you even lift, bro? Again, you catch guys with the spot of the tism, and they take this very simple message of work out and be healthy, and they say, if you don't have 6-pack abs and are 6'2", then why even bother? Again, bring this down to normie land. Are you making efforts to be fit, to be in shape, to be healthy, to be aesthetic? Are you getting the results you want? If no, work harder at it. If not, or if you are getting your results, then okay, you can go harder or not, but that's really up to you. Again, he brings up examples in here, but I'm going to bring up something else. So it's something, and I don't know why he didn't put it in there, but we're finding that usually when guys are missing these formative male experiences, they tend to react in 2 ways. They either will react hyper-masculine or hyper-feminine. So if you want to think hyper-masculine, let's use the urban community in the States. A lot of guys have to act gangster. How many guys do you know on their Facebook page have a picture of them holding a gun pointed sideways, acting super thuggish like a violent criminal? Because they don't have a model of masculinity. So what they do is they take the elements of strength that involve masculinity, like being stronger, being aggressive, being sexually assertive, and they just add some tism, dial it up to 12, and that's where you get this. Again, almost cartoonish lampooning of what masculinity is. Then at the same time, you get guys that completely reject that and they go the other direction. They become the ultimate plow horse. Well, I'm a good father. I have a good job. I'm a very kind person. I would never hurt a fly. So passive, in fact, that each one of them is completely unattractive in their own ways. Now, the difference is the guys who are hyper masculine will at least attract a certain segment of women who like hyper masculine men. And that's just because, nothing but weak men around their lives. They like a super strong man. That's great. Problem with the other side of things, the hyper feminine men, is they tend to get the girls that are a little bit on the damage side. And those ones tend to prefer a man they can walk on as a way of getting their power back in their own lives. And either way, you're creating dysfunctional relationships. The next part that I disagree with Glover on, he says, seeking out healthy male role models help nice guys reclaim their masculinity. So I encourage recovering nice guys to visualize what they think a healthy male would look like and think of healthy masculine traits you would like to develop. With that picture in mind, they can go out and look for men who have those kind of qualities. Absolutely, of all the things in here, this is the absolute worst advice I think you can give. Because we see examples of that every day. What do people do? They get attached to those same two archetypes. They pick the guy who's looks like a Best Buy manager, dressed in horrible khakis, a bit of a gut, talking about how he's a good father and he appreciates the Lord and all that plow horse stuff. And he resonates with that. You'll recognize him because he'll bring up Norman Rockwell photos of family dinners, which are just advertisements for cigarettes. And he's like, that's the life I want to live. It's really funny, by the way. I always joke around calling out one like the Norman Rockwell fantasy. But they forget, these things didn't exist. They were just advertisements for people back then to have as their aspirational model. And you can always tell when people... Actually, there's a great article on this one from The Last Psychiatrist. Remind me after the chat on Twitter. I'll see if I can pull it up. Where he talks about... Actually, maybe I do have it. 1 second. I bet you I do. Seems like the kind of thing I would save. Oh, I guess not. Oh, wait. But he was talking about the movie The Matrix. If you guys remember that scene in The Matrix where they're talking about... Oh, here we go. So here's a bit of an aside, but it gets to the point. So The Matrix is a great movie, but a poor expression of Baudrillard's philosophy. The Matrix is quite straightforward. There's no confusion, no paradox. Either you're in or you're out. You may not know you're in, but that doesn't change the fact that it's a binary situation. A true Matrix would be a single world that has become so fake that you no longer needed the original. The whole world becomes a fake. There's no recourse. You'll know what happened when you look at a copy of something, the original of which you have had no actual knowledge of, and say, oh, that's so authentic. If you're under 47 and think Mad Men is much more accurate about 1963 than Oliver Jones' JFK or vice versa, then you're in the Matrix. Again, this is like a weird thing you notice. Guys are attached to a past that they're not sure even existed. So I don't think searching for healthy role models is a good way to do it because people have no frame of reference. What I've found to be a better strategy that's worked over the long term is just kill any idea of a role model. Live and ask yourself the question, what's in it for me? Treat things as a value add. Is this experience with this person more valuable in my life than not having it? Are they a net gain or a net loss in my life? And shed that which isn't. What I and others have found is that makes it more likely that you're just kind of directing yourself in the general direction of a more self-actualized life. May not know the details, but you kind of know the general direction. And that's where you're working out, looking hot, treating yourself like the prize, being more assertive. All those traits that he said masculinity empowers you to have. No, you're just acting more on those. And when you act more that way, then these things will naturally kind of gravitate to you. Other men who also resemble and have those same qualities tend to be more attractive as activity partners or as friends or as close friends. And so this male role model that you're looking for, you end up just creating it in yourself with just a few tips and tricks and a couple years of effort. I think that's far superior than taking a picture of Michael Jordan and putting him on your wall. Do you know what I mean? So again, not the best idea here, but he's a very small section of it either. So next part is re-examining their relationship with their father helps nice guys reclaim their masculinity. I find this one is important because for most of these guys, we're talking about them like promise keepers. Most of these guys vilify their father because of the mother. And we talked about all this stuff before. And what happens once a guy gets older, once he gets, as he calls it, red pilled, gets his anger phase, he gets past it, he has a different lens to look back on his life. I mean, I've done it the same as everybody. My stepfather was one of those, you're not an old man until you fight your old man kind of guys. Did the promise keeper thing, didn't work at all. Then after joining the military, after getting some success, I kind of documented actually in my book, Fuccfiles, and Amazon today, links in the description. Check it out. Guarantee you, I know there's at least one guy in here who's read it already, who's reading it now. Like, he'll tell you, it's good. The point is, though, you come to look at it in a different lens, and I saw exactly what it ended up being. It wasn't a situation, and most guys will see this. It's not a situation where that guy has everything wrong, and you're going to be the opposite of that because that's good. I see a guy that was put in a situation where he was taught to be that plow horse. You be the guy with the good job, and then everybody will love you unconditionally. And he may not have had the tools to handle conflict, so all he had was anger. And I can see then, if you're not given any tools to succeed, you're put in a situation where you have to keep on giving and not receive anything in return. And then your support, if you have any grievances, is telling you to shut up. Then of course you're going to act out that way. So I wouldn't say you end up coming at it with an element of pity, but you do definitely come with an understanding and an empathy. And then you stop vilifying every aspect of the bad men in your life, and then you start to take the good parts and remove the bad parts, which is essentially what good parenting was supposed to do. But yeah, we're at where we're at. His example he uses is a guy, Matthew, a computer programmer in his mid-40s. On one occasion, he stated he had no intention of attending his father's funeral if he should die. Months later, after exploring his relationship, he decided to call and confront his dad when he didn't get invited to a family function. Matt's mother always portrayed his dad as a villain while representing herself as a victim. Go figure. While talking with his father, Matt came to the realization that even though his dad had problems, he wasn't bad like his mother made him out to be. In this encounter, Matt also realized he created a similar scenario with his wife in which he identified her as the villain and himself as the victim. It's funny how those things work, huh? Well, that's how you were raised, and that's how you approach your life. So not only did that phone call with his father change his relationship, but also with his wife. And he gets into there talking about the goals. The goal basically is to view your father or male figures in your life more accurately. You got to learn to accept guys for how they are, flaws, warts and all. And you'll find as you're exiting the anger phase, you're kind of going to get there with women too. So a lot of guys early on, very angry with women. It's usually a covert contract because I acted the way I thought you wanted me to act and you're not responding by loving me unconditionally. Builds up resentment. Again, misogyny is not born, it's made. You get there, you get angry, you start to learn these things, and then afterwards you come back and you just realize, like, women, at least the ones previously, can't be what you wanted them to be. But that doesn't mean they're irredeemable or they're all hoes or are all bad. I mean, some are generally trash, but that goes for everything. Some people are just generally lost causes, or maybe not even a lost cause, but have no value to your life, and they're wonderful for somebody else. Whatever. We can hand wave it away however you want. The point is, you never have that moment where you're like, I love all women. Like the Pat Stedman thing where he had that video of him talking about how he loves all women because they shower and they put lavender in their hair or some nonsense. You start to see people by their individual merits and failings. And you stop treating women as a monolithic entity, and instead you just start treating them as people. Which is funny because in a previous video I had talked before about how humankind is hardwired to prioritize the needs of women above men. And that's just simple purposes. Eggs are expensive, sperm is cheap. So the societies that tended to overvalue women were the ones that survived and thrived and moved on and spread their DNA. And the ones that didn't tended to die off. So because of that, we're in a situation where I call it sexual diabetes. Essentially that we've been trained this way for hundreds of thousands of years, but now we're in a case where there's just so many people, there's so much material abundance that those strategies don't work anymore because it's much easier for somebody to take advantage of it without any consequences behind it. Again, same thing happening here. So it's neat to kind of connect these dots when you start getting into it. And then you learn, so they're not going to be what you want them to be. They're going to be the way they are. But you're going to find it's pretty damn pleasant. And then you're over that anger phase. You're over treating them as a monolithic entity. You treat them as individuals. And you look at the value add. Like, this girl, is she great? Or do you just think she's great? Is she great because you've had a dry spell for 6 months? Or is she great because not only do you guys have a healthy love life, but she also is like a great cook? Or she actually treats being around you as if it's a gift. Like little things like that. And that's Like nobody else can tell you that's what you have to value. I think that's a very important part too. Nobody should tell you, well, you should love women because of this, that. It's like, no, that's her job. That's not your job to tell me these things. Next part here, it's fairly important. Passing the benefits of masculinity onto the next generation. Keeping your daughters out of stripper shoes and your guys out of renting a van, making an Elliot Rodger video. Snakes and snails. As I work to raise my sons, I realize they're growing up in a world very much like the one created my generation of nice guys. Boys are disconnected and dependent on gaining the approval of women. This was brought home to me a couple years back when our family moved into a new home the summer before my son, Steve, entered the 4th grade. I attended his PTA and was jolted with a dose of reality. From kindergarten to 5th grade, there was one teacher in the whole school that was a guy, a 20-to-1 ratio. I received a visual picture of the environment which boys spend the most impressionable years of their lives. Again, this section here, he's going to start talking about rites of passage. So unfortunately, our culture provides few rituals in which adult males help boys leave the comfort of the nursery ruled by women and enter into the world of adult manhood. Robert Bly discusses the importance rituals of this in Iron John. And talks about in primitive societies, how they basically kidnap the man from the village, put him in the woods. You guys know all of these stories. The Spartans throw you out there with a cape and a spear and like, don't come back without a wolf skin. When I first came out and started talking about this stuff, that was the very first question a guy asked me as well. Like, what should our rites of passage be? And I actually have an article on this one. It's one of my favorites. Sex and violence, the two non-fungible measures of a man. Give it a read if you're bored. And the problem comes, those rites of passage weren't for your benefit. They were for other people's benefit. For example, a lot of guys used to be, drafted into the military, and that was their right to manhood. Well, it wasn't because they needed you to be a good man. It's because they needed warm bodies to throw at the fire. Brought up a story about how I met a Korean war vet. After I got back from deployment, we started swapping war stories. He was happy to hear it, but it kind of blew the wind out of my sails where I was sitting here. I got a medal and like, what did you do? I'm like, well, we looked for pirates for 6 months. We only found one, didn't really do anything about it. What about you? He's like, yeah, they dropped me off in Korea and told me to blow up anything made out of steel and make my way back to the border. I was like, hey, fair enough. Same medals though, like whatever. So you don't get it offered to you anymore. When you turn 18, they don't give you the job at the mill because that's all taken away. So your job's no longer the thing. The wartime's no longer the thing. All you've really got less is sex and violence. That's the one thing they can't take away. Like you being able to attract a woman for any length of time, whether you want it as a wife or a girlfriend or a one-night stand, whatever. That's the one thing that we still kind of have. And then violence is the capability of it. In other words, looking the part. And instead of somebody offering you a rite of passage into manhood, all you've really got left is to pick a spot, point at it, sit your ass down, and say, I dare you to move me. And that's kind of all that's left. But he talks in here about boys making the transition into a world ruled by women, but they can't do it on their own. I would argue whether they say you can or can't do it on your own is irrelevant because there's nobody else to do it for you at this point. So you kind of have to do it on your own. And you're going to get it wrong because everybody gets it wrong. But as long as you make it a point to do something, even if you get it wrong, you're going to have a nice lesson and you're going to eventually grow into the role. Again, stop looking for Michael Jordan posters to put on your wall and just start putting yourself on the wall, if that makes sense. Not like nailing yourself to a cross, though. And he talks about spending time with his kids, biological kids, get involved with young relatives, scouts, sports teams, school activity, or big brothers. And again, I think it's funny because this is an older book. And he talks about, get with the sports team, go with the scouts. Well, the Boy Scouts are no longer the Boy Scouts. They're the Everybody Scouts, and they have got a huge amount of problems. I think they went bankrupt now. All these places that he was suggesting, they're all pretty much gone. I mean, there's kind of sports teams, I guess, but I don't know. I'm hearing from a lot of my friends and their kids and the problems they're having with it. You're going to have to do it on your own, and that's fine too. And just be the example. So the second point he makes is this is one I would consider more important, the sugar and spice. So little girls can benefit from this reclaimed masculine energy as well. The men on No More Mr. Nice Guy groups showed me the benefits of male energy on his young girl in a powerful way, not like it sounds. One of the members had a 12-year-old daughter with bone cancer. She had to have a leg removed, undergo chemo, As a result, she spent countless days and nights in the hospital. One evening, he was sitting out there with his daughter. The members of his group showed up to take him out to dinner. In addition to providing support for Lamar during a difficult time, they also provided an unexpected dividend. Energized by their presence, his daughter sat up and received hugs from each guy. That night, she needed less medication and slept better than she had in weeks. The next day, all she could talk about was her guys that came to visit her the night before. Girls benefit by seeing their fathers set boundaries, ask for what they want in clear and direct ways, work hard, create, produce, have friends, and make their own needs a priority. As with little boys, girls can learn what it means to be man both by watching their fathers and interacting with them. So I'll end on this point here. If you want to keep your daughter out of stripper shoes, being the controlling jerk is ridiculous. You just have to be an example. She's going to look to you when she's in her teenage years as the kind of man she would want. And if you set a bad example, all the words in the world aren't going to matter. 2 reasons that's important is, let's say you reach that crux. You're in a marriage or a relationship right now. You have a child, a daughter. You've been a drunken captain. You're not acting in command. You're not being the dominant person in your relationship. You're not following Captain XO model. And you're with that type of girl I talked about before, the type 3, the one that just wanted a pushover because of some childhood trauma or whatever. You have a choice to make. I can either stay together with this woman and be here and available and be able to talk and tuck my child in and tell stories, but she's going to have an example of a pushover of a man for her life. Or I can leave this environment, take after my own needs, and while she may only see me half the time now, or however much time it is, she's at least going to get an example of a good man. So that's a very difficult choice that a lot of guys have to make for themselves. And once you start approaching it from the aspect of what's best for me, you're going to find that not only is it best for you, but the dividends are it gives the people around you an example of what they should aspire to want, either in friends or a boyfriend or a husband or, all that stuff. It's really neat. So that's it for this one. Again, welcome. Next one, I'm probably going to put it out tomorrow. I see a lot of stuff in the chat here. I'll get caught up quickly and make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh yeah, you guys are busy. Honestly, yeah. So don't forget, hit like, subscribe to the channel, share this around. Honestly, get a lot of guys reading it. The next episode is going to be awesome. It's going to be more for success strategies of intimate relationships. So for those guys of you that have a bit of a dry spell going on right now, this is probably going to be the episode you're going to want to watch. But anyways, I'll catch you guys on the next one. I don't know if that was the right thumbnail, but either way, welcome guys. We're on episode 7. I think everybody's going to like this one. It's probably going to get more views than usual because this is the one about healthy sex lives. And that's really what most guys who come to Red Pill, that's what they're looking for. They want to get laid. They want to get wet. So here we are. So I'll preface this first that Glover doesn't do game per se. If we all know, there's the cardinal rule of relationships. That's to be attractive and not to be unattractive. So this falls squarely in the don't be unattractive camp. And I don't know how better to word this, but most of the problems that guys have in their love lives, in their relationships, it's all self-inflicted prisons. I mean, if you've gone through the last 6 episodes now, we've seen how a lot of guys are attaching nice guy behaviors to their women, worshiping women, putting them on a pedestal, setting themselves up for failure for various reasons. And this is, again, part that leads into it that's not about failing marriages. That's about just general attractiveness or lack of unattractiveness. Getting to the start here. So I like his little introduction where he has, I'm a victim of her dysfunction. Carl, a successful businessman in his mid-30s, began his first counseling session with the preceding analysis of a relationship with his wife, Danita. Although over 6'2" and professionally dressed in a dark suit and tie, Carl looked like a little boy sitting on the sofa in my office. His frustration and helplessness regarding his most intimate relationship was unmistakable. As Carl continued to talk about his marriage, it became apparent that he was intimidated by his wife, Danita. He claimed she was angry all the time. When talking about her, he would use adjectives like relentless and steamroller. Because of his fear of her anger, he lied to her and avoided interacting with her. In many ways, Carl revealed, Danita is just like my mother. There's no pleasing Mom. I learned just to avoid her and tune her out when she was bitching. I got really good at lying and hiding what I didn't want her to know about. I guess I'm still pretty good at that today. So as Carl brought the discussion back to the present, he revealed, every other area of my life is great. If it wasn't for Danita, my life would be perfect. I just don't think she knows how to be happy. There is so much to unpack from this. That's just, once you start going through your journey, you're going to start seeing this stuff pop up, not just in yourself, but in other guys who are sharing their field reports. So the first thing here is about the battle axe wife. A lot of guys walk on eggshells around their women. And it's something I have an article out about manipulations where I talk about the 5 ways that women tend to use to manipulate a man. And one of the big ones is anger. They know because, again, from all the problems we've talked about the last 6 episodes, a guy does not know how to respond to female anger. I think Jordan Peterson quoted it. Like, if a guy gets angry at another guy, it's easy. You know what you have to do. There's always that underlying threat that he's going to punch you in the face. And so it kind of keeps everything civil. And if it escalates, you know that then there's like a give and take involved with that. But as you know, it's socially unpalatable to hit women, which, I mean, I'm willing to say it's not good to hit anybody. But there's that additional barrier there. So when you run into these situations, you get a lot of anger back. Your standard way of dealing with things doesn't work. Your standard way of dealing with things doesn't work. So you have to go with alternative methods. In this case, a lot of guys just end up hiding, being reclusive. The second thing I'm going to go into is about the MGTOWs, I guess. Second wave MGTOWs, we'll call them that. A lot of guys are worried about financial ruin during a divorce. Honestly, that's the primary concern. You ask anybody, why not get married? And they will say that. I don't want to lose half my stint. Here's the thing. If you don't own anything, or if you're fairly, not well off, then losing half of nothing doesn't really equal much. At the same time, if you're very wealthy, losing half of that is fine. You can still live and you'll be able to make it all back again. So the issue has never really been about money or resources. A lot of guys attach to that one because it's a very socially palatable reason. And I mentioned this back in my 2018 talk, back when I was still in Central Florida there for that horrible convention we shall not name. It's that there's 2 reasons that people do everything. There's their emotional reason, and then there's the reason that they tell you about. And in this case, financial hardship is the palatable reason that everybody can understand. I know a lot of guys will probably argue this point, but I'll put it this way. When you ask a guy about the statistics, he will show you every statistic there is about why he's not getting married because of the financial ruin of it. Now, when have you ever seen anybody who's made a decision based on seeing more statistics? Exactly. The point is, it's not a rationale. It's a post hoc justification. And so in general, what I find, and as soon as you start getting into it in depth with other guys who act like this, is that they tend to have these same issues we've talked about before. The abandonment issues, the fear of rejection, all this stuff kind of taps into it. Dog scratching the sofa. Don't do it. Lie down. Anyways, back to it. So those are the core issues. Here's the problem, though, is that some guys aren't self-aware enough to know they have those issues, and some guys are, and they hide it extremely well. If you remember back in Chapter 2, Episode 2, I talked about guys who are hiding the evidence or hiding the badness. Well, this is one more manifestation of that, and learning to shed these post hoc justifications is a generally good thing to do in your life, because then you stop looking for excuses to act the way you want to act, and you start actually dealing with the core issues. Now, I'm still saying don't get married. Marriage is not a financially good deal. Obviously, that stuff is true, but I come at it from a different angle. in a relationship, what do you get in a marriage that you're not already getting from a relationship? And nobody's really been able to give me an answer to that. The best one I've seen from angry middle-aged soccer women is, if you don't do that, I'm going to leave. And that's a scarcity mindset. That only works if you're worried about losing one and having that same abandonment issues. That's why, again, one of the other manipulative techniques, shame, is so powerful. It's because it taps into that insecurity guys have of abandonment. Now, girls don't know if you have those daddy issues or mommy issues or not. They just apply it carte blanche. And here's the problem. At least half the guys out there have been kids of divorce and have, to some degree, these levels of abandonment. So it's extremely effective. Women aren't good, they just got lucky. So the next part here, he goes about intimate strangers. He goes, nice guys end up in the office for 2 reasons. Sometimes because of hidden affairs, surfing for prawn, smoking pot, blown up in their face and created a crisis with the wife or girlfriend. If you've ever heard of a traditional Christian guy talk about his prawn addiction, that's what they're getting at here. It's a nice article. I can't remember if it was the article or it was a comment in it. One of Rollo's ones anyway, where he was talking about Xbox and weed, how guys just escape and these are their distractions. Of course, before then it would have been alcoholism and gambling, but the point is there's always a distraction there. And so what it was suggested is, well, girls will say, oh, you're addicted to your Xbox, you're addicted to weed, you drink too much, whatever. If it wasn't that, it would be something else. It's a surface level problem. And so when you see people talk about addictions like this, it's really just hiding. I mean, we can make the joke that prawn addictions would go away overnight if girls en masse lost 20 pounds. And there's an element of truth to that. Be pleasant, be attractive. Most women can't meet that standard, at least over half. And so these things are only going to get worse, not better. Now, how do you get a girl to lose weight? That's the big question every other guy talks about. The first rule of that is to be hot. You being higher than your girl on the sexual market value, having more attractive, tends to run dread naturally. And then girls will try to keep up because, as you know, most couples that get together tend to match in the looks department. And so if your girl's not hot enough, the easiest thing you can do is get hotter. At the same time, there involves something called a 1,000-foot tow rope, which is you start making changes. Say you're 50 pounds overweight, you lose 50 pounds. It takes you a year. Now, for that first 6 months, nothing looks different about you. You haven't talked about your mission, which you shouldn't. You haven't seeked validation for your opinion, nothing. You've just done it. So at that point is when, in the 6-month mark, people actually kind of notice they're getting left behind. It involves a bunch of comfort tests, a bit of sabotage. A lot of guys, I mean, talk to any married guy here who's been on a diet or a training regimen for something and ask him how many times his girl has started cooking cake or cookies for him. It's like this weird subconscious thing because working out is hard, so they'd rather fatten you back up so they don't have to. So it involves a little bit of effort in there. So that's the point here he makes on addiction that I don't think he exaggerated on or he didn't articulate on enough, but it's good to know. There's other reasons why nice guys have difficulty getting the love they want. He again refers to toxic shame, the dysfunctional relationships they co-create. That's Captain Save-A-Ho for those who want it translated here. The important one coming up next is their patterns of enmeshment and avoidance. So enmeshment is investing in the Captain Ho thing. You're investing in a lost cause and you're making yourself so attached to her happiness that it ends up strangling the whole relationship. So let's see if we can get to that part. So the patterns of enmeshment, as he talks about them here, the intimacy balancing act gets played out in 2 distinct ways. The first is becoming overly involved in intimate relationships at the expense of oneself and other outside interests. The second is by being emotionally unavailable. That's the avoidance types. So enmeshment is where guys make their partner their emotional center. That's the one, happy wife, happy life. That right there is enmeshment, 100%. A lot of times it's because the guy wants the girl to be happy and he attaches his success as a husband or in a relationship because of that. A lot of times it's just because the guy hates being nagged and he just wants her to be quiet. Good example for this, when I was sailing, I had a bunch of buddies and there was this one guy, he was dating a French girl named Ellie. And he used to come out with us all the time. We'd have fun together, do what we did when we weren't sailing. And it slowly started to happen where every time he wanted to come out with the boys, she would get a headache, she would feel sick, she would feel really sad, and that she needed him there. Now here's the tricky part. She didn't actually say, like, don't go out with your friends, I need you. But she just played wounded. Again, that's the third type of manipulation technique I was talking about from my article. So for guys who are enmeshers, they see this wounded bird and they voluntarily decide to detach themselves from people. Of course, there's also the Machiavellian type chicks that are perfectly willing to manipulate their guy into sticking around with them by playing wounded. So I don't know which is worse, the kind that do it on purpose or the kind that just do it based on their emotion. I would say the emotion ones, because at least somebody who's evil, you can at least appeal to their self-interests. But somebody who's oblivious, there's no appealing to it. It's almost random. It's just instinct. You can't outdo instinct. So he refers to enmeshing nice guys as table dogs, which is a term I really got to start using more. They're like little dogs who hover beneath the table just in case a scrap happens to fall their way. And I'm looking at these guys right now because they're horrible for that. Only reason I put up with it is because I drop food and I hate cleaning. On the surface, it may appear that enmeshing nice guy desires and is available for an intimate relationship, but that's an illusion. The nice guy's pursuing and enmeshing behavior is an attempt to hook up an emotional hose to his partner. The hose is used to suck the life out of her and fill an empty place inside of him. And this is where that combat comes in. The girl's treating the guy as her emotional tampon, and he, at the same time, is hooking up his gas hose to her fuel tank of emotions. So it's two vampires sucking at each other, and it creates a horrible feedback loop. And these are how a lot of dysfunctional relationships are going. If you want to go back to the Jack 10 of Hearts articles I was talking about before, the 3 dysfunctional captains of the married red pill, this would be definitely a type 3 relationship. And if you don't know what those are, that's where the girl never really wanted a strong man to lead. She wanted a codependent. She wanted a pushover. She wanted somebody that she could bully around. Those kind of relationships. So the avoider can be a little tougher to get a handle on, and this is going to blow your mind when I go through this here. The avoiding nice guy seems to put his job, hobby, parents, and everything else before his primary relationship. I love this section because if you go into Practical Female Psychology for the Practical Man, another sidebar book that I strongly recommend you guys get into, you're going to notice there's certain female archetypes. There's the adventurous, the materialista. There's one called the good girl. Now, a good girl isn't good as in like the way we would think of good. She's a good girl in the sense that nice guys are nice. What they mean by a good girl is they treat the relationship as the prize, not the man. And these are the ones that, talk of the town. She works for the church. She does all these favors for everybody. But then when she gets home, she's an utter bitch to her husband and treats everybody like trash. Because it's not actually about the people in her life. It's about the appearance of the people in her life. And this here, when they talk about avoidance type nice guys, it's amazingly similar to that. So it leads me to believe that this men raised as broken women attitude is manifesting here in nice guy behaviors, which it makes sense since most nice guy behaviors, to some extent, seem to be female behaviors adopted to male sensibilities, which really doesn't work. Of course, then the question you got to ask yourself is dread is essentially that. Dread is taking the idea of a woman's branch swinging or setting herself up for success, finding another relationship before she kills the earlier one. So what's the difference? The difference, I would argue, is just self-interest. But then again, guys who have codependent needs have their emotional self-interest and fear of abandonment going. This is where you get kind of interesting on this stuff. So they're both fundamentally identical, but one of them is seen as beneficial and one of them is not. They're both filling needs. They're both female behaviors, for the most part, adapted to male sensibilities. So what's the difference? And this is something I would kill for. I've always asked for girls or guys who have a problem with the red pill to make an argument. It'll make things stronger. And this is one of those ones that I really wish people would talk about, but they're too busy calling Rollo a fraud to even think about reading the books. But the best answer we've been able to come up for this is, A, it's not being delusional. But B, it's ignoring your feelings. That's the key part. Your feelings are bad and you should feel bad for having them. If you're following your emotional end state, then you're just going to go from one crisis to the next. The difference between dread And nice guy behaviors here is that emotional thing. Now, by doing dread, you're following an objective, tangible roadmap, your best interests. You can articulate what your best interests are. That's sexual frequency. That's a pleasant person in your life. That's people that are in your life adding value to it as opposed to taking it away. That's you having your act together. That's you being aesthetic. That's you being physically fit. All these things are objective measures you can use. So arguably, the thing that a guy needs to do, it's not so much the individual tactics, but it's self-interest matched with a certain level of detachment or being aloof. So people talk a lot about aloof being a very attractive quality, and in this case, I would make the argument that it's not only an attractive quality, it's making sure you're not unattractive as well. The next section here, recreating familiar childhood relationship patterns prevent nice guys from getting the love they want. Again, this is the same thing. Think of the female equivalent here. This is a girl that is abused by her parents or whatever. She grows up, goth hair, sexually promiscuous in a way to gain back her power or independence. You guys know the stereotype of that. And what generally happens, and this is why you're told never get into a relationship with a damaged woman, because here's what happens. And if you want to see more on this, I would strongly suggest you go check out David Buss and Cindy Minson's Why Women Have Sex. It's a great illustrative guide to these things. And there's a one section in there, I wish it's like 800 pages, so I couldn't tell you exactly where, but where girls talk about their cycle of sex and abuse. In this case, it's a girl considers herself damaged because, she's had horrible upbringing or a horrible series of events with boyfriends and husbands, whatever. She gets into a relationship with a guy who's the opposite of that stuff. And I don't mean, in this case, like a nice guy. I mean like a guy who's actually kind and giving. He probably has nice guy behaviors, and I would argue that that slight manipulation is what sets off her little instinct. But a girl has created her own self-worth based on the relationships he's had. In this case, this one's had damaged ones. And what happens is she starts looking at this guy. Well, why is he treating me so much different than everybody else? Something must be wrong with him. Again, everything stems from her ego. She likes consistency. And it's not her fault that you're acting differently. It's got to be because you don't know her, and that's your fault. And this is why guys who take a girl who's ridden the carousel for, at the tail end of I wasted my 20s talking about I've tried all the fun guys and now I want to settle down with a good man. They're like, yeah, I'm a good man. I can fix her. I'll show her what it's like to have a real relationship. Here's what happens. In a year or two, she starts getting the itch. She goes out and has some fun on her own. And that's the problem with nice, even if, and we know it's not, even if the nice guy stuff was completely altruistic and it was definitely noble, there was no psychological hangups, it was an attractive behavior, even then, if you apply it to somebody who's not expecting it, they're going to treat it as disingenuous and screw you over for it. And it's not because they don't like you, it's just they don't trust you. If you go through your whole life expecting one thing and then something different happens, you're either going to think you're not deserving or the other person's manipulating you. And in this case, it's not too far from the truth. So while I suggest it for you guys, because you're switched on enough to know that and not get into these same patterns and mental models, it's good to know it because you're going to see it in other people. Anyways, going back from that. So he's talking a lot of stuff, and we've kind of already treaded over this ground. Guys trained to caretake and fix needy or dependent family members, they do that towards their relationship. They were abandoned in childhood. They may choose partners who are unavailable or unfaithful. If you grow up with an angry, demanding, or controlling parent, you may choose a partner with similar traits. A lot of guys end up wanting relationships with their mother, and the girls that they end up dating end up being like their mother. Now, myself, I don't get this. The one thing I didn't want was I don't want any chick like you. You drive me nuts. She laughs at that one, and my girl, nothing like my mother. But then again, I wasn't a nice guy either, so I guess that's the thing of it. But that's the thing, and that's why you kind of need abundance. Because most guys aren't self-aware enough to know if they're actually looking for mom 2.0 in a girlfriend. So what you generally have to do is start dating a multitude of girls, more girls. Some people, like Royce, back in first year Royce blogs, he's talked about at least 13. He's like, there you have a good mix where you're going to see every type of female archetype. I argue it should be closer to 20 because most psychological disorders are 5% of the population. And so by dating 20, you're going to get solid chance that at least one of those are going to have whatever psychologic disorder you're looking to avoid. I think it's some of the day gay guys say it's 30. But I mean, the point is, it just has to be a large enough number you can make educated choices. Now, if you are that guy who's gone out and had your fill, you're going to start noticing, like maybe these people act like your mom and it initially attracts you to them, but at the tail end of the relationship where it fails, you're going to be able to look back on that with a certain amount of objectivity going, that chick is crazy. Oh wait, she also kind of reminds me of mom. Kind of lets you know what you want to avoid. And this is how you build boundaries. You build boundaries through experience, and you build experience by friends with benefits, essentially. You're some guy who wants to save it until marriage, and you're 23 years old right now, you've never dated really before in your life, you're going to fall for that hook, line, and sinker. You're asking basically for the laws of chance to hook you up with a good relationship, not experience. And you're not going to know what these boundaries are because you haven't fallen for them yet. So again, this is why I have nothing but disdain for the tradcon type people who are really trying to live like it's the 1930s, because it's just not going to work. And not only is it not going to work, it's letting life happen to a guy. And we've already known, I've talked about that, I think every episode now up until here. You cannot let life happen to you because people will act in their own best interests and not yours, because you don't come with a baby maker. You have no intrinsic worth, and that's fine. Again, another breaking free exercise. The unconscious need to remain monogamous to mom prevents nice guys from getting the love they want. It's treading old ground here. This one, I like this one here. Bad enders. Bad enders prevents nice guys from getting the love they want. It's kind of a really clumsy term. I like ours where it's about killing the puppy. So if you're bad at ending relationships, you're going to basically try to make them work. You're going to fight to keep things going. You're going to put up with all kinds of nonsense. Here's the thing. Girls don't like to end relationships. They like to act absolutely horrible to convince you to do it. Now, if that sounds like some high school childish stuff, and you're going to have probably a 40-year-old in the chat right now saying, oh, I would never do that. That's great, but they don't make them like you anymore. Most girls will do that. Most girls are so risk and conflict avoidant that they would rather turn themselves into monsters so you leave them and still try to find a way to make you at fault. So when healthy individuals recognize they've created a relationship that is not a good fit, or the partner they have chosen lacks the basic qualities of desire, they move on. Not nice guys. Due to their conditioning, they keep just trying harder to get a non-workable situation to work, or to get somebody to be something they're not. I know you guys have been around long enough. You've heard about turning your vice into virtue. A lot of those nice guys, well, purple pillars we'll call them, the Stedman types, they do that stuff. Or like suck it up and you got to sacrifice and relationships are hard. You've heard all of the pablum before. And all of this stuff is nice guy behavior. In reality, we're talking about no-fault divorce that everybody complains about. Again, fear of abandonment. Well, she can leave at any time. Well, that's not fun. That's going to remind me of my childhood. In reality, what that means is if it's not working for you, you can kick her out and hit the bricks. Done. But you don't really get to a place where that becomes a good way of life or a good mental model or a good policy until you've shed all these nice guy behaviors and lost all these unattractive qualities. Next part here. So he talks about strategies for building successful relationships. There are no perfect ones. There's no perfect partners. I'll agree with this one. There's a concept of the 80% rule. And that's the idea of you can get 80% of what you want with like 20% of your effort. But that last 20% is going to take an inordinate amount of effort. And so we talk a lot about life being compromises, but it's not really a compromise per se. It's just thinking to yourself, is this good enough? Or do I want to fight that much harder to get that little bit extra? And is that little bit extra worth it? Now, I can't answer that for you. That's a question you got to answer for yourself. Point is, these are the kind of decisions you have to make, and this is why you cannot be a sheep in search of a shepherd. This is why you can't have some Twitter guru telling you what you should want in a girl, what you should do. Should doesn't enter in the equation. Should is just I want with a side of I don't know how to incentivize you to give it to me. So when guys talk about those kind of categorical imperatives, what they're really doing is saying I'm not going to take responsibility for the bad choices in your life, but I want you to share my values as a way of making me feel comfortable. Again, it always comes back down to nice guys. But he talks about some strategies, and these should sound familiar to you. I mean, approve of yourself, put yourself first, reveal yourselves to safe people, eliminate covert contracts, take responsibility for your own needs, surrender, dwelling in reality, expressing your feelings, develop integrity, set boundaries, and embrace your masculinity. Again, all this stuff you've heard 100,000 times, but every time you've heard it, it's been in some weird nice guy wrapped pablum. Approving of yourselves, that's simple. It's like you're the only one who gets to judge your behavior. If you're doing something, you're doing it for a reason, and you refuse to apologize for it. Simply put. Putting yourselves first. Again, putting yourself first, rational egoism, selfishness, these are all good traits. But because nice guys, or as you would call them, simps, and soccer moms really want free stuff, they've actually turned it into a pejorative. Something to think about there. They're revealing yourself to safe people. I don't know if we talked about this one much, but it's important because a lot of guys treat their women as their best friend, which doesn't work. That's not the role she signed up for. It's not the role she wants. And even if she did, she's not capable of it. All she sees with any of these revelations is weakness. And then weakness subconsciously convinces her that she's got to find a different man. It's a very self-sabotaging thing. This is the point of having strong male friendships and good camaraderie, because I've talked about it before. The male social matrix. Initial fitness testing, wholehearted acceptance. My personal one, I always say, put somebody in a position where they could screw you over. And if they don't, you've built a strong friendship. And then obviously do the same for them. The more you guys do that for each other, the stronger a friend you'll become. And I can vouch for this, my own best friends. I would say there's 4 people that I would trust to that extent. But you have to earn these things. I hate to say it, but you have to earn you wanting to cry or whatever emotions you want to do. It's just the way it is. And you could say, yeah, well, we should do this, we should do that. It's like, yeah, that's great. You can emote to the girl if you want to, but you can also suggest that she just wants to be friends afterwards and don't act surprised when that happens. The covert contracts goes without saying. Take responsibility for your own needs is essentially just do it. Putting yourself first. I'm not sure why he repeated it. The surrendering is just the serenity prayer. If you can't change something, learn to live with it or just walk away. Dwelling in reality. Again, like I said before, don't worry about your feelings. Your feelings are bad and you should feel bad. Dwelling in reality deals objectively with results and outcomes more than intentions and feelings. Developing integrity. Again, a bit of a container word, I would argue, replacing that one with the Nietzschean idea of master morality. What helps you, what's good opportunity for you is moral. What you're forced to endure is immoral. And adopting that mentality as often as possible is generally a good thing. Setting boundaries, 100%, shouldn't have to argue that one. And embracing your masculinity. So like I said before, from my article on my blog about sex and violence, if you want to embrace your masculinity, it doesn't come with trinkets. Truck nuts and a Miller Lite's not going to make you masculine. Neither is a beard or an axe or a Spartan helmet. The only thing that works is plopping yourself down in a space that you consider yours, that's for your best interest, and daring somebody to move you. Now, that can still be the same thing. Maybe you want to go live out in the woods and chop wood all day. In that case, that's the place you've plopped yourself down. Maybe you want to be a professional e-gamer and you want to be good at it. That's fine. You can have nerdy hobbies and nerdy qualities while still being masculine. I mean, it just goes without saying. It doesn't have to be a drinker. You don't have to not be a drinker. The only thing I would argue is veganism. I don't think you could be masculine and vegan because it's too hard to maintain a healthy protein balance. And every vegan, with the exception of like the 2 bodybuilders who are going to be hyped on this in the chat, always look emaciated. So I just can't see that one. But whatever. What do I know? I'm just some douche on the internet. What do I know? He talks about previous chapters, learning to approve of yourself, and he just kind of expands on this stuff. Setting the boundaries, additional strategies. So additional strategies for happy, healthy relationships. He adds some additional ones here, focusing on the relationship, not the partner, not reinforcing undesirable behaviors, doing something different. So his focusing on the relationship, not their partner, it's about wounded people attracting wounded people. When nice guys enter a relationship, they frequently choose partners who look more dysfunctional than they do. This creates a dangerous illusion that one is sicker than the other. This is a distortion because healthy people are not attracted to unhealthy people and vice versa. I frequently tell couples that if you have one obviously wounded person in the relationship, you always have two, no exception. This attaches to what we'd have as a rule in the Married Red Pill about he statements versus she statements. When a guy writes a field report, you're going to see if he has frame based on who's the protagonist in whatever his story is. If it's always she statements, she does this, she does that. If you find out more about the soon-to-be ex-wife than the husband on a field report, you can already tell who has the frame. And like you said, it's not just she's not a piece of crap. There's two people in that one that are a piece of crap. And I guarantee you, you're projecting your insecurities and your failures onto the girl, which she may have the same ones and she may be arguably worse. But the point is you're doing it as an avoidance strategy or hiding the evidence of the standard nice guy, unattractive behaviors that a guy is doing. And addressing those will have one of two outcomes. One, the girl gets her act together because no girl wants to lose their best option. Nothing scares a hypergamous girl more than losing that top 20% of men and having to settle for something else. And if that could be you. The other option is she's damaged to the point that she does not want to be fixed. And then as a healthy person, you learn to cut it out of your life. Either way, it works. So the next one here is not reinforcing undesirable behaviors to help nice guys get the love they want. He has a bunch of stories in here. I don't really worry about those. Here's the thing. We've said it 100 times till we're blue in the face. Reward good behavior, don't reward bad behavior. You would not believe how often that I've had to map this to somebody's situation who doesn't realize it's exactly what he's doing. A guy will sit there. He's like, I didn't reward good behavior. Well, what happened? Well, she just started yelling at me because I wasn't doing the dishes. So I stayed calm. I stayed stoic. I said politely, don't treat me like that. And then she stopped talking and then I did the dishes. I'm like, well, then you just encouraged it. Well, yeah, but what am I supposed to do? We needed it done. Yeah, well, right now, what's more important, getting the dishes done or establishing the fact that her yelling at you will get her what she wants? He goes, oh, fair enough. And I could give examples for this all day. I don't want this thing to go on too long. I'm trying to keep them under an hour. Here's the thing, though. Forget all the break and free exercises. Do this. Every time you react to your woman, think about what behavior you just encouraged. Now, if it's a fight, if she's starting a fight because she's sad or you turned her down last night or any other reasons that probably have nothing to do with you, or maybe they do, and you react to her emotions, did you encourage more of that behavior? Did she get what she was looking for? If it was emotional spikes, then that could be you fought back when she fought. If she was looking for you to do more chores, if she promised you with sex or said a really good man does this or manipulated into that, are you doing what she wanted to? Not saying this is necessarily bad, but you have to realize once you do something, you either encourage or discourage the reaction you got from somebody else that encouraged you to do them. So you need to look long and hard into the way the other person is treating you before you do actions. And a lot of this is just, if you get into a fight once a week and then the fight resolves nothing and you have some like decently good sex afterwards, well, that's great. All you've encouraged is that you guys have to fight before you get it. It's not a healthy way to do things. I actually have a strategy on this. I call it manufactured indignation. Or manufactured outrage, sorry. Because girls have this need for emotions, strong emotions. Doesn't have to be good, doesn't have to be bad, just has to be strong. What I've suggested for a lot of guys who may not be the most adept at game is just occasionally start a fight over nothing. Nothing. It has to be nothing, because it has to be something you're not only disconnected with, but it's also something that you can drop because you don't really care. And the idea with this is if once a week, once every 2 weeks, once a month, I don't know what every girl's schedule is, but girls at some point need emotional highs. And a really great way of doing this, you can buy her flowers every week, but the problem is the flowers turn into a ring, turn into a car, turn into a house, turn into a pool boy. You don't want to go that route. Nice, happy emotions are always too easy to require escalation to keep that same high going. And so you got to pepper them in with a bunch of negative emotions. So you start a fight and then you drop the fight. Doesn't matter. Leave her wanting more. She'll get mad. We're having a fight. It's like, nah, I don't really care anymore. Yeah, you're right. You win. I didn't want to win. Yeah. But you're actually training yourself to learn how to reward good behavior and reward bad behavior, while at the same time being able to proactively take a leadership role in female emotions, which is, everybody talks about being the leader in a relationship, being the dominant one, and that's true. But too many guys assume that means, well, that means I earn money. She doesn't get to drive anywhere. I'll cook all the meals. I'll clean the house. I'll take care of the kids. Basically like a soft Shiara law. But you want the girl to opt into being a slave in the house that has nothing but a golden cage. It's like, no, that doesn't work that way. Sometimes leadership means, all right, if you're going to emote anyway, I'm going to give you something to cry about. You know what I mean? Next, and the last part here is about doing something different when beginning a new relationship. So for nice guys who see a relationship come to an end, I encourage them to take a different approach when beginning new ones. They're messy, do something different. Enter relationships with a healthy agenda rather than an unconscious dysfunctional one. Now, I don't preface this right now. I don't agree with this one. I see what he's trying to do, but as on a tactical level, I don't find it to be too helpful. Doing something different means choosing a different kind of partner. A fixer-upper may be fun, but it's a terrible way to choose a partner. They have a tendency, due to their own insecurities, to pick partners who seem like they need a little polishing. Because they don't know what healthy and independent people would want, they settle for a diamond in the rough. And he talks in here about like pursuing a relationship without sex. And yeah, it's too old. And then nice guys have a strong tendency to try and do everything right. A better strategy for this, instead of doing things different, because for the most part, you're not going to be able to pick. Women pick. Guys strut. Guys peacock, girls decide. So since you can't pick different type of relationships because you're not the chooser in sexual relationships, I would argue then you have to make yourself a wider net. Be more attractive to as many people as possible. And then you get your pick and you get your choice of those ones that accept. I'm friends with benefits and enjoy the certain ones. But you're not going to get outside your comfort zone without a sheer numbers game. You're not a woman. You can't just go, well, today I'm going to go meet a bad boy and go to a biker bar. It doesn't work that way. You're going to go somewhere and you're just going to get shot down. As far as not looking for a sex straight off in a relationship, I think that's an errant way of thinking too, because it's been so devalued at this point that the bare minimum a girl has to provide to be in any length of a relationship is that. If she can't offer that, you don't have a relationship. You just have friendships. You just have roommates. And you don't want either one. And so a quick filtering mechanism for a girl that's wasting your time, for a girl that's learning to weaponize sex, a girl that's got all kinds of dysfunction. As much as guys talk about they want to have their virginal wife, once you get out of college, you're 25, you're 26, you're probably most guys meet a girl that's like 2 to 3 years younger than them. And once you're outside of those 20s, to have a girl that's still virginal at that age means there's probably some dysfunction there. Either abuse earlier on or religious indoctrination, something. Here's the thing. You say you want that, but I guarantee you that's the same kind of person who's not going to be very good in a relationship standpoint sexually either. So you're just signing up for a broken person that you want to fix. Again, that make work project, that diamond in the rough. Oh, it's fine. I'll make her fix it. Here's the problem too. A lot of girls, their technique for when they experience powerlessness from abuse, they'll actually become hypersexual as a way of reclaiming their own power over the situation. Now, I'm sure there's at least one guy who's been in a relationship here. Once you've dated a girl that's decided she wanted to empower herself that way, stand aside because you're going to be sharing her with a lot of other dudes. I strongly suggest you don't do that. And what a lot of guys are going to find is that your boundaries are going to be more important than vetting for these arbitrary lists of what you should want in a woman. You could find the girl that just came off the farm, 18, and you could find a 28-year-old that's, been around. Whichever one respects your boundaries harder or stronger and better and is invested more in the relationship for whatever length of time that's going to be, that's the better choice in general. And if you can look at it from that perspective, what value do they offer me as opposed to some abstract, well, she meets 4 out of the 5 criteria for a good waifu, so I should stick with her, the better off you're going to be at enjoying the relationships for as long as they last and then walking away when they no longer do. Remember, she's not yours, it's just your turn. Yeah, here's the part he puts in it. So doing something different also means refraining from being sexual in new relationships. Give them a chance to accurately evaluate the traits. Like, dude, this is after the money shot. That you almost have to separate relationships from sex at this point, because they're basically detached. Especially when you're with younger people. Older people may always look at a guy if he's a potential keeper, but that's her job to decide if she wants a relationship. It's your job to decide who adds enough value in your life to where you're open to the idea even. So he ends it off on embracing the challenge. Nice guys can have fulfilling, intimate relationships. Life is a challenge, and so are relationships. As they implement the recovery strategies presented in this book, recovering nice guys put themselves in a position to embrace these challenges and get the love they want. Well, doesn't that sound wonderful? It kind of fills you up with a little bit of warmth, doesn't it? And so that's part to do with the relationship aspect of it. Okay, I see there's a huge amount of chat in the chat here. It's good though. I would suggest if you're watching this one after the fact, go through the live chat and check it out, because you're going to see most of the stuff, if not all the stuff I'm talking about here, going to be reflected in here with guys like Michelle, Brushy Bill, Marty in Sales, DF2 Dot, Ribney. All these guys are talking about how a lot of this stuff has reflected some part of their lives as well. And that's really how you can tell this stuff works. You're not going to experience the 100% of the nice guy stuff. You're maybe going to get one or two things that hit you perfectly in there. But you get 100 guys together and every single one of them hits to some extent. And that's why I love this space, because it's all based on guys swapping notes, which allow you to put giant targets over groups of behavior and allows guys to live more, functional lives. Anyways, on that note, I'm going to keep this one short. We're keeping it under 45 minutes. Call it. So far, so good. Yeah, close enough. All right, guys, welcome. What are we on here? Episode 8, No More Mr. Nice Guy. I figured these two episodes are probably going to be the most watched ones because they're about getting the love life that you deserve, which is a clever choice of words. Or I guess the sex you want, strategies for satisfying. If you haven't been paying attention, so we've been doing these for about 8 episodes now. Each episode becomes a chapter. A lot of it is on removing the unattractive behavior in your life. In fact, it's almost solely about removing the unattractive behavior in your life. Now that we're on it, so the first part, last episode was talking about a lot of the sexual hangups guys have, a lot of the problems they have, a little bit of the trad fantasy stuff, but I won't bore you with it. Honestly, go back, check it. This one here, it's a bit different. So take everything written about nice guys in this book. Their toxic shame, their sacrifice of self, their approval seeking, their doing the opposite of what works, their indirectness, their caretaking, their covert contracts, their controlling behavior, their fear, their dishonesty, their difficulty of receiving, their dysfunctional relationships, their loss of masculine energy. Now put them all in a great big container, shake them up, open the lid, look inside, and you'll have a pretty good idea on how nice guys do sex. I like that. For nice guys, sex is all where their abandonment and dysfunctional survivor mechanisms are focused and magnified. Any guy I've ever worked with has had significant problems in this route, and the problem is manifested in many ways, but most of the common are. And this resonates well with a lot of the new guys we'd have coming into the Married Red Pill or Ask the Married Red Pill. So the first one is not getting enough. This is by far the most common sexual complaint. The focus of this problem is frequently directed at seemingly sexually inhibited and unavailable partners, or the unavailability of women in general. Now, when you bring this up, let's say you bring it up with we call it blue pill, but it's essentially any social circle, a co-ed space, women, nice guys, and they'll generally say your expectations are too high. You've heard the argument that if why is a guy watching prawn when he's got, the cow at home, or whatever you want to say the saying is. The problem is it kind of misses an underlying issue here, and it's something about frame that we've been talking about since the beginning. Rolo, Rich, myself, John, Troy, everybody. It's that you are the arbiter of your own decisions. You're your only judge. You're your only higher power that you have to answer to. So the question isn't how much are you getting and is that regular or is that good? It's that what do you want? And a lot of guys don't answer this. They ask in this nice guy roundabout way. For example, very common, if a guy asks a question, he doesn't ask a question about himself. He asks other people about their experiences, and then he can quietly, secretly compare it to his own life experience and see if it matters. So he'll ask guys, how many times a week is enough? Is it 3? Is it 4? Never tells you anything about his. And so guys will, usually the married guys, they catch on to this really quickly what the guy's doing. It's like, don't worry about how much I'm having. How much are you having? And why is it not enough? At some point, it gets to the thing where it's hard for somebody else to keep up. If you're one of those like 4 times a day, 7 days a week type people, expecting girl to keep up with that for, 2 decades straight, it's probably a little bit much, but most people aren't there. Most people, you can kind of tell. Anyways, the other problem is having to settle for less than satisfying. That's duty sex, that's starfish, we've called it both. Nice guys often settle for bad, believing that it's better than nothing at all. Anyways, the blame is often focused on the nice guy's partner. And I think it's Gavin McInnes, he actually mentioned it. It was very clever, is that there's no such thing as a girl who's bad in bed because you can just ragdoll her wherever you want. And there's some truth to it. I think what a lot of guys reference there is they want sexual aggression in their women, which they don't really come that way. I mean, some do, but in general, sexual aggression is like a male thing. So I don't know. I'm not suggesting that guys are searching for women that act just like men, but it does seem to lay out in some of the ways these things manifest. The next one is about dysfunction. This usually takes the form of an inability to get or maintain your status, obviously, or prematurely finishing. Then sexual repression. Some guys claim to have little or no interest in it. More often than not, these men are actually engaged in some form of activity that they believe is best kept out of sight. And this is where a lot of the religious indoctrination stuff comes in. So if you'll notice, a lot of people in the church right now, whenever they're caught, their wife's not doing it for them, they end up watching, the Hub online or whatever, and they always blame it on addiction. It's like the idea of a guy wanting to get some is just unheard of, and it's got to be shameful, toxic shame. Remember that? So part of this here is just acting without shame. It's like, yeah, the whole reason I got together with you is because, like, this is the main part of it. Everything else is like the afterthought, or it's beneficial to you and it's nice to have, but without this, we're not in a relationship. We're just roommates. So it really is the keystone that holds everything together. The next one is compulsive behavior, and this can include the opposite of nofap, addiction to porn, affairs, peep shows. What that? I guess he wrote this in the 70s. Do they have peep shows anymore? Do those exist? Actually, I do know they exist, but I can't say why on the stream, so I'll save it for Patreon. If one of you guys are from the Patreon, mention this later and I'll bring up a story. You'll love it. 900 numbers. Yeah, this is definitely in the 80s. Cyber sex. And prostitution. So when you add all these dynamics together, you end up with a breed of man who doesn't have very much, and what he does get isn't very good. Even though nice guys have a tendency to focus on the factors outside of themselves, the opposite is closer to the truth. It's you yourself who are masters at making sure your lives are less than satisfying. A couple of the reasons it goes in here: shame and fear. So I won't beat a dead horse on this one, but shame and fear are big on this one. So let's take a situation where a guy's a nice guy. He's very unassertive. He's decided to sacrifice himself, including his physical health, to help those around him. So usually that ends up where the dad bod thing comes in. He's basically made himself as unattractive as possible, and it's reflected in the girl making excuses not to want to smash. So part of this is his shame, hiding his badness, hiding his insecurities, hiding his fear of abandonment. It ends up making this self-defeating cycle where he ends up not getting any because he's unassertive for it. He's also not getting any because those unassertive behaviors make the girl less attracted to him. So there's shame in just not admitting you have needs and not admitting it to the other person, because the communication doesn't work. You can't talk your way into a girl's pants. It's really about admitting to yourself that this is a problem, and it's a problem that you, for a large part, have created for yourself, and the other person has just followed your lead. Leadership goes both ways. And he brings up a whole bunch of reasons. I mean, any reason you could think of, that's fine. I'm not going to get into them because a lot of these ones are not PG-13 words. But anyways, every time a nice guy has a feeling or is in a situation, he must negotiate through all this unconscious baggage. Nice guys must find numerous creative ways to avoid or distract themselves from their shame and fear. Unfortunately, these avoidance and distraction mechanisms prevent you from having much of anything that resembles a good sex life. Avoiding situations and opportunities, trying to be good, hiding compulsive behaviors, repressing their life energy, and settling for bad stuff. A couple strategies that we have developed over the years for this stuff. We'll start with the bad stuff, like the starfish and duty sex. For the most part, those manifest because a girl knows, like they kind of know that without anything, if you just completely maintain a dead bedroom, there's only so much somebody can put up with before it eventually becomes untenable situation. And so they kind of just put in the bare minimum, just lay there. And in one case, I can remember of a buddy of mine and his soon-to-be ex-wife asking him if he was done yet, which, okay, for the ladies watching this one, if you ever ask a man, are you done yet? Like, turtle up. I'm just saying, out of all the things that'll make a guy go and lose his mind, that's probably the one. So what do you do then if you're settling for bad stuff? And this is where abundance comes in. Everybody talks about abundance, and everybody thinks abundance means all I ever do is 9s and 10s and they're knocking at my door trying to get at me. It's not the case. In this case, if it's something that's not up to your standard, you just get up, walk away. It's such an unheard of strategy, and it's so simple in its thing. It's just saying, it's essentially setting a boundary. Now, I've talked before, boundaries are maintain attraction, attention, and commitment. And you pull those commensurate with the boundary that was crossed. In this case, your boundary is, I'm not going to put up with 4 out of 10 smashing. I want 6 at least, a 6. 6 is fair. We're not talking about lazy Sundays. We're talking about normal stuff. Anyways, so it's not working for you. You get up. You're not mad. You're not hurt. You're just very dispassionately enforcing your boundaries. What's the matter? And like I said before, girls will say everything from the perspective of their ego. Everything they say is from their ego. So what is this? And that's assuming that something's wrong with her, so she has to project it on you. What's wrong? What's wrong? Just nothing's wrong. Wasn't working. We'll try it again another time. And that's it. You don't get mad. You don't raise your voice. You don't do what guys do when I calmly said this, because I guarantee you the guys that make an effort to calmly say anything are anything but calm. And they're using that to hopefully manipulate people into not seeing. Hiding the evidence, talked about it way back in episode 2. Yeah, you truly have to be okay with it. It's just like, all right, well, if your boundary was you weren't going to put up with anything less than a girl's best, then if you're not getting your best, well, that's just your boundary. That's not your emotions. Repressing life energy, I don't even know what that means, but I mean, whatever. People who talk about energy and swear by it, they seem to know, so good for you. Hiding compulsive behaviors. This one here, so we don't have a lot of data on this one, but if you like things in bed, obviously going for them is a good thing. But I've never seen that kind of compulsive hiding being an issue that's so prevalent that guys have to talk about it. So for the most part, my best guess is that this is the kind of thing that sorts itself out once you deal with the frequency, once you deal with the enthusiasm, and then the kink kind of comes afterwards. There's a lot of guys that talk about theirs, and some of them are like, yeah, it's not for me, and some, whatever, do what you got to do, shoving things where they shouldn't be, but whatever. I'm not here to judge. The point is, once you've handled everything else, this one kind of sorts itself out. Trying to be good. So here's the thing, too. When he says trying to be a good lover, I don't agree with that one per se. Like, obviously, you want to be able to last more than a minute, but it's not... Like, a lot of guys will end up getting hang-ups because they focus so much on the other person that they forget them. They forget that they're in the moment. And the other person kind of gets that vibe of being pressured into experiencing pleasure. And I've said it before. I've said it a ton of times that girls hate that responsibility put onto them for the outcome of a situation, and they will actively sabotage it. So it'll completely bring the girl out of the mood. So I would suggest the other. If you're at the point where you're not getting it at the quality you like, or if you're getting duty sex, this is the other strategy, by the way, for starfishing, is that you just caveman. It's what we call it. Go at it, get yours, get out. She wants to act like a wormhole, treat her like a wormhole. Now, a lot of people get mad on that one, but it establishes that your pleasure is in your own control, and the same thing for other people. So basically, you're giving expectations to those around you and in yourself, which tends to be good. Avoiding situations and opportunities. This one, I saved this for last because this one is so common. So let's put this standard scenario. I've seen it happen a dozen times at least. What happens is a guy will, he'll say, I don't have enough frequency. I want to work on it. So we're like, all right, go through Jen. Get yourself to the gym, update your wardrobe, like all the basic, don't be unattractive stuff. Build your attractiveness, build your boundaries, build a life outside of her. Generally all the nice guy stuff, we kind of like shed all that and then start gaming her. And so what'll happen is guys will do this, and then it'll get to a point where the girl starts initiating more, and the guy shuts it down or says something stupid or purposefully, like it's he always says it's not on purpose. The guys always do, but you couldn't accidentally sabotage things this well. That's all I'm saying. And so they'll get to a point where they could have had some, and they say something or do something, or they say and do something, and then basically sabotage it. And you can tell it's a revenge fantasy in their head. Now, we've talked about it a lot. I'd have to pull up the post. I can't remember where it is, but nothing keeps you beta. And in this case, I mean beta as in when people talk about beta being good and alpha being good and beta being bad. So nothing makes you less attractive, I guess is a better choice of terms here, than revenge fantasies. A lot of guys just assume that meant single guys. The single guy who sits there, yeah, she turned me down in grade 10, grade 11, and grade 12, but she's going to hit 30, and when she does, she's going to be fat and ugly, and nobody's going to want her, which doesn't happen. But it's those seething coping strategies built on revenge that tend not to work. And this is actually one of the ways they manifest that people don't articulate enough. It's like you're getting what you want, but because they haven't suffered as much as you do, you would rather make them feel bad than just get yours. And it's like, what's that saying go? Biting off the nose to spite the face or something like that. Anyways, so it's good to know what you want out of life, because if you don't know what you want out of life, and like we talked about last episode, if you're not objective about what your best interests are, you're going to start falling over to these emotional best interests, which is exactly like this, where if your problem is frequency in your relationship and you've solved frequency in your relationship, that is not the time to be punishing somebody else for an imagined, or even if it's like it's a real slight, but like you wanted to fix a problem and it's fixed. Stop worrying about how everybody feels and just enjoy success. He talks a bunch more about his examples. I don't like them because he brings up like 900 numbers and stuff. So they're a little bit old. I don't think Zoomers and millennials are going to get it. I guess we can go into the sexual energy part. I don't know. Repressing their life energy prevents nice guys from getting what they want. This is not an endorsement. I'm just going to read it here for completeness. So when a boy reaches adolescence, he must begin negotiating the turbulent seas of learning to relate to the opposite sex. If he is to have any hope of securing a girlfriend and someday getting some, he must figure out what it takes to make a girl notice him and approve of him. That's the burden of performance. So far, so good. For some boys, this process seems to come fairly easily. If they happen to be good looking, have status, from an affluent family, attracting girls may not be overly difficult. Once you exclude the minority of adolescents listed above, you have the majority of boys who have no clue what it takes. At this point, many young guys decide that maybe by being nice that they're going to stand out. So this strategy, and it's formed in adolescence, of trying to attract women by being nice, many nice guys carry into adulthood. That's a funny thing too on this. So everybody can agree in the chat that this is a completely unworkable strategy. It doesn't work. It's never worked ever. So why do people do it? Like if you walk up to a storefront every day and the owner punches you in the face, after like the 5th or 6th time, you're just going to stop walking by that storefront. But why is this the case? Well, here's the thing. There's reinforcement that comes in it. And this comes with that lack of, or with the validation seeking behaviors. When you're seeking validation, the same stuff we talked about, abandonment and the need to please your mother and replacing your mother with another girl. So girls don't like giving rejection. It's a threat to them from the caveman days. If you turn down Cave Chad, he might hit you with the cave cudgel. So girls tended to be very delicate with sexual rejection. So a lot of the time, these guys will get a little whiff of validation. It's like, oh, we should just be friends. Oh, I like you as a friend. Oh, we're such great people. Oh, you're going to find a girl. All those words, which everybody assumes to mean they're lies, they're not lies. Like once you understand womanese or subtext, it screams out at you saying, don't get that thing anywhere near me. And that's all it is. But like, I'll give you the littlest bit of validation I can to make you happy. And then you give me as much as you want. They're flat out asking you to be in the friend zone. And most guys are so desperate, they'll take it. Again, it's no different than starfish. Just get up. No, this isn't working for me, and walk away. It's all you have to do. But it's such an easy thing to say, but you got to get past all that built up nonsense that we've talked about for the last 7 hours. So I guess this counts as energy. I don't know, whatever. Ironically, trying to be a nice guy robs him. Oh, here's the part where he gets to it. Robs the man of his life energy. The more a nice guy seeks approval and tries to do it right, the tighter he clamps the lid down on any kind of energy that might actually draw a person to him. So I don't know why they call it energy. It's just behavior. That's all it is. So when I frequently hear nice guys complain about women not being attracted to them, the problem is once they've repressed all this, they have little about them to get anyone's attention or turn them on. What they're saying is you're an unattractive schmuck. You can call that life energy if it makes you feel better, but you're just a schmuck. Okay, settling for bad stuff. I mean, we've already talked about that, getting the stuff you want. He has some breaking free exercises. There's a bit here about coming out of the closet. I don't think that's applicable to us, but if anybody wants to know and that's the way you swing, let me know in the chat. We can delve into that. I don't have a lot of experience, so you probably don't want to be hearing it from me anyway. He brings up a good story here. So taking matters into your own hands helps nice guys get what you want. And this is the key to a lot of it. We've often said that for most failing nice guys, they aren't making things happen. They're letting life happen to them. Oh, that lighting's really low. Here, let's brighten this up a little bit here. Oh, dang Toronto. Much better. So letting life happen to you. And this is what most people do. Most people don't make decisions. They prefer to be inactive, because if you don't make any decisions, then any decisions you make is the wrong decision. It's funny because if you remember the trolley thing, the trolley question, which is an ethical study where you have a trolley on the tracks. There's 5 people on one side, 1 on the other, or multiple people on one side, 1 on the other. And if you don't stop it, it's going to hit 5, 6 people. But if you hit the switch, it'll kill the one for sure. So what do you do on that? It's an interesting question when you apply it to here, because, I mean, normally when you think of just harm, then there's 2 routes you can go on this. One is, I want to save as many people as possible, so I'd hit the thing and hit the 1 person versus the 5 people getting run over. The alternate one is, well, those people, like, I didn't cause this situation, but by pulling the lever and hitting that 1 person, I'm actually going to kill him. So they take that role of, I'm not going to cause any harm myself, but harm happens outside of the universe. That one is generally seen as like a live and let live kind of attitude, which is good. Everybody talks about being stoic and, you know, nothing bothers you, nothing bothers me. Well, here's the problem with it. When you end up in these kind of situations, in a dead relationship, a dying relationship, and smash-free relationship, I guess we can call it, you get to the point where this inaction and this inactivity causes more problems than it solves, and it's letting life happen to you. So for a certain, and that's the beauty of that ethical question, is that it's really context dependent. So in the case of getting your needs met in a land of abundance, yeah, you're going to have to flip that trolley cart more often. And that's just the way it is. Guys may feel bad because, like I said, you hit the switch, you actually physically killed the one guy as opposed to letting the 5 people get killed. But at the same time, you're taking action. So you're controlling things. And it's the only way to really survive in this stuff. And it makes you feel bad. And it should make you feel bad. If you've been a supplicative jerk for the past, I don't know, however old you are, 15 to 30 years, whatever, then yeah, all of a sudden you becoming an attractive, fit, and an alpha male or whatever you want to call it. If you've just started being that for like 2 weeks, of course it's going to feel awkward. That's called discomfort. That's your ego telling you, no, man, I want you comfortable. Come back here. Come back here and tell her you should be friends. And a great example of this is actually a guy from the forums. So he's on TRT right now, and he has this weird fetish with shoving things up his wahoo. And he's like completely shameless about it, which I think is hilarious. Like I said, it's not my thing, but when you're talking about encouraging nice guys, and this is where Glover is kind of going with this, encourage recovering nice guys to bring their sexual shame out of the closet, he's flat out led with it. This is what I got. What are you going to do about it? And it's great because it's like a exaggerated, quintessential example of a guy who has no shame about the sex life that he wants in his life. And he's been crushing it, which is awesome for him. And it's one of those things I kind of like, because if you remember, we talked before about having to build your own men's group and start to bond with other men. It's something I've noticed from my time on ship with guys is that you're so close together for so often, in that any embarrassment, it just goes away. Like, again, I'll save those stories for Patreon. I don't want to say them on here. But anyways, back to this one. Taking matters into your own hands help them get the sex you want. So he tells nice guys, no one was put in this world to meet your needs but you. It's a nice way to put it. I've always put it, nobody wipes your ass every day on the toilet without complaint but you. So try treating that guy like he's worth a damn. When recovering nice guys decide to take responsibility and take matters in their own hands, they put themselves in a position to get the quality and quantity they want. Let me explain. A significant behavior pattern are the sum of many, many smaller behavior patterns. The most effective way to change a pattern is to change the smallest elements. This here, huge point, because a lot of the self-help space, the self-improvement guys, all those like gurus, they always talk about the positive power, thinking your way to health, and like there's the secret, yeah, but there's also the guys that's like, dude, it's your vibes, it's your energy, it's your chakra. It's always about the mental game. It's not how it works. Maybe it's how it works for girls. It's not how it works for guys. Our ability to have self-esteem is action-based. You do things, those things succeed, you get a small dopamine hit. That creates the feedback loop of self-esteem. So for guys, it just has to come through action. So the part I like about this strategy is you're picking small behaviors. And small behaviors are easy to change because you may have this nice guy mental model or this nice guy deep narrative in your head, and you'll fight it tooth and nail. Your ego fights it every time you try to change it, especially if you change like core elements of it. But when you change small little behavior patterns, it allows you to not wake the bear, I guess. And then as you continually do it, your mental model slowly starts to change to being more assertive, to be less of a nice guy, to be more of an alpha male, trademark 2.0. So you have to learn how to have, good experiences with yourself. So by taking matters into your own hands, practicing healthy. Again, he talks about the opposite of nofap, and I don't really care about this one way or the other. Do it or don't do it. I don't like nofap because it's a hiding the evidence kind of attitude and a hiding the evidence type of situation. And you can tell it happens because all of a sudden, you can tell when somebody is hiding something from their ego, when the first thing they do when called out on it is start quoting statistics. Like, they didn't make an educated decision based on this. They did something that emotionally resonated with them, and then they looked up as many statistics afterwards they could just throw at you until you're tired of hearing about it and just tell them to go piss off. I know for a lot of guys who are part of the church who treat, the hub as if it was some kind of like addiction, this part is probably going to be useful for you. I'm not going to bother reading it because, again, he just goes off about prawn and fantasies and like, dude, if you're getting what you want, it's not my job to judge or convince you one way or the other of it. And pretty much every guy loves prawn, and so that's just the way it works. And he goes, and again, saying no to bad sex helps you get the sex you want. I still can't believe he talks about like chat rooms and 900 numbers, so you can tell this book is a bit aged. And he asks, what does good sex look like? And if we base our answer on what we see, we only keep perpetuating a formula for bad sex. Here I define good sex, which is a really silly definition, by the way. His is like, it consists of two people taking full responsibility for meeting their own needs. It has no goal. It's free of agendas and expectations. That sounds wonderful. I've had a much simpler goal, and that's just enthusiasm. Enthusiasm's all that matters. 10% technique, 90% enthusiasm. And then not really worrying about the other person getting off. The O-face is their responsibility, not yours. For the most part, though, like, you're going to get fine when you have those little things in your head there. This is a hard chapter to do, by the way. I'm just not going to lie to you because there's so many stories and field reports that I could go into, but I'm just like, yeah, that little yellow icon is kind of preventing us. So this is one of those chapters you're really going to have to read for yourself. He goes into more stories, some more breaking free exercises. Following examples of the bull moose helps you get the sex you want. So in nature, the alpha male and the bull moose don't sit around trying to figure out what will make girls like them. They are just themselves, fierce, strong, competitive, and proud. Because they are what they are and do what they do, prospective mates are attracted. As in nature, the greatest aphrodisiac is self-confidence. I would argue the greatest aphrodisiac is looking hot and acting with self-confidence, but whatever. We're quibbling over semantics here. I always give that joke when girls talk about, well, I have this and I have that. I'm like, all right, well, if you had all that stuff and you were a fat girl, would guys still want you? And most people shut up right then. So for a guy, like, being attractive, you don't have to be supermodel attractive, but at least not unattractive physically. The self-confidence then starts to come. It's what they call a force multiplier. And the problems with force multipliers is you need to have something above a 1. Like 0 times anything is still 0. Again, he uses a bunch of container words here like self-respect, courage, and integrity. We've had tons of game episodes on our podcast, Rule Zero Live. I've also talked about it on mine with Carl, Red Morning. There is tons of examples of what attractive behaviors are. And most of the pickup space has examined them at length. So there's pretty much nothing new under the sun there. I would argue, as long as your source doesn't use the words Chad or looks max, you're most likely going to have a good enough source as to what you need. And most people intuitively know how to look attractive anyway. Well groomed, good hygiene, good teeth, dressed well, physically fit. It's basically it. Height, I mean, you can't change height, but being taller tends to be more attractive up to a point. But like I said, if it's something you can't change, I wouldn't really focus on it at all. Anyways, I'll end it on this one here. He talks about a force of nature. So the very thing that makes it so exciting is exactly what makes it so terrifying. Sex is powerful, chaotic, and wild. It crackles with cosmic energy. It draws us like a moth to the flame. As recovering nice guys release their shame and fear, take responsibility for their own pleasure, refuse to settle for bad sex, and practice being just who they are, they put themselves in a position to embrace this cosmic force without fear or reservation. And that's when things get really good. Again, yeah. If you need those kind of affirmations and those good feels and these like nice container words, fill your boots. It's glad that they're there, but for me, I find it's a much more practical expectation to just ditch them all and deal with the core of it. Be attractive, don't be unattractive. Go after what you want, don't fear rejection. Don't be afraid to walk away from something if it's not working for you, which is abundance. And if you learn nothing else about abundance, learn that abundance is what allows you to enforce your boundaries without fear of loss. I guess the best way to put it. So on this one's going to be a shorter one. Normally these run for an hour, but we seem to have crushed this one in about 30 minutes. So this is good, so far so good. Feel free, go back, check the last 8 episodes, and we're going to do the next one tomorrow. So enjoy yourselves on this one, guys. Before I go, though, I'll do a quick chat. Make sure I didn't miss anybody on a super chat. All right, we're good. Also, huge shout out to Chesty Rockwell in the chat there. Awesome moderator for the channel and easily as switched on as me, if not more. Anyways, boys, I'll catch you on the next one. This takes too long. We're back. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Welcome, everybody. This one's going to be a shorter episode because this is my least favorite chapter in the book. It's the least applicable chapter in the book, and The reason why it's the least applicable chapter in this book is it talks about career success, and it largely holds to what Rollo Massey would call a old order thinking, the gold watch type stuff, being happy in the job you have and security. It doesn't really, like, it's not how the modern corporate workplace is kind of laid out. At least in my experience and most of the people I talk to who are under the age of 40. So he talks about the things that guys do at work, and you're going to notice a theme on this. They're very similar to the ones that screw up their love lives and they screw up their psychological maturity here. So he talks about fear, trying to do it right, trying to do everything themselves, self-sabotage, a distorted self-image, deprivation thinking, and staying stuck in familiar but dysfunctional systems. That one I would say is applicable because it's the strangest thing. I wish I could say why or how or what it is involved in people. And I'm like, Glover kind of touches on it, but if you think of your life as a series of narratives or mental models, it is amazing how many people will pick a horrible book that they know the ending to as a life story rather than one that they're writing themselves that will most likely be more successful, but it's unknown. People are just scared to hell of change. Anybody who doubts me on this one, just think of your office. Anytime you've tried to update or create something that was desperately needed, how much pushback you got. It's one of those things that you just have to kind of get used to. So he talks about, in this case, fear preventing nice guys from getting the life they want. It's a fear that prevents a nice guy from demanding a raise he has promised. It's a fear that keeps a nice guy from going back to school to get education or training he needs to fully pursue a career. It's fear that prevents him from quitting the job he despises. It's fear that gets in the way of starting a business of his dreams. And it's fear that prevents a nice guy from living where he really wants to and doing what he wants to. I'm going to touch on these because I don't know if fear is the right word. I think conflict aversion is a much more accurate one. But again, like demanding the raise you've been promised, that, like at this point, everybody is cynical enough to the workplace to know that if you don't have something written down, the words aren't worth the paper they're printed on. So if you were promised a promotion, get that in writing, get an email chain to it. Otherwise, it's useless. Now, this isn't even a fear thing. And that's kind of what my point is here. Like, yes, there's a conflict aversion that prevents you from pursuing these things, but most of these have logistical concerns that most people don't deal with. So let's say you've gone through the first 8 episodes, first 8 chapters, you're doing all the breaking free exercises, you've largely gotten rid of all of your unattractive behaviors. When you're at this point, you shouldn't have to be retreading old ground and tying into that loss aversion and the fear of missing out. There's a great series of posts about negotiation on the Married Red Pill. They call it the 60 Days of Dread. It's the idea of just like unscrewing up a guy's life. And raises kind of came into the equation. Now, there's a whole thing about the negotiation side of that. Huey McGill, the guy who runs the thing, absolutely good at it. He's in his 50s. He's been on the sales side of engineering for a long time, so he's got a pretty good grasp of both. But for the large part, especially in Canada, like to move up is to move out. Like I'll use banking as an example because I spent a period in there, and there's 5 major banks in Canada. Now, of those major banks, if you've worked in one of them, chances are you've worked in all of them. A lot of guys do contracting work. There's not as many full-time positions as there used to be. It's mostly a lot of contract work. Now, in contract work, in Ontario, you do for 2 years, and then at the end of the 2 years, they either have to hire you on as full-time or cease your contract. So what that ends up being is like you got a 2-year rotation of a bunch of different places. It's almost like a military posting schedule. So it's really like demanding a raise you've been promised is kind of irrelevant. Going back to school to get education and training you need to pursue a truly fulfilling career. Yeah, I'd say that's a part of it too. But again, it's not so much university, which it matters for certain things. Like the idea of a degree is it allows you to get your foot in the door. It has a way that they're able to cut off people because if 2,000 people are going to apply to a position, you're never going to be able to filter them. So it's a nice, easy filtering mechanism. So if you're in one of those careers that require that, then yes. As far as not pursuing it, it's a funny story. In the military, there's a few programs that exist to help you get your secondary education. The idea is they wanted an educated workforce. So the first one is UTP NCM, I believe it's called. It's probably something different now, but that's essentially officer training. You get a recommendation from your commanding officer, and they take you into the Royal Military College. You get a 4-year paid trip to university. You sit there, you do that, and then once you're done, you're obliged to, I think it's 8 or 9 years of military service as an officer. So everybody loves that one. They try it out because it's great, because once it's approved, it's kind of a thing. Nothing's paid for. Daddy handles it. Now there's a second program that was called an Individual Learning Plan, or an ILP. This one is a little simpler. You don't need approvals. It's completely outside of your chain of command. You go get your education. You pay for it up front. And then when you pass, you give your transcripts over to the department and they give you your money back. Nobody uses that one. That was how I actually got my second degree. At the time I was leaving the military, and I'm like, great, I have a very good grasp of information security to military level, but I'm like, yeah, there's really no civilian equivalence of what I do here, so I got to get some equivalent stuff. So you got your CISSP, you got another degree, because my first one was graphic design, which didn't really count for much. But I remember this. So I'd go in, I'd take a full course load, and it sucked because there was a lot of nights out with my buddies that I'd missed. We'd go out drinking, that sort of thing. It wasn't even so much fear, it was comfort that would have prevented me from doing that. Like taking university, it's not hard to pass. With the work ethic, I went up to an A+ student. I actually got commended by the staff down there going, yeah, most people just take one course out of 5 and they use that to like pad their evaluation reviews per year to get promotions. But you actually just took full course loads. It was awesome. Turns out there's a huge amount of subsidies in that too. So it's actually like the comfort of wanting to go drinking with your buddies on the weekend is strong enough that you're willing to give up $24,000 in grants essentially, as well as like a good $10,000 in tax rebates. So it's really, like I said, it's not fear, it's comfort, because it's comfortable to go drinking with your buddies. You're in a very safe, stable position. Nothing can go wrong as long as you do what you're told. So I don't think fear is an applicable one in this one. As far as preventing a nice guy from quitting a job he despises, I will 100% recommend that as accurate. Most guys are terrified. Like the military was a perfect example. And it's not even if you weren't terrified of it, a lot of the older chiefs and petty officers, they would suggest like, this is the best job you're ever going to have, yada, yada, yada. And it was essentially instilling in your head that this job is the golden parachute. And if you leave it, you're screwed. And the pension this and the pension that. It's all BS. I mean, in the 12 years of service I had, they actually clawed back our pension service 3 different times. So there was no guarantee. And it's been clawed back again from what I understand. So essentially, that golden parachute was just a promise, and it looked like they weren't really fulfilling their end. And by the time you got it, probably wouldn't be worth the paper it printed on, but you wasted 20 years of your life looking forward to it. It's fear that prevents a nice guy from living where he really wants to and doing what he really wants to do. I would argue this one 100%. I mean, we have no shortage of field reports of guys that had a girlfriend, they really liked her. She had to move to some town for work or for college. He gives up his career choices or education choices and moves over with her, and then she ends up dumping him 6 months later. Not realizing that her not wanting to be around him, the medium was the message. She actually just kind of wanted a way out while still keeping things amicable because girls are conflict averse. One of the guys ended up losing his job at Google for that. Like he was going to get on at Google, but she wanted to move to Iowa or something like that. So that really sucked for him. And a lot of people have issue with, like, if your family is all in one city, what are the odds that you're going to move out? I don't know. It's foreign to me, but I'm amazed how many people refuse to move away from their high school friends or their family, even though it would be extremely successful to do so. And especially when their high school friends tend to be like loser dropouts. They just smoke weed all day. They never accomplish anything. Your family's dysfunctional, but guys still stick around for that. And it makes no sense. Again, it's that comfort thing. It's not fear, it's comfort. And he brings up a couple examples of why there's that fear of success. It's their fear they're going to be found out to be frauds. A lot of people don't think they fit in. Again, it's not really typical of a nice guy thing. This is more like just general thing. It codes too simple for man. It codes for people. You won't be able to live up to people's expectations. They will be criticized. They won't be able to handle the increased expectations. They lose control over their lives, and they will do something to mess up everything. Rather than facing these fears, real or imagined, nice guys typically settle for the operating at a fraction of their full potential. Again, this is the kind of thing that extremely neurotic people put up with. I wouldn't say this is so much a man issue as it is a human issue. Like, again, not the kind of issue that most guys come up with. If you're in a marriage and you've reached a dead bedroom, you ended up on the married red pill, chances are these ones aren't issues. And I haven't heard a lot of people talk about it. Now, younger people, totally. But younger people don't have the experience of failure that older people have. It's just a thing. If you go through life, eventually you're going to get kicked in the nards a couple times. And after it's been 1 or 2 or 3 times, you realize it's not so bad. Like, what was the expectation? Back when I was a teenager, they expected that the average adult was going to have to shift careers 7 times. 7 times in a probably like 40-year working period. So that's once every like so many years. And it's gone up since then. It's now at the point where it's the gig economy, where it's not even like we've come closer to going back to the cottage industry than we actually have to multiple vastly shifting careers. So again, this stuff's not really applicable to modern people. Older people, probably, especially ones that are in industries where it's harder to get rid of, but those are becoming few and far between. Trying to do it right prevents nice guys from getting the life they want. He talks about a bunch of stuff in here, but he's essentially describing perfectionism. And perfectionism is horrible. When we talk about high IQ guys failing in life, I think it's Taleb calls it midwits, guys who are overeducated and underutilized, I guess is the best way to put it. And they have this grandiose sense of self, builds up from a sense of narcissism. Perfectionism plays into all of that. It's the idea that if I can't get this perfect the first time, or if this doesn't come natural to me because I'm a super smart guy, I'm very intelligent, my mommy told me so. If that doesn't happen, then I'm not even going to try because there's no chance I'm going to break my winning streak as super smartest guy of the universe. Do you feel me on this one? Again, it's these self-imposed limits that nice guys are dissatisfied, bored, or unhappy with their life or vocation, which is true. Honestly, I've never been good at relating to this one. I've been very blessed in that I don't really have issue with just packing up and moving. I've been fairly nomadic, and I know there's probably some guys in the chat who are the same here. But part of it is just understanding how hard it is to fail right now. Like, it's very easy to muddle along at a 50% life, but to truly fail is impossible. Like, I'll put an example here. Let's take this guy. Let's name him Anthony. And let's say he runs a convention in Central Florida somewhere. I don't know, pulling an example out of my ass. Let's say then he alienates just about anybody who helps him get any good attendance to build his business. And 2 years later, he's still ranting about like random stuff and acting like a crazy person on the internet. Now, that guy isn't starving in the street. So like, what? You're a smart guy, you're not ego invested, and you don't have like a coke addiction. So I'm pretty sure you'll be fine. And that's part of it, is just seeing how easy failures have it in life right now. Now, if you are a failure, that gives you confidence in that, okay, so worst case scenario, I just end up like this guy who's living in a 6 square block radius in Seattle there, watching a SoundCloud rapper sleep with all the girls. Best case scenario, you look at these guys going, well, this guy's doing all right. I'll be fine. And it's something that actually helped me through a lot of military courses. Like, there's some that you just kind of have to go through the motions and get to, but there's some that are actually difficult. And the best mindset, it came from me, it came from clearance divers, friends of mine, realize that other people have already gotten through it. So it's not unsolvable. There's tons of examples of it. So when you go through it, you just turn off your brain to that part of it that suggests that failure is an option. Now, it may be an option. You may break your leg during the course or whatever, but other people have done it, so it's doable. And that should give you enough fortitude to get through it. I'd argue that thinking less and doing more is probably your best friend there, because it is amazing the amount of sexless dudes out there and navel gazing. If you do a Venn diagram of it, I'd say they're perfectly overlapped. Absolutely ridiculous. Trying to do everything themselves prevents nice guys from getting the life they want. Again, that taps into that perfectionism thing. You can't trust anybody else to do a job 99% as good as you. So you have to do everything yourself. And then the problem with that is you end up running yourself ragged. You're missing out on opportunities. The opportunity cost, or the cost that you spend over things that you didn't do because you were doing this, is always super high. And what a lot of successful people have understood is that if I can get 3 people to do my job half as well as me, that's half as much productivity more than I would have doing it myself, and I have a ton of free time. Part of this is understanding that you may be not the best, but part of it is also understanding that even if you are the best, your time is more important than showing off how great you are at widget making or whatever it is you're doing. And this is something that I haven't seen anybody learn it other than the hard way. Like most guys, you first join the military, you first start a job, you're rip-roaring, ready to go, you hate downtime, and you always get these old guys telling you to pace yourself, and you're always like, shut up, old man. And then your first time you burn out is when you realize they have a point. Now, he describes it fairly well. There's not really any actionable advice on this because the kind of guy who's rip-roaring, ready to go like this won't listen to reason. He has to learn it the hard way. So if you had to do a strategy on this, I would strongly suggest you burn yourself out quicker as opposed to slower. Do it before you have 3 kids and a mortgage, before you're too old to recover quickly. Burn out so you know that you have limits. Again, I think I even have a chapter in my book on that. Fuccfiles, by the way, Amazon, Kobo. Check it out if you haven't. It's definitely worthwhile. The next section, sabotage prevents nice guys from getting the life they want. They undermine their success through self-sabotage, wasting time, making excuses, not finishing projects, caretaking other people, having too many projects going at once, getting caught up in chaotic relationships, procrastinating, and not setting boundaries. These are all standard. We've talked about them before. I'm not going to go into them. Having said that, the making excuses and having too many projects going on at once, I think those ones are worth delving into a bit more. So excuses, the best excuses don't sound like excuses. And the way to tell an excuse apart from anything else is at the end of all that talking, is anything getting done? If the answer is no, it's an excuse. You might say to yourself, well, that just means like, why don't I just not do it? I'm like, yeah, well, you decided not to do something. That's an action. Making excuses is always about never taking the responsibility for saying yes or no. It's always about making things so untenable that the other person finally gives up. And if it sounds familiar to you, it should, because that's exactly the same way that a lot of girls will break up with people, because they do not like conflict. They do not like making decisions and being responsible for those decisions. So what you'll get is, instead of like making an excuse, you're just going to constantly add roadblocks. So if you're working and a project manager's trying to put this stuff, you keep throwing roadblocks at them, hoping that the project manager takes the decision that, yeah, this won't work. Very feminine behavior. And you're probably going to not be able to not see it at work. The other one, having too many projects going at once. I would argue this one is probably a fear-based response more than anything. So especially during the COVID times here, everybody's having to tighten their belt loops. Companies are having a hard time keeping up revenues. They've probably had a bunch of furloughs, maybe some layoffs, and you're stuck there doing the work of 3 people for once. There's the fear of, well, if I'm not handling all this stuff, then I'm probably going to get canned as well. And there's tons of situations where people notice this, where a company will keep being just under the gun. And this is like video game programmers during crunch time, because if we don't make this, then... The key part to remember is this wonderful saying I remember hearing from the supply department. It's that your lack of planning does not necessitate my emergency. So if a company didn't plan for hard times, if a company didn't plan to reprioritize things, it's really not your priority to burn yourself out. And a lot of people do that because, I mean, you work for a company, you get a relationship with people, you want things to go well, and you want things to work smoothly, and you like it when things work. Here's the problem, though. Let's say you pull out 150%. You burn the candle at both ends. You gain a bunch of weight. You work 20 hours a day. You do the entrepreneur stuff to get something done and back on track. Excellent. You did it. So what does management see now? Management sees they set an unrealistic goal and it got met. So clearly the goal wasn't unrealistic and they continue to push. Well, if this was good, let's try this plus 10%. And it's literally pushing their people to their limits. Sometimes you have to let a system fail for a system to change. And it's, again, I've never found a way to convince somebody of this. It's just one of those things they have to try and experience for themselves. I wish I had some magic words for you to understand it, but I don't. If you're given 200% of your potential workload to get done, and because of some like emergency, because of layoffs, because of a virus, because whatever, this can't get done. So obviously there's mechanisms to do that. You go to your boss saying, look, I have times for 3 things here. Out of the 4 things, you need to pick one to go. Or sometimes it's just, and they just tell you like, here, take it, don't worry about it. And you just have to let it fail. You cover your tracks. You make mention that, look, there's not enough people, not enough resources for this. Once it gets to the point where something does fail, your butt's covered, and then they realize, okay, it was aimed a little too high, and you're going to find something. You're going to find the world doesn't end and the company doesn't go bankrupt. And this is kind of a freeing thing, because then it makes you realize, oh, so all this fear that we've kind of had instilled in us on this stuff, all this sense of dread, all this aversion to failure, it's all just smoke and mirrors. Like, nothing really fails. The world still keeps turning. Consequently, nice guys find many creative ways to make sure they are never too successful. If they don't start something, they won't fail. If they don't finish something, they won't be criticized. If they have too much going on at once, they won't have to do anything well at all. If they do good enough excuses, people won't expect much of them. I guess one thing, I don't want to make a whole section on this, but one thing I've noticed really helps with this is guys who have a stay-at-home mom and kids. They are so risk averse when it comes to their families that they refuse to take any risks whatsoever. And I mean, it sounds like a nice thing. Yeah, okay, well, you know, you got mouths to feed. A lot of guys refuse to leave the military, even though they're killing themselves on it. Their wives are dependopotamuses, because the military kind of knows once you have kids that you are very likely not going to leave, because there's the risk involved with that. Unfortunately, again, people have kids and get unemployed all the time. So the failure is kind of a self-inflicted one, assuming you're preparing properly. And I would argue it takes a very strong father. I would say red-pilled father, but I don't want to take credit for that. A very strong type of father, or a strong person who's got obligations to be able to take calculated risks in order to succeed. Because risks would be easy if there was no chance of failure and there was no consequences. That's why they're called risks, because they do have consequences, because they do have things on the line. But part of being a man, and one of the few things that separate us from the other gender, the women, is that we are a more risk tolerant gender. And this is how it plays out. Now, again, this is not saying make stupid decisions that have a feeling this one will work. The wind's pointing west. We're not talking about that. We're talking about calculated risks. I hate how I have to add a don't eat paint warning to that, but there's always some idiot who's like, yeah, I quit my job to start a drop shipping business. Now my kids are crying because they're starving. I'm like, dude, it's not my fault. You're completely ridiculous. But we're rambling here. Let's get back to it. Distorted self-image. Again, because their needs were not met in a timely, judicious fashion in childhood, nice guys developed a distorted view of themselves. With this naive, immature logic, they came to the conclusion that their needs were not important, neither were they. It's all a basis of toxic shame. If they're called on to take care of a critical, needy, or dependent parent, he receives a double dose of toxic shame. And as a result of their inability to fix, please, or take care of these parents, they develop deep-seated senses of inadequacy. There is a strong case to be made for irrational self-confidence. Yeah, fake it till you make it. You're not actually that good. But here's the problem. It's not so much, and this is like the most red-pilled thing you're going to hear. It's not so much whether the words are true or false. It's whether they give the intended result. If that sounds like womanese, then it is. It's basically how women speak. I'll say whatever it takes. No shame, no whatever. As long as I get you to do what I want you to do. Crying, mad, whatever. Works very well for them. Now, if you'll notice, kind of one of the common themes here is a lot of the things that we talk about are taking female strategies and adopting them to male sensibilities. Again, I had the thing there. I wish somebody would kind of push on this one more, because it'd be nice to see. And essentially the difference I've found between a successful implementation of this and a non-successful implementation is whether you're chasing emotions or objective standards. In this case, objective standards. Your inadequacy or defectiveness, like I'll give you a hint. Just about everybody is incompetent where you work. I don't mean that as a slight either. I don't mean everybody's stupid and you're brilliant. I mean, nobody is confident about what they're doing, and most people have to learn things as they go. The modern workplace is not stable. We don't have like cabinet makers and cobblers and masons now that have had the same job that their grandparents had in the guild system, and stones don't change. Everything is constantly shifting. And so the skill isn't so much in rote memorization. Do I know all these facts? It's knowing where to go look for them. Because, again, military example. There used to be two trades. One was called radio operator. The other one was called signalman. The ones that do the flags, the ones that do communications, the one that advise the captain on who's got seniority in whatever situation, fleet maneuvering. The radio operators were the guys that build circuits, broke down circuits, basically the eyes or the ears and the mouth of the ship. They got combined into one. They called it naval communicators. And then they also added IT and security onto it. So you essentially had 4 jobs. And everybody kind of specialized in one. But the really good people didn't specialize in any. Because there was so many things out there. The skill became how quickly were you able to take a problem, find the applicable resource, and then quickly skim through and see what you need to do to solve it. And that's kind of the solution to a distorted self-image or inadequacy. You gotta develop the skills that make you smart at adapting to things and learning and picking things up as you go along, realizing that it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be good enough, and sometimes even slightly less. But it's something they can live with, and it's better than before. We could talk about narrative managements there, where you can actually like turn a failure into a success as long as it's framed properly. But that's kind of outside the scope of this. The point is, irrational self-confidence is the kind of thing that helps the kind of person who thinks that the world needs to work like a Swiss watch. He thinks about perfection. He thinks that if things aren't done right, they shouldn't be done at all. All those same errant things that worked great for stonemasons in the 1300s don't work so well now. Again, this is the one thing too. So about like the career-wise, this is the one sphere one place in the sphere that's really underserved. I would argue that's because most people in the sphere are complete screw-ups. And so they can't really tell you things. There's a good section. Like the Married Red Pill's got some good guys. But again, they got lives to live. They don't have time for it, and they're 7 years behind the pickup artists. So, in 6-7 years, we'll probably have like the most amazing resources ever. But for now, there's like a Red Pill Workplace. There's Uncle Vaz's Corporate Land series. There's Dewey McGill's Negotiation and Days of Dread career stuff. But that's basically it. So I would say for the guys here listening to this one now, and how many do we have right now? So right now we got 55 listening, 25 of you hit like. I appreciate that. The other group of you guys, I'll appreciate you soon. You guys are kind of the tip of the spear on this one, just so you know. The getting stuck in dysfunctional but familiar systems prevent nice guys from getting the life they want. Again, it's over old ground. People would rather live with the story that's comfortable, that they know the ending of, that's absolutely tragic, than make their own story and have a chance of failure. And even though the failure is something you can adapt and thrive out of, like if you're slowly dying in your job, you're clearly able to survive all kinds of hardship. So why wouldn't you? Like it beats jerking off in your living room, He kind of gets a little bit wishy-washy here at the end, like realizing your passion and potential. As I stated above, nice guys I counsel are generally intelligent, talented men. All these men work on recovering from the nice guy syndrome, and they begin to accept themselves just as they are. Just be yourself, bro. Again, this acceptance of self allows them to embrace it. I would argue it's not good enough because that's a coping strategy, and the whole point isn't to cope, it's to thrive. I would argue irrational confidence for 2 reasons. One, if you're a neurotic person who doesn't believe in himself and doesn't believe in your actual skills, and you think of yourself as lower than you actually are, it kind of works to counter that. So you end up aiming way past what you're capable of, which allows your real skills to go through, as opposed to if you think of yourself as subpar, you're actually going to sabotage your skills so you meet that identity you've created for yourself. Secondary thing of this, and this is important, so listen close. People don't know anything about you unless you show them or tell them. First day on the job on ship. I actually wrote about this in the book. Again, Fuccfiles, Amazon, great read. Give it a shot. Links in the description. If not, I'll put it there later. Mahoney, he was like this chain-smoking Newfie guy, or Nova Scotian. I think it was Nova Scotian. Anyways, first get on ship. He's got this raspy Batman voice. Sickly man. He was a sonar operator, so you can tell they don't see sunlight very much. But you tell her, all right, ordinary seaman, let me tell you how it works. Your first day here, pretend you know what you're doing, and people will believe you. And I swear to God, it worked like a charm. It was absolutely amazing. For a lot of it, like I was trained in my job and I knew how to do my job, but just acting confident in the ability to do my job allowed me to gloss over a lot of the parts where I was a little bit iffy on, because people don't know what you do as well as you do. So if you give them a front of confidence and irrational confidence, they're going to see that as generally better than a guy who's insecure about himself, but more competent. It sounds weird, but you know what? Nobody dies at the workplace right now when a project goes under, so it works. Again, he's got a lot of wishy-washy stuff in this stuff. A couple stories about Charlie and wanting to fly. I don't find this stuff too applicable to us, but I mean, read through it. We're already this far in. It's not hard. The next part, though, is charting your own path that allows nice guys to get the life they want. So most folks, nice guys included, do not consciously take responsibility for creating the kind of life they want. Most people accept where they are and act as if they have little power in shaping an exciting, productive, and fulfilling life. So he encourages nice guys to visualize creating a life where they do what they love and get paid for it. And if you don't know what that's like, well, you're watching me on the internet ramble about no more Mr. Nice Guy and then talking about banging broads. But no, seriously, like honestly, in my military career, there was a bunch of things I enjoyed, a bunch of things I didn't enjoy. The deployment was a good example. I hated it while I was in it, but the longer time has passed, the more I only remember the good stuff. But one thing I will say is being an instructor at fleet school was the most fulfilling time I had. I actually truly enjoyed it. And so the idea of sharing information and teaching and helping others, I find this to be extremely rewarding. And so when I made the decision to leave corporate, which I did that to leave the decision to leave the military, it was a nice segue. It was me fearlessly taking a calculated decision to go into what I want. Now, I had certain preparations. Obviously, I built up a nest egg. I don't know how long it takes for companies to be profitable, so I set aside 12 months of expenses, lived a little frugally at the start. It's managed to surpass my expectations well off. That first year was not nearly as difficult as I thought, but it was a calculated risk, and it paid off. I put the skills in behind it. I've got qualifications. I've got training. I know what I'm doing. I had some irrational confidence to it, and here we are. So that's something to think about. I'm not that smart. Well, I mean, I was, but I try not to think about it because it just makes me do stupid things. But you guys are equally as good, if not better than me at stuff. So there's no reason you can't do this decision in whichever manner it matters to you. I'm not going to tell you to start a drop shipping business or be an entrepreneur or, whatever, porn star. I don't like telling people what they should do because it's not my job to take the responsibility for your life from you. Even though a lot of people have that sheep in search of a shepherd attitude, I don't find it to be helpful. If you're truly red pilling, if you're truly getting through this, then you've stopped letting other people dictate your life to you so that you can live or you can have life happen to you. You actually start making your own decisions. And if you get nothing else from this, I say that every episode, but if you get nothing else from this, get that. You start to think for yourself and take responsibility for your own decisions and make decisions that are in your best interest, period. So I do like, though, I talk about how, like, the military, you think about that on courses, like, everybody else passed this, I'll be fine. And he even says it himself. What one man can do, another man can do. We're interchangeable widgets. And that's not so much a bad thing. The next part, again, he tackles on the perfectionism thing. Letting go of trying to do it right allows others to get the life they want. So rather than being just a few insights and illustrations written for the benefit of a handful of clients, my effort became directed at producing something that would be deserving of publication and widespread distribution. I began hearing things like bestseller, Oprah, and get rich. What was once an effortless labor of love began to falter under the weight of expectation. In order to live up to the lofty standards, people were suggesting my book had better be good. Not just good, perfect. With that agenda, I labored for 6 years to complete No More Mr. Nice Guy, and the most common question I was asked by friends and family was, when are you going to finish it? Over the years, the manuscript went through at least 3 major revisions as well as extensive editing. Numerous factors contributed to the length of the time it took to finish, but the number one reason that I thought it had to be perfect. Unfortunately, this gross misinterpretation had a number of detrimental consequences. I believed I had to write everything I knew about this. The original manuscript was 4 times its present length. I believed I had to be an eloquent writer. I believed the text had to be flawless. I went to therapy to find out why I couldn't finish it. My children became disillusioned, predicting that I would never finish. My wife half seriously threatened to leave me if I didn't finish. Finally, he had a breakthrough. A wise person suggested if I give myself permission to never publish it, I had an immediate sense of relief. He goes on for a couple more pages on this, but I will use my experience. Obviously, I've written a book as well. I've been talking about it twice already. And something I found. So the first draft for me was easy. It took time, but like finishing it was easy because there's no expectations of it being perfect. I just want to get everything down, get it to a certain size to the point where I could break into a narrative structure. Worked out well. The editing process was where a lot of this stuff came through. So I had to have it perfect in my head. I got to try to get all the spelling right, all the punctuation right, the chapters right, organize it right, and it went through probably 3 or 4 revisions more than it needed to. So here's the point of this one. I eventually hired an editor. I got catfished by the editor, and they screwed up so much grammar stuff in there that by the time it went to print and I had found out about it, it was like they have this like 3-day period before you publish where you're not allowed to change it, but you can see it. So that sucked. So I essentially had to hire Nick August, who, if you don't know, he's the author, or he's the publisher of Punch Riot magazine. Pretty good read. Check it out, punchriot.com. Had to get him in there to fix it up. So here's the thing. I wrote a book without worrying about failure and without worrying about it being perfect. I made the best decisions I could to get it out there as best as possible. I made those certain perfectionist mistakes which delayed it. But then once it came out, there was a giant screw up. So what did I do? I fixed it because I was smart enough to know how to fix it. And since then, it's done absolutely amazing. It's been, honestly, I cannot believe the success it's had right now. It's nice to know that I'm much better off than a 100-page pamphlet written by some dude named Legends of Men, who's like a National Reserve Guard who pretends like he's General Patton. If you don't get the reference, that's okay. You're a good person. So a lot of it is just being willing to get it in there. And then since doing it, I started joining like a couple writers communities because a lot of guys suggested it might be worthwhile. And I noticed most writers, and I think this is a good metaphor for everybody in the office because I don't think it matters what you're doing. But most writers were a third of the way through their science fiction novel and they kept asking a whole bunch of questions about publishing and about the end state as a crutch to keep them from actually working on their books. Well, should I cater it to the audience first or should I write what I want and then let the audience come? How do I build a brand? How do I do this? How do I do that? It's like your manuscript's not finished. These aren't your problems yet. These are excuses to get you to avoid these problems. So you can map that to your workplace as well as you want, but I guarantee you a bunch of you have those guys at work that refuse to finish or take steps or to take risks or to move up in the promotion hierarchy or whatever it is that involves success for these exact same reason. And they probably do a lot of the same things where they talk about the corporate vision. Meanwhile, they have to worry about something right in front of their face. Be present. Again, and it ties into his next part where identifying self-sabotaging behaviors allows nice guys to get the life they want. And this is all self-sabotaging, by the way. We call them, I think Rich calls them askholes. But picture the kind of guy who comes into the Ask Married Red Pill and he asks a stupid question. Well, my wife did this, my wife did this, my wife did this. What do I do? And it's the stupidest question. We actually had a giant essay on it saying you don't want us answering that. Because the answer to that question is, well, what do you want? Guy never has an answer. He just wants us to tell him what a right course of action is based on a red pill thing. It's that clubhouse masculinity where you just want to become part of a group that can do all the thinking for you so you don't have to worry about it. Absolutely ridiculous. It's not worth it. So he brings up a story about Sal. I'm not going to, I don't, honestly, the first half, I really liked his stories and anecdotes, but the later on the book you get, the less like impressionable I have on them, or the less resonant they are. Back to this. So career-wise, like, what do you want? And a guy doesn't know what he wants. Generally, if you're asking somebody else to tell you what to think, it's because you don't know what you want, and you want somebody to kind of guide you. The best solution for that is to understand, back it up. People don't know what they want. People are very good at knowing what they don't want. I'll use a little career strategy I used all the time. So when I was moving a project forward and in my role, somebody's like, I need you to build this, or I need you to design this, or I need a swim lane chart for this. So they don't really know what they want. They kind of wishy-washy tell you some things. And I found the first time I did it, I wasted a ton of time in meetings and meetings and meetings and finally got something, and it was never good enough anyway. So what I found was a much better response. I put something together. And it is amazing for somebody who doesn't know what they want, how much clarity of thought they have when you give them something they don't want. And that first process was just amazing. It didn't matter if it was good. I didn't really care. As long as it was somewhat competent, looked like I put a decent amount of effort into it. Somebody would look at that, and then they would actually be able to tell you what they do want. So I would argue for most guys who don't know what they want, and they're looking for somebody to answer questions for them, whether it's career in this case, or relationships, or whatever, focus on what you don't want and remove those. And then with whatever's left, just make an arbitrary decision. Because chances are you're either A, going to find out whatever it is good enough, or B, it's going to help you clarify extra things you don't want. Now, this is also good for boundary enforcement. We talked a lot about that, crossing boundaries. You guys ask, what do I do for my boundaries? And then you go and you listen to your favorite red-pilled slideshow preventer on YouTube, or a slideshow presenter on YouTube, and he tells you, well, you don't want a girl with hair cut short, or you don't want hair with colored green, or you don't want girls with daddy issues, or girls with tattoos. Again, more of what you should think and what you should want. And you're going to accept that, and then you're going to end up with like a girl who's got no tattoos, super long hair, but she still treats you like trash. You're going to be like, I don't get it. I did everything that Cortez told me to do. What's wrong with life? It's because you didn't think for yourself. You didn't act according to your own best wishes. You let some dude who just wanted to get affiliate sales tell you what to do with your life, and you don't want that. But with boundaries, that works better because you have these gates of I do not want A, B, C, or D. As long as you don't meet those, the rest is negotiable. And you're going to find maybe you preferred brunettes, but you end up with the blonde that has none of the red flags. And you're like, all right, we can live with this. Turns out that the blonde brunette thing really didn't matter too much. Or you don't like tattoos, but you find a girl that has all the right things done. She has no red flags, but she's got a tattoo of a frog on her ankle. It's like, well, whatever, who cares? You get over it. And I'll tell you from experience with my tattoo, after 6 months, you don't even notice it anymore. Like, I honestly, sometimes I'll get out of the shower and I'll look and I'll finally remember I've got one. I'm sure a lot of guys have this issue, unless you got a face tattoo, in which case it's staring right at you. But even then, I assume most people forget that it's there. It's just one of those things. Oh boy. All right, I normally don't do the chats in the middle of these things, but Sage, Press, Jinth, can I have an SMV of 8 when I'm 70? Dude, don't tism up this chat, man. We're here to solve problems. Don't ask stupid questions. SMV, we provide numbers to it as like a general heuristic or a rule of thumb, but you're asking me to tell you a yes or no question. Like, and let's say I get it wrong. Who's going to hold me accountable to that? Nobody. And you already have an answer in your head of what you do want. Can I have an SMV of 8 when I'm 70? You already know he's going to say yes and I'm going to argue with it, or he's going to say no and I'm going to argue with it or agree with it. Just don't worry about that stuff. As a guy, you don't get to pick your SMV anyway. A girl picks it. They decide. They want a guy that's above them in whatever their little hierarchy is in their head. So they're thinking somewhat hotter than me or somewhat better than me. Whether you actually are or not is irrelevant. It's all perception, and that's why you can't objectively raise your SMV. There's things that you can do that will generally work that way. Being attractive, not being unattractive, being fit, being in shape, class 2 jawline, or whatever the incels are talking about now. That stuff can all work. But the one tell you can see of a guy who has an inflated sense of self, and not in the irrational confidence way I talked about, more of in a self-delusional gamma type way, is when they start telling you their SMV. And it's even funnier when they start using percentages. Well, I'm a 6.75. I'm like, no, you're not. You're an idiot. So I know that's not the answer you wanted for that question, but it's the answer you need. Which ties into the next point. Developing a more accurate view of the world allows nice guys to get the life they want. Do you ever wonder why some people seem to have so much more than you? More money, better job, nicer car, prettier wife? Do you envy these people? Do you resent them? Do you wonder what it is? And part of this is expectation management. He talks a bunch about developing a more accurate view of the world. He brings up childhood life experiences. And like I said, go through that. It's definitely worthwhile. Here's the thing I find from it. There was a great mathematical modeling that was done about why all your friends have more friends than you and why everybody you've ever slept with has slept with more people than you. I don't want to pull it up right now because I don't want to make this any drier and nerdier than it has to be. But it was a neat way of pointing out that if you have 10 friends, it's like 8 of them are going to have more friends than you. And that's because people who have more friends are more likely to be one of your friends, or girls that sleep with a lot of people are more likely to have slept with you. So that's why a lot of guys are complaining about sluts. Where's their trad girls? And the problem is, like, if there's a trad girl, if there's a virginal girl, and there's less of them, sure, but they're not going to be the ones you're going to find where you're looking. They're going to be the ones that dad hooks them up with somebody, you know, the 5 Amish guys that still have that. So you kind of, as much as we say accept the thought apocalypse, it's not a comment of despair. It's kind of an aligning of reality to expectations. People have tons of sex right now. There's a economic reason behind it, actually. It's not the failings of mankind. It's in the agricultural revolution. You would work on the farm like 10 years old or whatever. So by 17, you would get your own cottage. You'd work on your own farm. You can get a wife. You get married. You have a bunch of kids because you need them to work during the summers. It was easy, and I've talked about it before, but let's say you're sexually mature at 15. It's probably closer to 13, but we're just picking some numbers out here that are definitely very legal. 16, sexual maturity. You can keep it in your pants. You can go through a 1-year dry spell until you got your place, you got your farm, you got your crops, and you're going well. So that's doable. And then once you've managed to make enough food to survive off of, you're essentially economically in surplus. And so you can take on family responsibilities. Move forward from that, you got factory jobs. 18, 19, you get that job at your dad's factory, you got a good job, makes you enough money that you can buy a house that costs 3 years' salary. And then at that point, you can have a wife and a family and all that good stuff. Or you have the GI Bill after a couple years of military service. You can tell a guy to keep it in his pants from 16 to 18. Fast forward to today. You have to go to university, get a 4-year degree, sometimes a PhD, sometimes a doctorate or whatever. You're now telling people, yeah, for the next 10 years, you got to go without so you can have your nice virginal situation. It's just not going to happen. Now, being how girls are offered sex at every opportunity since they were 16, they're most likely going to have more than you. They've started earlier, there's no consequences to it, and economically, it's just impossible. So part of aligning reality to your expectations, it ends up, you quash those stupid moral indignations you have where, I don't like slutty girls. It's like, dude, I would argue the goalposts have shifted. But, you could argue that same thing from the 1950s. Once the pill became a thing. Because it wasn't that people didn't enjoy sex because Jesus told them to. It was because babies cost money and they didn't want to have them, and there was nothing you can do about it other than very dangerous procedures. So it wasn't that people were moral, it's just they were prevented from doing things, and now they're not prevented. Again, you can call this like a moral failing of people, but they just respond to the environment they're in. And once you kind of make this understanding, it's going to branch out to all kinds of areas in your life. Why does this corporate environment keep pushing me to stress and do more and push these things on me? It's because you haven't given them any reason not to right now. Well, why are these people treating me like trash? It's because you're allowing them to treat you like trash. And you start to notice the way you act and the way you present yourself writ large is what allows people to respond to it in the methods they do. So for a large part of it, if you're treated like trash, it's because you're presenting yourself like somebody who should be treated like trash. Or as Archwinger puts it in one of his great essays, women act as shitty as you let them. That's it. And he brings up some other stuff here. Then his epilogue. So, that's right. I guess this would be the last chapter. Well, how nice is that? So anyways, this is the No More Mr. Nice Guy. I'm glad you enjoyed the series so far. We still got a couple minutes here, so let's stick with the chat here. We'll talk to you guys. Wow, you guys have been super busy. All right, so no super chats, no questions, other than that one about the SMV8. But yeah, in general, so okay. To wrap this up, I've talked about a lot of things from Robert Glover's No More Mr. Nice Guy. I've at certain points tied it in as best I could with the experience of married red pill and single red pilled guys. I've tried my best to articulate certain concepts that we know about that allow you to better interpret this thing. What I'm going to suggest now is you don't let me tell you what to do. You have to learn it for yourself. Like, there's all these things, and they're good heuristics. Are they true? Are they not true? Doesn't matter. If by reading this book you start to act in a way that better serves your self-interest, then it will have succeeded at its goal. And this is something that a lot of guys have to learn, especially ones with the spot of the tism. Words have two sets of meanings. There's the surface level meaning or open communication. That's me telling you information and you understanding the information on the surface level. That's the carrier or the wave. But then there's the carrier. There's a meaning behind it. So why is he using these choices of words? Why is he telling me this? If this isn't true, why is he saying it? There's always a purpose behind words. In my case, flatly put, these words, the purpose of these words is to get you to watch my YouTube channel for longer, subscribe, like, go otherwise. That's the underlying assumption here. It's kind of neat when you think of it that way because it opens you up to at least opt into your manipulation. Because this is manipulation to extent. Same thing as a girl crying to hopefully you help her, or a baby crying to hope you pick them up. Everything is manipulation. Words are generally designed to get you to act in a certain way. The question you got to ask yourself is, does it improve my lot in life, or does it meet a certain need of mine to allow this person to manipulate me in such a way? I would argue in this case, yes, or I wouldn't be doing it. If I didn't help you run through with some cliff notes, with No More Mr. Nice Guy, with examples like this, it's manipulating you into understanding how not to be a nice guy and to remove unattractive behaviors from your life. And all I ask in return is watch time. So you're like, you know what? That's a deal I can live with. And I would argue this is kind of one of those things I noticed about the red pill. Guys tend to join because they just want to get laid. And they kind of leave with a sense of self-actualization. So I call it the first and only beneficial bait and switch for men that exists. You come in for one thing, you leave with another, and as a better person. So I kind of enjoy it. But I guess the next question is, so what's the next sidebar going to be about? So I did a poll earlier on the corporate account. That's 4R Consulting. If you guys don't follow it, at 4R Consulting, one word. And a lot of people suggested practical female psychology. So I'm going to do that one for the book, but I'm going to do a couple episodes of one-off posts, kind of like Michael's story and what was the other one I did? Michael's story and, Confessions of a Reformed in a Cell. So I'm going to do a couple more of those and then probably going to get into practical female psychology next. Although a part of me really does have a soft spot for when I say no, I feel guilty. I'm almost thinking I should kind of run it in the order that we would expect guys to read it from the Married Red Pill. But again, the decision's not out finally yet. I'll set these up so you guys will know when it happens. Anyways, I'm going to leave you guys to it. That's it for the episode. I think John wants to come on and do a little fireside chat, so I might set up a live stream for that. I'll let you know. Just keep an eye on the channel. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit the notification things. It should tell you. From what I understand, most people are getting told about this stuff, but I'll catch you guys on the next one.